1 God level selection system, Sword Lianjia's swordsmanship inheritance, 1/4. The night is like water, and the neon lights on the street are dazzling. A 17 or 8-year-old boy leaned against the window and looked at the street scene below, his eyes filled with helplessness. Learning to fight in the city of Asterisk, why did you come to this world? As a fan of the second dimension, Yayu has watched countless animations. He is naturally very familiar with the learning and warfare city he is currently in. In this drama, there are so many beautiful girls, and the quality is better than that of the next door knight. Sundara's jewels, Shashagongshe with 3 nos, Claudia with a black belly, Chiron sword like small animals. The quality of the girls in this series is very good. As a dead house, being able to come to the second element to meet those girls is simply a good thing to dream of. Similarly, Yayu is very clear about the background of this world. A long time ago, there was a devastating disaster here. Meteor shower hit the earth and countless meteorites fell from the sky. In this catastrophe, countless cities have been devastated, and many countries have been destroyed, and the world has plunged into economic recession. It is precisely because of this that many enterprises have joined together to form a consortium of unified enterprises and stepped onto the stage of power. The unknown element, universal element discovered from meteorites, has allowed the rapid development of human science and technology, giving birth to human beings with special abilities known as the Star Vein generation. But these are not the most important things. The most important thing is that he has become the actor in the original book, Tianwu Lingdu. For Yayu, this was originally a great thing. However, he is totally unhappy now. Yayu is wearing it, not the soul. Under the arrangement of the system, he directly replaced the existence of Tianwu Lingdu. Although in everyone's memory, his own existence was rationalized and he had the memory of Tianwu Lingdu, but he did not inherit any of his abilities. This was the real reason why Yayu felt the headache. System, can't you give me some power to blow up the sky? I'm very satisfied with the assigned identity, yes, but I'm just an ordinary person, and I don't have any combat power at all. It seemed that after hearing Yayu's spit, there was a burst of textureless mechanical sound in his mind. Ding! Hearing the host's voice, the God level selection system is officially loaded. God level choose to open. Option 1, join Star Guide Hall Academy. Reward, DNF World, the swordsmanship inheritance of the sword Liang Yu. Option 2, join the St. Karl Tova's Academy. Reward, One Piece World, natural frozen fruit. Option 3, join the Jialong 7th Academy. Reward, King of Fighters World, full combat power of Iori Temple. Option 4, join the Alicante Academy. Reward, Lunar World, the treasure of the great Iskandar, the army of the king. Option 5, join Kuei-Wei Children and Girls Academy. Reward, Hokage World, right round eyes. Option 6, join the Lei Wolf Black Academy. Reward, Date Fight World, God's Prestige, Shifen. Yayu, who used to visit websites of all sizes and sizes all the year round, is naturally no stranger to this kind of golden finger. But what he didn't expect was that when the system came up, it gave 6 choices so generously. Seeing these choices, Yayu couldn't help falling into contemplation. First of all, the 6th item can be completely passed. Not to mention how chaotic there is on the Rewolf Black Academy, but the student council president is a very troublesome character. Moreover, Shixiang's spiritual apparatus Juban can't do it, it's okay to consider killing the emperor. Secondly, the 4th option can also be completely ignored. At first glance, Wang Zhi's army is indeed very fierce. However, he doesn't have something like magic right now. Even if he can use the power of the system, it will hardly improve him. Option 5 does not mention, Kuei-Wei Children and Girls Academy is a school that only accepts female students and cultivates idols. Didn't he make his debut as an idol in the past? Moreover, the side effects of writing round eyes are too great. Jialong made Yayu hesitate. If you get the full strength of the Iori Temple, then it would be a good choice to follow the teacher Fanzinglu. With such a screening, only option 1 and option 2 are left. The natural frozen fruit is indeed very fierce, and the Admiral's blue pheasant can freeze an island with a single blow to see how much potential it has. After the fruit's ability awakens, it soars into the sky. Moreover, the devil fruit of the nature department can itself be elementalized, which is simply a nightmare for those enemies who physically attack. The most important thing is that there is no such thing as armed and domineering in this world. However, even so, the shortcomings are still too great. Not mentioning the matter of becoming a land duck, it is a very troublesome thing to say that the devil in the fruit is boarding. The uncertainty is still too great. So after careful consideration, you made a decisive choice. I choose 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the DNF world, the Sword Lianjiahu's swordsmanship inheritance. The system is loading, please wait patiently for the host. Soon after the words fell, a huge memory instantly flooded into Yayu's mind. At the same time, every cell in Yayu's body felt a deep pain in his bone marrow. This is. Enduring the pain, Yayu's face was full of joy. In addition to the inheritance of Liang Yu Jianzhen's great perfection, his body is also constantly strengthening. In other words, I already opened a big plug-in as soon as I came up. Yayu, who has been playing with tainted milk powder for 10 years, how could he not know how awesome the Excalibur Liang Yu is? Even if you just pick up an ordinary tree branch, you can fight the sword Sodaros who uses magic sword Chris, even without falling into the wind. The strength of the sword Saint Dzogchen level, even if he is now allowed to fight Fan Xinglu, who has lived for 1,000 years, it is completely possible. There may even be a chance to win. According to the algorithm of Arad continent, the ability he currently possesses is only one step away from the second awakening at level 74. In the dim room, Yayu squatted on the ground and clenched his fists fiercely. Although his body is now being tortured by the power of the system, his mood is so refreshing. The stronger the pain, the stronger the power he will get. The sword Liang Yu's fighting tricks kept flashing in his mind. Li Ghost Swordsmanship, Phantom Sword Dance, Meteor Swordsmanship, Slashing Swordsmanship. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had made a lot of money this time. Asterisk. To the wind step, the beginning of the plot, 2/4. It took a whole day and night before Yayu had accepted all the inheritance. The moment he opened his eyes exuded sharp eyes like a sword. Feeling the huge power constantly emerging in his body, Yayu smiled, extremely happy. He felt that he could easily split a tall building in half even if he took a branch at random. And this is just the strength of the juggernaut. If he had reached a higher level of God's realm, Yayu felt that he might not have a problem splitting a small island with a single sword. The reason why he didn't choose to go to the San Gale Dova's academy, except that the weakness of the fruit was on the one hand, on the other hand he did not intend to change his previous thoughts. With so many beautiful girls in the Star Guild Hall, what are you going to do in the Rigid Knight Academy? What's more, it can be said that the Star Guide Hall is very free and the binding force on students is very loose. It is a pity to give up the advantages of being a traverser. People are alive, just for success. The most important thing is that compared to frozen fruit, swordsmanship is a man's romance. I just didn't expect the system to have such hidden small benefits, this time it really made a lot of money. At this moment, a doorbell rang outside the door. Mr. Yayu, there is your courier. Please come out and sign for it. Coming. Take a look at the courier and take a look at it. Inside is a very beautiful letter. And the place to send the letter is surprisingly the 6 Flowers of Water Academy City. The notice of the Star Guide Hall has arrived, and it is time for him to formally integrate into this world. After simply packing up his luggage, Yayu got on the plane to Liuhua early the next morning. The Star Guide Pavilion in the early morning exudes a different color under the sun's rays. The large tracts of vegetation planted around make people feel refreshed, and it is easy to be immersed in the gifts given by nature. Yayu, dressed in the uniform of the Star Guidance Hall, walked on the promenade and kept looking around. I have to say that the quality of the two-dimensional girl is really high. The girls he encountered along the way were basically above the standard line, and the high-profile ones were seen everywhere. Really worthy of the second element. Just as he sighed, a small white object slowly fell from above him. With his current strength, even the surrounding airflow can't hide from his eyes. Naturally, it is impossible not to find this small object. Directly reaching out to catch the thing that was falling down, Yayu's eyes flashed with surprise. This is just an ordinary handkerchief, but the upper part is embroidered with cute and clumsy embroidery. A closer look can reveal many traces of repair. For the first time, Yayu recognized a handkerchief. The work of Ophelia, the poisonous witch, was later given to the heroine in the original book, Jules, who regarded this handkerchief as the most precious gift. In the original book, the drop of this handkerchief caused a lot of things, but I didn't expect that I would still experience this scene in the original book. In other words, Eurus is now in a room upstairs, changing clothes? Yayu knew that if he returned the handkerchief, he might be able to see some benefits, but it would be too embarrassing if the traverser was like a voyeur. I'll return it to Eurus later. Just when Yayu was about to put away the handkerchief and returned it to the owner when he was free, the mechanical sound of the system came again in his mind. Ding! God level choose to turn on. Option 1, return the handkerchief to the owner Ulysses immediately. Reward, World of Warcraft, Juggernaut skill, Wind Walk. Option 2, throw the handkerchief directly into the trash can. Reward, Naruto, Crow Clone. Option 3, treasure this handkerchief by yourself. Reward, Shape Moon World, pierce the spear of death thorns. Seeing the choice given by the system, Yayu was speechless. Ulysses' handkerchief, why do you treasure it? Also, what does it mean to give a gun? Obviously he is practicing swordsmanship. What's more, the gun was so bad that the big dog had been stabbed to death several times by himself. It was simply a killer weapon. The crow clone of option 2 should be the illusion of God Ataki. It's really greedy, but if you want to throw Yuri's most precious handkerchief into the trash can, Yayu still feels like he can't do it. I choose 1. Chapter 2. At the moment Yayu's voice fell, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the World of Warcraft Juggernaut skill, Wind Walk. Yayu stood there looking at the reward just now, and then exclaimed in a low voice. Fuck! Magical skill! The wind step given by the system is really powerful. After using it, it enters the invisible state, which completely cancels the invisibility duration in the game. In other words, as long as he doesn't attack him, he can stay invisible forever. Not only that, the movement speed will be increased by 3 times when invisible, and the damage caused by the hidden blow will be doubled. The practicability of this skill is really wide, and it is invincible as long as it is not discovered by anyone. It's really annoying. How can I pick at this time? I have to hurry up. I haven't fly far yet. A clear and pleasant complaint came from a building beside the road, and at the same time it also awakened Yayu, who was thinking. The windows of a room on the 4th floor were wide open, and the sound came from the room. Eurus. Yayu smiled, folded his handkerchief and put it in his jacket pocket. Taking a look at the position of the window, Yayu jumped directly into the air and landed firmly on the window sill. Have you lost something? I just found a handkerchief. Yayu looked into the room while talking. A young girl was standing by the window, looking at Yayu with a dull face. The girl is about 16 or 7 years old, her blue eyes are as dazzling as water waves, her skin is as fair as the first snow, and her waist-length peach-colored hair is fluttering in the wind. I have to say that Jules is really beautiful. Even Yayu, a person who has experienced the booming of the Internet information age, still finds it very amazing. Of course, what satisfies Yayu the most is that now Eurus is changing clothes, and all the benefits are greeted. Asterisk. 3 Challenge from Tsundere Princess, bet. 3/4. After a few seconds in a daze, Jules instantly recovered and shouted with a flushed face. You quickly turn over. However, Yayu didn't give her time to react, so he put the handkerchief on the table. Give you the handkerchief, next time you remember to close the window when you change your clothes. It's like this in broad daylight. Tisk tisk, it's really rude. After speaking, Yayu jumped directly out of the window and landed firmly on the grass. In the next second, an angry shout rang through the entire dormitory building. After the sound, a strong explosion appeared in the 4th floor room, and skyrocketing flames erupted from the window. The well-dressed girl leapt directly from the windowsill, and gracefully landed not far from Yayu. You guy! The girl's voice was full of unabashed anger. Hey? Did you come to thank me? No need, it's just a small thing. Yayu waved her hand and motioned to her that Eulith didn't need to thank her. Eurus was suddenly stupid. Taking a deep breath to force herself to calm down, she lowered her head and bowed to Yayu. Thank you very much. That handkerchief is a very important thing to me, it's great not to lose it. Little things, you don't have to be like this. No. Thank you very much. But I should be regarded as doing my best in this way, right? Eurus's voice before was still shy, but behind it was as cold as ice. Then she slowly raised her head, although she was smiling, there was no smile at all in her eyes. So, can you go to death? The azure brilliance burst out from her body, and the huge fireball bloomed in front of the girl, turning into a large flame flower and rushing towards Yayu. Eurus originally thought that under her own attack, the nasty in front of her would be extremely embarrassed. But when she opened her eyes and saw the previous scene, she was shocked. People? That shouldn't be powdered by his own attacks. At this moment, a faint voice sounded from behind Eurus. I said this, classmate, it's a bit too much. I'll go up and return things to you, so do I do something to your benefactor like this? Eurus turned around abruptly, only to realize that the man didn't know when she moved behind her. A gleam of cold light flashed in Ulyse's beautiful eyes. I've already thanked you for giving back your handkerchief. But, you guy, actually looked, watched, and said something like that. You're pretty good, but today I must roast you into coke. A huge flame flower bloomed with buds on the grass, forming a flame wheel with overlapping petals. At the same time, the air was constantly vibrating, and the strong wind with heat hit the face, it was as terrible as a bomb exploded. Eurus attacked Yayu again. Yayu was not polite when he saw Eurus doing it again. He took a hurried step, moved behind Eurus, and patted her on the shoulder in an instant. What? Eurus let out a scream in an instant, and took a few steps back, clutching her chest. At this moment, Yayu's figure also appeared in front of her again. You are not my opponent. Yayu looked at Eurus and smiled slightly. I'm a man who loves and cherishes jade. I don't like to bully weak girls. Not my opponent. Don't like bullying weak girls. These two simple sentences made Eurus's face extremely ugly. There was a cold light in her beautiful eyes. You guy, what did you just say? Bastard, are you underestimating me? I'm not underestimating you, I'm just stating a fact. Yayu looked at Eurus and said calmly. The photo of you just now is just to teach you a lesson. If you are really hostile to you, I'm afraid that one shot will be enough to kill you. When she heard Yayu's words, Eurus's heart was furious. But at this moment, she took a deep breath and calmed down her inner anger. He raised his head and looked at Yayu coldly. Eurus slowly uttered a few words. What's your name? Yayu. Yayu? Very good. While talking, Ulysse put her hand on the school badge in front of her uniform. Under Killian's witness, I, Jules Erexia von Risfeet, proposed a duel to Yayu. You bastard, don't you underestimate me? Today, I will let you know that underestimated the consequences of others. Are you going to fight me? Yayu raised his brows and looked at Yulis. Sorry, what I just said was very clear, I am not interested in the weak. I am too lazy to fight with you. Asshole, don't you look down upon me? Why don't you have the courage to join the duel? I have the courage to accept the duel, but why should I accept your challenge? What am I doing? Please, even if I win you, it won't do any good. In that case, why should I waste this effort? What's more, I really don't want to work with a woman, especially a beautiful girl. Pretty girl, is this sarcastic that you are a vase? Eurus was about to crush Silver Teeth with anger. She took a deep breath and said coldly. How can I dare to accept the duel? Do you really want to fight me? I just want to kill you. Want to kill me? Yayu touched his chin when he heard this. You hate me so? Just look at it, and you won't lose a piece of meat. Forget it, if you really want to fight me, it's okay, let's put it this way. I just came to this school to transfer student, I don't know too much about it now. If you lose, you will be my maid for a year. The kind of bet that is obedient, do you dare to accept this bet? Eurus's expression suddenly froze. But in the next second, Yayu continued to say. It seems that you dare not accept this kind of bet, so let's forget about the duel. I promised. Before Yayu's words were finished, Eurus responded coldly. Lose, I'm a maid, but I win, I want to burn you into coke. You shouldn't object to this, right? Asterisk. For the first appearance of elegance, the astonishment of Eurus, 4/4. Against? Why should I oppose it? Since you are sincerely sending you to the door and be a maid for me, if I refuse again, I will be condemned by God. Your name is Eurus, right? I have to say that you are very beautiful. It's also great. When I'm done, I'll buy you a maid outfit. Hearing Yayu's words, the cold light in Eurus' eyes grew more and more, and the anger in her heart also accumulated more and more. Gritting her teeth, her voice became colder and colder. I'll be talking when you win, now, can I start? While talking, Ulysse put her hand on the school badge in front of her uniform. Under Killian's witness, I, Jules Alexia von Risfeet, proposed a duel to Yayu. And Yayu put his hands on his chest for the first time. I accept the challenge of Liz Erexia von Risfeet. Yayu and Eurus soon came to the empty field in the surrounding area. Because Eurus's attack just now caused a lot of noise, so many onlookers have long been here. There are also many people in the nearby area, walking here curiously. What happened? I heard that Hua Yan Witch is going to have a duel. Really? Isn't she the 5th place in first page 12? Then this duel must not be missed. Speaking of which, who is the opponent? How come I have no impression at all? I don't know him, he is a new face, and he is not on the entire leaderboard. Chapter 3. The Nameless Pawn. It's because of him that he has the courage to challenge the princess. Now that man is going to be burned into the hospital. Hearing the surrounding discussion, Yayu glanced at Ulysse. I can't tell, are you still very popular in school? Even if you say that, I won't be merciful. I said, classmate Eurus, don't get me wrong, I just want to say that you are pretty, and it's normal for beautiful women to have such a high popularity. Yayu almost ignited Ulysse again. Does this think of himself as a vase? I must roast him into a roast chicken later. Are you ready to accept defeat? Take out your weapon. Eurus looked at Yayu coldly. But not wanting, Yayu actually picked up a branch from the ground. What do you mean? Didn't you ask me to take out the weapon? This is my weapon. Yayu's words made Ulysse and the audience around them all stunned. In the next second, Eurus furiously said. You bastard, are you still looking down on me? Haha, this person just laughed at me. That branch is a weapon. Is he poor and can't afford a sword? Man, do you want me to borrow your money to buy a good weapon? Your branch has no chance of winning. How can Eurus fight against someone like this? He's here to be funny. Eurus also heard the ridicule around her. She took a deep breath and said to Yayu, "If you don't have a weapon, you can borrow it from people around." "No need." Yayu interrupted Eurus with a simple sentence. He glanced mockingly at the people around him, and then said casually, "Some people, gold and jade, are frustrated outside. Some people are dressed in poor and tattered clothes, but they are worthy of everyone's respect. Weapons, is it important? Since today is a confrontation with you, I will teach you a truth for free. What is a weapon? It's not important, what's important is who is swinging the knife." After Yayu said these words, his whole body burst into an unparalleled powerful aura instantly. The pressure that erupted from Yayu's body seemed to crush everything around him in an instant. Under the violent weather, like a huge wave, Jules started to tremble. She found that her hand holding the sword became a little trembling. The people around him almost all crawled on the ground. "Hey, beauty, as a warrior, you must at least have the power to hold your weapon. Get ready, I'm going to start attacking." Yayu's body moved before Eurus could react. Because she didn't use all of her power, Eurus still caught Yayu's movements. Although she was shocked by the aura that Yayu erupted, Eurus also reacted back for the first time. Bloom, sharp spear, white flame flower. Eurus wielded a thin sword like a baton, and the huge blue and white flame spear also appeared along the trajectory of the sword, rushing directly towards Yayu like a rocket. "Flame? It's just a fancy thing." Yayu sneered and his arms rose instantly. In an instant, the invisible sword aura instantly split the rushing flames. Seeing this scene, all the students onlookers were frightened. He split the flame with a branch. No. This is the sword aura, it is the sword aura that cuts off the flames. There was also a flash of horror in Yula's heart. Although she couldn't see Jianqi, she could feel a huge crisis. Yula's kicked the toes, and her body instantly shifted its position. The invisible sword energy slid across the ground instantly, and when Eurus turned her head, her face was completely stiff. I saw that where she was just now, the earth was cut apart. The half-meter wide and 10-meter long ground seems to have been engraved with deep sword marks. If I was slower just now, the person cut in half is himself? When fighting, distraction is the biggest taboo. Just when Yulis was distracted, she instantly felt a deep chill. Foreseeing a huge crisis, she just wanted to change her position again, but found that the tip of a branch had reached her delicate neck. Eurus, have you given up? The outcome is determined. Asterisk. 5 Sudden attack. Claudia, 1/4. Jules bit her lip. It was not the first time she lost, but losing to this frivolous guy still made her very unwilling. She suddenly regretted agreeing to that kind of condition. If this goes on, she will really be a maid for that man. As the first prince and daughter of a country, she would lose the face of the royal family if she went to serve as a maid for others. Seeing the death will flash in the girl's eyes, Yayu put down the branch and waved his hand. It would be a pity if you are such a big beauty. I made a joke with you just now, you don't have to take it seriously. Eurus suddenly didn't know what to say now, and she was relieved. Yayu ignored the complexity on her face and continued. It's better for a girl to be gentle. It will be a big loss if you have such a hot temper. Just when Eurus was about to say something, Yayu suddenly pulled her into his arms and threw a leaf backhand. A rapidly coming golden arrow was directly erased by the leaves thrown by Yayu. Then the leaves flew into the crowd and caused an explosion. The explosion of metal parts flying all over the sky also made everyone understand what Yayu did just now. The scene suddenly became a little flustered, and everyone was looking everywhere. Stain. Puppet. Eurus's eyes widened, the expression on her face was extremely complicated. Why are you saving me? Why? As a man, in this situation, he didn't do anything. That would be too shameful. Yeah, you said without turning his head. At this moment, a calm voice came from the crowd. Okay, the duel ends here. What should everyone do? Let's do something. Accompanied by the sound of words, a very dazzling blonde girl walked out of the crowd. This is also a very beautiful big beauty, completely on par with jewels. If Euless is a beautiful young girl with full of youthful vitality, this blonde girl can be regarded as an intellectual beauty. Claudia, you. Ulysse looked at the visitor with some dissatisfaction, but the latter smiled. Eurus, this time the confrontation is not established. Yujun's procedures have not been completed. That's it then. Eurus was silent for a few seconds, and did not continue to speak. The girl called Claudia smiled, then looked at Yeyu and stretched out her white palm. Introduce myself, my name is Claudia Enfield. I am currently the president of this school. Yeyu. Nice to meet you. Yeyu smiled and shook hands with the girl. The surrounding people saw that there was really no excitement, but it gradually dispersed, and the whole venue was instantly empty. After a glance at the two girls in front of him, Yeyu couldn't help but reminded in the end. What are you going to do with this attack? Eurus was stunned, and shook her head with a wry smile. The prisoner should have slipped away after the attack is over, and attacking a famous person on the list is actually not a fuss. Yes, this kind of thing is really common. Later, I will arrange for the Commissioner of Discipline to investigate it carefully. If the prisoner is caught, he will definitely not be punished. The wreckage of the puppet may provide us with any clues. Claudia also followed. Seeing this, you didn't say anything more. You think this is fine, then I don't have any comments. Euless took a deep look at Yeyu, and then said with a bitter face. Just now, thank you very much. Yeyu was startled first, and immediately understood what Euless meant, and waved his hand indifferently. It's a trivial matter, you don't need to care about it. I can't just watch your beautiful girl hurt in front of me. Well, as a prince, I didn't take it back. I will be your maid and maid for 1 year as agreed. The girl said tangledly. Seeing this, Yeyu shook his head helplessly. Forcing a girl is not the manner that a man should have. No, I told you it was a joke. No, although you guy is really annoying, it is an indisputable fact that you saved me just now. This way. I can help you with one thing. Don't mention too much requests. Eurus took a deep breath and said with a complicated face. Although she was relieved not to be a maid, she was still very entangled in owing this kind of life-saving grace. Seeing that she was so persistent and her eyes were very serious, Yeyu nodded and said yes. The blonde girl looked at the interaction between the two with a smile, and joked with a smile. Eurus, you are still the same. I think being honest with yourself will make life easier. I know. I have been very frank, and I have no problems in my life. Jules retorted dissatisfiedly, but Claudia's smile deepened. Ah, then what partner are you looking for? Chapter 4. Eurus became a little hesitating in an instant. Yeyu looked at the two with great interest, with smiles in his eyes. This kind of interesting two-dimensional life is what he yearns for. The tragedy that changed everything, isn't it just what you dreamed of to meet those two-dimensional goddesses? There are only 2 weeks left before the registration time for Phoenix Star Martial Festival. If you continue to hesitate, I know. I will definitely find a partner before the deadline. After speaking, Eurus turned and walked towards the dormitory angrily. Oh, what a wayward boy. Claudia Jiao smiled and looked at Ulysses' back. Yeyu smiled and asked. Is it really good to bully her like this? Ah, of course. After all, I have a black belly. The blonde girl turned her head, closed one eye and smiled playfully at Yayu. I'm very dark, very dark. My stomach is like boiling dark matter to charred black, and then throwing my brain into a black hole like black to the end. And, you just thought that Jules' reaction was very interesting, right? It's really funny, your personality is as cute as your appearance. Thanks for the compliment. Yayu affirmed Claudia's words. Bullying at Tsundere a girl like Yuli's is really awesome. P.S. Seedlings of the new book, ask for flowers for evaluation, at least make my data look better. M***. 6. Claudia's astonishment, 2/4. Following Claudia, Yayu narrowed his eyes slightly while looking at the girl's back. This self-proclaimed very dark-bellied student council president, the moment he saw him, the joy in his eyes couldn't be faked. Although I don't remember some small details too clearly, Yayu still understands her purpose. Laughing and dying in his arms. This is Claudia's wish. What are you thinking about? The expression is so solemn. The blonde girl walking in front turned and asked with a smile. In the deserted corridor, Claudia's smile was extremely dazzling under the sunlight, and Yayu couldn't help but feel a little lost. Nothing, you really are a rare beauty. Yayu sighed softly and made Claudia laugh. Ah! Yayu-jun is really good at talking. Okay, please come in. Amidst laughter, the two soon arrived at the top office of the student union. After opening the door through the school badge identification, an extremely vast office appeared in front of Yayu's eyes. The floor is covered with gorgeous carpets, very luxurious reception tables and chairs, and a bird's-eye view of the star-guiding pavilion is hung on the walls. In front of the glass showcase, a heavy wooden desk was placed. This layout is very similar to the office of the president of a large enterprise that Yayu once saw on the internet. Sitting proficiently at the desk, Claudia crossed her fingers on her chin. Although it may be a little late now, welcome to the Academy of Star Guidance Hall, Yayu-jun. The girl looked at Yayu with a smile on her face. At the same time, you are also welcome to come to the Six Flowers City of Water Academy. As the voice fell, the entire space suddenly darkened and the angle of view continued to increase. Finally, a bird's-eye view of the entire city appeared under the feet of the two of them. Claudia stood up and walked to Yayu's side, staring at the hexagonal city with him. As a special transfer student of the Star Guide Academy, we have only one expectation of you, and that is victory. Yayu didn't say anything, but listened quietly to Claudia's narration. In recent years, the performance of our Star Guild Academy has not been very satisfactory. Qianwei Children's Academy does not care about the overall ranking, so we are essentially the last one. Every student union we can only participate in Xingguo Festival 3 more times, so we are very short of talents. If I remember correctly, you were the referee on the admission notice, right? Yayu thought for a few seconds, and finally chose to throw this question out. Claudia was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Yes. It was passed by force. I have never been as lucky as I was the president of the student council. Long live the right! You are really strong. Yayu didn't care much about it. Without Claudia, he might have to rely on the power of the system if he wanted to come here. As if thinking of something, Claudia asked curiously. I remember Yayu-jun, did you ever decline an invitation? Why did you agree to my invitation now? You will be troubled if you keep ignoring your heart, right? Ugh. Yayu's answer made Claudia stunned for a while, and then said teasingly. Oh. Yayu-jun, you are really bold. If you are so passionate, I will treat this as a confession. Confession? It seems not bad, after all, you are also a big beauty, and I will not lose anyway. Yayu also used a ridiculous tone. He has never understood the thoughts of those Asashi male protagonists in the second dimension. This kind of general teasing is completely pediatric in the eyes of modern people, and the male protagonists are as innocent as the little girls in the country. This is the end of the joke. Yayu-jun, I want to hear your real opinion. The expression on Claudia's face didn't change much from before, but it took a little seriousness. Naturally, yeah, you wouldn't hold on to it. Excessive joking would be harassment. After groaning for a few seconds, he slowly said. The first purpose, I don't want to disappoint you. It just so happens that I am also very yearning for this city. The second purpose is to find my missing sister Tian Weiao. Claudia looked at Yayu and nodded. Actually, I don't know much about this. A certain girl who once belonged to this academy has indeed erased her information. Everything about her disappeared completely, even whether she was reading in this school is very confusing. Don't expect too much. I see. For this answer, Yayu was not surprised. The person who shot was a higher level guy, and Claudia could only have a news problem. Ah, yes. I almost forgot to tell you a very important thing. Claudia showed a sudden realization, and looked at Yayu with a smile. In our academy, in addition to the exemption of various fees, there are several other privileges for special enrollment. One of them is to have the priority to use the academy's pure brilliant weapons. Although some students hate it, this privilege it is not mandatory. And depending on the armed forces, there will be similar side effects. Black Forge Sword. After the blonde girl said the news, Yayu's first reaction was the pure brilliant weapon that claimed to ignore defenses and behead everything. Moreover, can ordinary special enrollment students really have so many privileges? Yayu gave Claudia a deep look, and didn't say much. I see, then I beg you. Of course. Yayu-jun, you have such a strong strength, fortunately I am not wrong. There is one last thing, that is. Having said this, Claudia suddenly thought of something and looked around nervously. What's wrong? Ah, nothing. I didn't mean that. The girl waved her hand quickly, her attitude was obviously different from just now. Her pretty cheeks are now red, and her eyes are erratic. This, could you please close your eyes a little bit? I see. Yayu closed his eyes directly, and the next moment, a soft touch came from behind. Claudia hugged Yayu tightly from behind. Finally, I finally saw you. The voice coming from behind was both slender and weak, full of feelings that could not be suppressed. Yayu didn't say anything, maybe this is the real woman, and it was just a disguise for her before. After a while, Claudia released her hand with a smile, as if nothing had happened just now. Hee, kidding. Are you scared? Who knows? Time is almost up, I should go too. Yayu smiled faintly, staring closely at Claudia's dark purple eyes. A mischievous smile appeared on the corner of the girl's mouth, jokingly. Ah! Yayu-jun, staring at me like this, do you really want to confess to me? Then I would be very welcome. Claudia. I will protect you in the future. A simple sentence made the blonde girl feel like a lightning strike, completely sluggish. After speaking, Yayu turned around and left the student union office. Looking at the closed office door, Claudia hasn't recovered for a long time. P.S. New book seedlings, ask for everything. M***. 7 Yatsuzaki Kanako, the reunion with Eurus, 3/4. After coming out of Claudia's office, Yayu soon saw his future head teacher. I have to say that Yatsuzaki Marineko is really a very individual teacher. He even carried a spiked club. Are you a new transfer student? Tanizuzaki Marineko glanced at Yayu. Looking so thin, did you really beat Eurus? Defeat Jules? No, I was playing around with her. Just kidding? I heard that you are making a lot of noise. Forget it, I don't bother to take care of these things, kid. Remember, in my class, you have to be a little safer, otherwise. Chapter 5. Yatsuzaki Yoshiko raised the baseball bat in his hand, then turned and walked towards the classroom. Follow me to report in class. Tisk tusk, this teacher has a really hot personality. It seems more emotional than the original. Yayu sighed with emotion as he looked at the back of Yatsuzaki Marineko walking forward. Soon the two came to the class. Yatsuzaki Kanako also didn't like to do so much nonsense. Everyone give me a stop. This person is a new transfer student, and I will read it here in the future. Boy, introduce yourself. My name is Yayu, please advise. Yayu didn't introduce himself too much, mainly because there was really no need to get acquainted except for a few main characters. As for the students in the audience, after seeing Yayu, their eyes were all different. Some are full of interest, some are indifferent, some are full of guard, and some secretly ridicule. Yatsuzaki Kanako glanced at the whole class, and then said, "As for the seat, there is still room next door to the guy who messes with men and women, you can just go there." Making the relationship between men and women. Yayu was stunned immediately. But at this moment, Eula stood up with a flushed face. Who messes up the relationship between men and women? Who else can anyone besides you? Have fun playing with a boy on campus early in the morning? Isn't it messy? Doesn't it mean chaos if you have to burn all the school out? Yoshiko Tanizaki glanced at Eurus, who was trembling in anger. But she didn't dare to say anything, and angrily sat back in her seat. Yayu didn't say much, walked directly to the position next to Euless and sat down. "Hi, beauty, meet again, do you miss me?" Seeing Yayu saying hello to herself and still so frivolous, Eurus gave him a fierce look, and then shifted her gaze away. "Don't do it as if you are familiar with me. Don't you think this kind of frivolous remarks is very rude? I owe you once, as long as you speak, let me do anything. But I don't want to get involved with you. You remembered it for me." Just when Eurus said this, a voice that was half sympathy and half teasing came from behind the two. "Haha, have you been dumped? But the opponent is the princess, there is no way." Yayu turned his head, and a young man with a sharp-looking smile and a genial smile reached out to him. "My name is Yasuki Ying Shiro, and I'm your roommate. I am Yayu." Yayu still had a good impression of the boy in front of him. "Yobuki hide Shiro, this person is a trustworthy guy to friends, and in the original work he also helped Tian Yulingda many times in secret. However, this only stops at a little good impression. After all, for the moment, the two have nothing to do with each other, and they don't need other people's help for their own strength. Okay. Greetings and the like will wait until the end of class. Now let's have the class meeting first." Yatsuzaki Kanako said impatiently. Seeing the head teacher talked, Yafeng didn't look like he wanted to talk very much, so Yachui Ying Shilang stopped talking to Yayu anymore. The life of the class is nothing to Yayu's life, so he spends most of the time teasing Eurus. "Take out the pen and paper, write a note," Yayu threw it to Euless. Eulith looked at Yayu, and then opened the note. "I heard you are a princess? Which country's princess?" Euless ignored Yayu, and Yayu lost another note. "I heard that princesses are very gentle and beautiful, and your character seems a bit irritable." When Eurus saw these words, anger suddenly appeared in her eyes. At this time, Tanizuzaki Kanako noticed Yayu's small movements and threw a piece of chalk directly. Tanizuzaki's shot was very fast, and the chalk he threw out was like a hidden weapon, piercing the space instantly and hitting Yayu. With a slight movement of Yayu's fingertips, a small ball of paper shot out instantly. The chalk and paper ball slammed together in mid-air. Seeing this scene, Tanizaki's pupils suddenly shrank. This kid! She had planned to teach Yayu a lesson, but Katsuko Tanizaki didn't expect Yayu to react so quickly. "Did you actually attack your own crotch? P.S. A little bit has been delayed until now, and there is still a chapter in the evening. Seek everything every day. *8 Conflict in the classroom, the murdered Euless, 4/4. Tanizuzaki Marina looked at Yayu and narrowed his eyes. "For so many years, no one has dared to do such small actions in my class. You are the first one." You are really arrogant. Smelly brat. Yayu responded with a light smile. Tanizuzaki-sensei, this is just a subconscious reaction. Suddenly attacked, I think even you will subconsciously counterattack? It's just that I didn't expect that the attacker would be Mr. Tanizuzaki. Yatsuzaki Kanako sneered, this kind of excuse can't deceive her. Are you very proud of taking on my attack when you are doing this kind of tricks in my class? No, I don't think this kind of thing is any good. Yayu smiled helplessly and explained seriously. Teacher, you didn't use much effort. It's just the level of tickling. It's just that I personally don't like getting hit with chalk. The clothes are hard to wash. Yatsuzaki's eyes instantly cooled down, and it was the first time she saw a student with this kind of problem. Smelly boy, really arrogant. A little bit of strength does not know that the sky is high and the earth is thick? You are the first to dare to talk to me like this for so many years. Boom! The horrible pressure burst out of Yatsuzaki's body and swept everything around. Yayu raised his eyebrows, and then a part of magic exploded. When he was a student, Tanizuzaki Masako, who was once ranked second in the Rewolf Black Academy, was naturally not a good match. She once led a team of all witches to dominate Griffin Star martial arts, and the strength is naturally quite powerful. And yeah, you needn't say much, even if it's only a small part of the magic power, he is also a pinnacle level sword master who is really only one step away from Erju. The aura of terror kept colliding in the classroom, and the ground and walls couldn't stand it and cracked. The students around were all trembling. In any case, they did not expect this new transfer student to be able to collide with Tanizuzaki Masako to such a degree, and even seemed to be able to do it with ease. A hint of astonishment flashed in Tanizuzaki's eyes, and he slammed the nail stick in his hand on the unmanned desk next to him with a chuckle. You can't see it. It's really surprising that you are so capable. After staring at Yayu for a few seconds, Tanizuzaki Katsuko suddenly regained her momentum. This question kid, there will be more time to clean up him slowly in the future. Thinking of this, Tanizuzaki Masako pointed out the classroom door and gestured to Yayu. Bad students who are not obedient, just give me a penalty stop. Hey? Why? Yayu tilted his head. Tanizaki Katsuko would never do anything to him, he had already expected it. But the latter words made him very puzzled. Why? Yatsuzaki Kanako smiled flatly and gave her explanation. Why do you say? Throw a small note in my class. As a qualified teacher, do you think I will just ignore it? Well, it does make sense. Yayu nodded and said in agreement. The conversation between the two left the other students at a loss. If it weren't for the miserable situation in the classroom, they all felt that it was an illusion just now. Yayu glanced at Euless, who was shocked and grinned. As the saying goes, one slap can't make a slap. Since it's me and Euless who are passing a small note, is it not justified to only punish me? What nonsense are you talking about? How can I pass a small note to you? Euless suddenly went crazy. She obviously ignored this guy. Why did she have to stop along with her? Tanizuzaki Kanako first glanced at Yayu, then glanced at Euless, and nodded slowly. That also makes sense. Hey, the guy over there who likes to mess with men and women, you also go out with him and stop for punishment. The protest is invalid. Varied. Euless is almost vomiting blood with anger, and there is no good thing about getting in touch with this guy. Even if he was punished, he still dragged himself into the water? Yayu grinned as she looked at Euless's gaze that wanted to kill. It's so fun to tease this arrogant guy. Hey, don't wink in my class. Get out of me quickly. Yatsuzaki Marineko said dissatisfiedly. Euless snorted and walked directly to the door. Yayu also followed her footsteps when she saw this. What to look at? Now continue the previous class meeting. If someone wants to be like the two of them, I don't mind at all. The other students' heads shook like a rattle, and they dared not look outside at all. The murderous intent on Yutsuzaki's body was not a joke. This devil class teacher will really do what he says. Yayu and Euless stood in the corridor outside the door. At this time, the entire corridor was still quiet, and there was no extra sound except for the constant lectures. Yayu looked at Eurus, who was carrying 2 buckets like a good baby, and couldn't help joking. "Aren't you tired? Why do you have to listen to her?" Eurus glanced at Yayu, who was holding her trouser pocket, and turned her head directly, ignoring Yayu at all. But her heart has never been in the muttering, if it weren't for this guy, would she have to suffer this kind of suffering? As a top student or a queen, if this kind of thing goes back to China, she will really lose the face of the royal family. Yayu didn't mind her cold treatment. "It's too boring to stop here, right? How about this? Euless, how about we skip class together?" Varied. Hearing this, Jules was stupid. Before the girl could react from the sluggishness, Yayu directly held her hand. "P.S. Seeking support and everything. Basically, I don't know how to write academic warfare. Your support is the driving force for my code words. Thank you for your rewards, flowers, monthly tickets, and evaluations. I won't issue single chapters one by one for fear of false updates. *. Chapter 6. 9. I just want to see your smiling face, nothing more. 1/4. Yayu ran Euless around the campus. "What the are you doing? If it's discovered by Mr. Tanizuzaki, it will be a big trouble. If you want to skip class, go alone, don't force me." Eurus protested towards Yayu dissatisfiedly. She had tried many times on the road, but Yayu's hands were like pliers, and she couldn't get rid of it. "I said, Jules. Don't you feel tired?" Yayu responded with a light smile, but didn't let go of the little hand that she had been holding. "What's the meaning? I have been constrained by the identity of His Royal Highness." The unhappiness on Eurus's face suddenly froze, and she looked at Yayu in disbelief. Yayu let go of her little hand and stretched out. "What do you want to say in the end?" Eurus did not choose to leave, but looked at Yayu with determination. "It's nothing, just sent it out of feelings. Since I came into contact with you, you seem to have been trying hard to maintain your identity as a prince and daughter, giving people an impression of high coldness. Others think that being a high princess must be very happy. But in fact you are not happy, am I right?" Euless' eyes became very complicated. Obviously he was just a stranger who had just met today, he could actually understand it. No one knows what she has always been better than herself, but why can this nasty guy detect her inner fatigue? Yayu glanced at Euless, who was a little dazed, and smiled calmly. "The queen's status brings not only glory, but also countless shackles, right? Many things you are destined to be unable to do. Let's go, there is a nice place over there to rest." Although they are in an atrium, they are comparable to a park in terms of scale. The surrounding flowers and trees are also trimmed neatly, and there is a small pavilion beside the pool, which is a very good resting place. Euless sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion properly, while Yayu leaned against the pillar of the pavilion. The girl was silent for a long time, looked at Yayu with a complicated expression and slowly spoke. "I want to participate in Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival and win. No matter what, I have to achieve that goal." "What's the reason?" "Money." A bit of bitterness appeared in the corners of Ulysses's mouth. "Is it ridiculous for this reason? I am the first prince of Laestania, but I don't have much money at my disposal. As the king's emperor brother, I don't have any rights, and so do I." "Then what?" Yayu didn't say much, now being a listener is the biggest reward to Eurus. The girl obviously knew this too, and continued to speak after a few seconds of silence. "When I was a kid, I was very naughty and often slipped out of the palace alone. One day I got lost in an unfamiliar alley and met someone who treated me wrongly. Then, the kids came out and drove them away. I went back. The palace also investigated their identities afterwards. They were children from an orphanage in a slum. Eurus looked up at the sky, but when she said that, she showed a nostalgic smile on her face. After that, I often ran out to play with them, and they became my best friends. But because of funding problems, the orphanage is now facing bankruptcy. This kind of thing, I can't accept this kind of thing. So in order to protect the orphanage on the verge of bankruptcy, you plan to win Phoenix Star Wuji to obtain a large amount of funds that can continue to support the orphanage. Yes. Yayu nodded clearly. Although he had known it a long time ago, he had a different feeling when he heard Ulysses' words in person. The upper-level leader of the world now is the Consolidated Enterprise Consortium, and her country is supported by the Consolidated Enterprise Consortium, and the puppet royal family is also a matter of course. Ulith turned her head and spoke to Yayu earnestly. So, I must win Phoenix Star Wuji. Actually, victory is only one step away from you. What? Ulysses was startled slightly, she didn't understand what he meant at all. Yayu turned around and looked at the girl with a faint smile. You should have seen my strength. It is easy to win the championship of Phoenix Star Wuji. Of course I know this. I'm asking you. Eurus retorted dissatisfiedly, and she understood the meaning of Yayu's words instantly after speaking. Then the girl looked at Yayu suspiciously. Why? We only met today for the first time? Why? Although I don't know Yayu's specific strength, Eurus understands that he does have the strength to win the Phoenix Star Wuji championship. The important thing is, why should he help himself? Why? Why do you want to help me? Yayu grinned at the girl's beautiful and delicate face. How can there be so many reasons in this world? I am happy enough. In my eyes you are just a clumsy and cute girl. I just want to see your smiling face, nothing more. Varied. Ulysses fell into silence directly. Just because of this kind of thing, he wants to help himself win the championship of Phoenix Star Wuji. This guy is so headstrong. However, the feeling of being understood is not bad. P.S. The author June is fast, but will work hard to write each chapter to ensure that it is updated. Therefore, your support is my biggest motivation. Asterisk. Add more rules. I heard from the seniors that adding a rule will make the results look better. Well, I'll do one too. 4 changes are guaranteed every day. 3,000 flowers plus 1 more chapter. 5 rewards plus 1 more chapter. 800 evaluation votes plus 1 more chapter. The 30-month ticket adds 1 more chapter. Work the code word, and enter the state of exploding liver. Ollie give it. Asterisk. 10. To what extent are you going to ignore me? 2/4. Ulith reacted, and Xiao's face was instantly flushed. Wah, what the are you talking about? But, cute or something? Yayu responded with a smile at the corner of her mouth. It's really cute. No, don't talk nonsense, you frivolous fellow. Ulysses blushed and didn't know how to answer now. It was the first time she was praised so much, and even her elder brother who depended on each other had never said this to her. At this moment, a sound of footsteps broke the awkward atmosphere from the side, and it made Eurus a little relieved. It was a trio of boys, and the student in the middle was particularly burly, and it was full of oppression from a distance. Another student who was fat and thin was standing behind him, seeming to be the big follower. Eurus? Haha, come just right. The big guy was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes were suddenly full of joy when he looked at Eurus. The 3 of them stopped not far from the pavilion. Eurus, let's have another final battle today. I will definitely defeat you. Oh, the troublesome guy is here. Glancing at the big man, Eurus sighed in a low voice, her face full of helplessness. Then she turned to look at the big guy and said lightly. I refuse. NVC, I have said many times, don't do such meaningless things anymore. It's endless. What are you talking about? Answer me then, Jules. Why are you fighting the kid who just arrived in the morning? Leishida said with dissatisfaction. Yayu looked quietly and didn't make a sound, but raised his brows. I don't have any obligation to answer you, NVC. It's my freedom to fight someone with me. Yes, me too. Eurus and the big guy waited for each other, sparks flicking between their eyes. Similarly, I also have the right to refuse. I don't want to play that boring duel game with you anymore. Why? Do I have to make it so clear? Eurus sighed deeply, then stood up. I have beaten you 3 times. It doesn't make any sense to continue the duel. Next time I will definitely win. You just have better luck, don't think that you can continue to arrogant. Me, my strength is not only that. Yes, that's right. If NVC has real skills, opponents like you won't be able to see it enough. Leishida said angrily, and the fat student hiding behind him followed far away to help. Then you can prove your strength first, and find an opponent other than me. Yayu, let's go. Euless sighed lightly, and signaled to Yayu that she planned to leave. Originally, she still had some questions that she wanted to ask Yayu, but now she is not in the mood to continue asking if she is so disturbed. Wait. I haven't finished speaking yet. Leishida reached out and grabbed Ulyss's shoulder. However, in the next second, his hand was immediately slapped away. How about your demeanor as a man for being so entangled with a girl? What did you say? Leishida looked at Yayu's eyes also sharper. But Yayu didn't seem to care, and withdrew his right hand and said flatly. Chapter 7. Seeing you are so burly, you don't actually have a trace of masculinity. Honestly admit that you are inferior to others, don't you even have the courage to admit defeat? The moment the voice fell, the atmosphere of the entire atrium suddenly changed. Leishida's short brown hair rose into the sky, and his deep contoured face also showed undisguised anger. You said. I don't even have the courage to admit defeat? Don't be kidding, brat. What do you know? Go away. Leishida clenched his fists, and his voice trembled slightly. As if he didn't put Yayu in his eyes at all, he waved his arms and approached Ulyss. Stain. Yayu curled his mouth uncomfortably, and directly stretched out his right foot. Puff. The big guy collapsed, and everyone around except Ulyss looked at Yayu incredulously. Even Lstar, who was lying on the ground, didn't seem to react. Eurus wasn't very surprised, it was easy to solve NVC with Yayu's strength. Getting up from the ground, Leishida looked at Yayu and roared angrily. Who are you? You dare to do such a thing, do you want to die? Yayu, let's be regarded as Eurus's partner for the time being. Hey, don't say this to yourself. I haven't agreed yet. Yayu's answer drew strong dissatisfaction from Ulyss, and the girl waved her little hand and her face was bulging. Then you want to refuse? For this At this time, Ulyss was tangled. With Yayu, Phoenix Star martial arts was basically determined to win. But Yayu's troublesome character made Eurus uncertain. How far are you going to ignore me? Leishida yelled, and a huge battle axe appeared in his hand and directly slashed at the two Yayu. Yayu hugged Ulyss and left the small pavilion instantly. The battle axe collided with the ground, creating smoke and loud noises in the sky. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the ground where the two Yayu stood before has completely collapsed under this blow. It can be seen how strong the big guy is. Yayu looked at the ground, and a cold color flashed in his eyes when looking at Leishida. If this hits an ordinary person, it will definitely kill him in one blow. P.S. Every day asks for everything. JPG*. 11 The horrified trio, Yayu's warning, 3/4. Eurus also looked at Leishida coldly. What he did this time is too much. I can actually avoid the attack of the uncle, I do have it. But... Stain, chattering endlessly like a fly. Yayu curled his lips, and his figure suddenly disappeared in the next second, appearing in front of Leishida. Leishida's eyes widened in horror. He didn't see the movement of this guy at all, and he didn't even know how he appeared in front of him. Bang! In the next moment, NVC flew upside down like being hit by a truck, and the horror in his eyes did not hide. How possible? Left star! The two attendants yelled, scanned Yayu and Yulis without daring to say anything, and ran quickly in the direction of Leishida. Yayu picked up the giant axe from the ground and walked to Leishida and waved it casually. The ground broke apart, and a 10-meter-long opening appeared not far from Leishida's left hand. The trio was immediately dull, and the chill in Yayu's eyes made no secret of it, making them swallowing saliva continuously. Yayu touched the giant axe in his hand against Leishida's neck, and said lightly, "You can go away. If you dare to come over and make trouble, you know the end." After speaking, he directly dropped the giant axe in his hand and walked towards Yulis. The three looked at each other, and finally walked away in silence. Seeing the figures of the three of them moving away, Yuris complained to Yayu dissatisfiedly. "Really, being so troubled by you, they must be a lot more annoying than before, why did you intervene in this matter?" Speaking of the back, the girl's face was full of doubts. She had no idea what Yayu was thinking. Yayu raised his brows, his eyes filled with smiles. "If you dare to harass the girl I like, it would be good if you didn't kill him directly. If he is witty enough, he shouldn't come to you again." Varied. Yuris's expression stiffened for an instant, and then she retorted with her shoulders trembling slightly and blushing. Who is the girl you are looking for? What nonsense are you talking about? Don't worry about such trivial things." After a while, Yulis calmly looked at Yayu and asked, "Taking this opportunity, I have a question to ask you. For this morning's duel, you used the meteor fighting skill, right? Did you use the meteor fighting skill to activate it?" "Oh, no." Yayu spoke without lifting her head, while Yulis watched him quietly and waited for an explanation. "I don't know how to fight shooting stars at all, that's my own swordsmanship." Swordsmanship. This answer completely exceeded Yulis's expectation. Yayu is not the star vein generation, which she can clearly feel. Although the first Blade Thunder in the Star Guidance Hall also used swordsmanship, that one is indeed a real star vein generation. Yulitha's eyes opened wide, and she seemed to understand why Yayu had said that she was weak before. "With my own efforts, I practice swordsmanship to that level. It's almost time, and it's almost time for me to go back to the dormitory." Yulith waved to Yayu. However, at this moment, Yayu stopped her movement with a loud voice. "How? Which direction does the boys' dormitory come from?" Puff, puff, ha 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 ha. After a few seconds, Yulis couldn't help laughing. She looked at Yayu with a serious face, but she didn't expect him to say such a nonchalant words. "What's so funny? Jules-chan." Yayu squinted his eyes. "I wonder if the road is to blame him? After all, it was his first time here, so what's so funny?" Yulis forced herself to stop laughing and said with a grin. "No, nothing. I just didn't expect that a strong person like you would get lost. After all, it's a place I've never been to before, so it's normal if I don't know the direction." Puff ha ha ha. Yayu's words made the girl laugh again. The way she showed now, like an ordinary girl, seemed to have forgotten the shackles she was carrying for a while. "Hey? What do you keep looking at me?" "Nothing, you smile so much more beautifully than the frowning look you used to." "Ugh!" Yuris's pretty face turned red, and she retorted indignantly. You, what are you talking nonsense? I can laugh too, okay." She immediately returned to the plain expression she had before, and turned her face to one side. "What a pity! Shut up! You don't need to talk about this frivolous fellow," the girl immediately said defensively. You are you embarrassed to say such things? You can change your frivolous appearance before you talk. Otherwise, you won't do such nonsensical stupid things in the morning. It's the first time after all, I don't know where it is. Yayu said calmly, a trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This school is not too big compared to other schools, but I don't know how many times it is bigger than ordinary high schools. If you want the new self to explore and familiarize yourself, it will take no less time. In a word, this city is extremely unfriendly to Mensin. Thinking of this, Yayu's eyes flashed as she stared at Euless. What's wrong? A blush rose on Eurys's face, and she took 2 steps back at the same time. Why are you so afraid of me? Are you afraid that I will eat you? Who is afraid of you? If you dare to mess around, I promise to roast you into a roast chicken. As if feeling that her words were not convincing, Eurys also raised her fist and waved it. Even if I want to do something, I can't resist it with your strength, right? However, Yayu's complaints made Eurys more vigilant in her eyes. Yayu waved his hand and said helplessly. Take me to get to know this school a little bit after school tomorrow. By the way, please also take care of the part of the street. What? Upon hearing Yayu's request, Eurys suddenly raised her face in dissatisfaction. You really like to joke. Why do I have to accompany you to do this kind of thing? Because you are my partner, aren't you? That's true. Humph. It doesn't matter, since you asked, I'll show you around. Also, just turn right from the front and go straight in the boys' dormitory. After speaking, the girl turned around and left. Yayu looked at Ulyss's back and smiled helplessly. Really a big arrogant. It's not bad anymore, asterisk. Chapter 8. 12 Sasha Palace, The Troubles of Yatsuzaki Kanako, 4/4. Early the next morning, Yayu did some morning exercises first, and then got stuck in the classroom. Compared to his time cards, most of the other classmates have already come, gathering together in 2s and 3s. At first glance, this school is really not much different from an ordinary high school. Morning, Jules. Oh, good morning. Yayu walked to the seat and greeted Jules, who was holding her face with her hands, but the girl's reaction was as cold as ever. At this moment, the entire classroom suddenly became silent. Hey, did you hear that? The princess actually responded. Am I wrong? Sure enough, that guy has a leg with the princess. Immediately afterwards, everyone began to noisy like a vegetable market. Eurys slammed the table and yelled indignantly. You guys are really rude. What do you mean, me and? This guy has a leg. However, the people around did not pay attention to her opinions, and they were still discussing fiercely. Yayu stood aside and smiled without saying a word. At this moment, his eyes were all focused on his left position. A loli with light blue short hair was lying on the table and sleeping. It seemed that the noise around her awakened the girl, and she looked up at the surroundings a little dazedly. Did you sleep well? Shay. You. The girl stared at Yayu blankly for a long time, and she seemed to wake up from that sleepy state. Yo. With that, Shashigong Shay stretched out his right hand and said yes to Yayubi. Hey? What's wrong? You guys, no. Ulyss looked at Yayu, then at Lanfololita, and couldn't help asking with some curiosity. The Yobuki Ying Gyro sitting behind Yayu also leaned forward like a new toy. Yayu, do you know that guy Shay? This guy is my childhood sweetheart. It's just that since she moved abroad several years ago, she hasn't contacted much. Ulyss looked at the two with some doubts. Her childhood friends were very enthusiastic when they saw her. Why are these two people so plain? Shashigong Shay kept staring at Yayu, without looking away. Although it was still expressionless, his eyes flashed with unconcealed joy. What's wrong? Aren't you surprised to see me? Well, super surprised. In the eyes of Eurus and the others, the conversation between the two did not look like an old friend who hadn't seen them for many years, making her kind of observers feel helpless. By the way, after so many years, say, you still look like this. When she heard these words, Lanfalolita shook her head and pointed at herself proudly. No. I did grow taller. Yayu smiled without saying a word. He had the memory of Tian Wulingdu, and naturally he knew exactly what Shashagongshi was like in the past. Immature and pretty face, big piercing eyes. Compared with the day when he said goodbye, his height hardly changed much. Even if she was a primary school student, no one would object to it. And because the expression almost has no ups and downs, it is as cute as a doll. At this moment, Yatsuzaki Katsuko walked into the classroom with a sleepy expression on his face. All back to my seat. The class meeting is about to begin. She still holds the nailed bat in her hand, which makes people feel a little inexplicably scared. Hey? That kid over there, are you finally here today? Tanizuzaki Kanako glanced at Sasha Gongsei with some surprise, and dragged his bat to the front of everyone. Shashagongshi still kept the same as before and lowered his head slightly. Teacher, good morning. Little devil, you are getting bolder, you even dared to skip my class. Yatsuzaki Kanako looked down at Saya with one hand on his hips and said with a smile. Overslept. Ha 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 ha, that's it. Overslept, who cares about you? Knock. Tanizuzaki Kanako directly hit Sasha Gongsei with a fist on the head, causing a trace of tears to seep out of the corner of her eye. It hurts. Stupid. How many times have you been? Come to me for tuition by yourself next weekend. After speaking, Tanizuzaki Kanako turned around and looked at Yayu and Eurus with ill-fated eyes. Yayu is still as calm as before, but the face of Jules on the side is a bit stiff. You two are really good. I asked you to go to the penalty station, and you just ran away. It doesn't seem good to use the penalty time to mess with the relationship between men and women. Someone saw you talking and laughing in the atrium before, can you give it to me? A satisfactory explanation. Euless was completely speechless now. If she had refuted her past personality a long time ago, she did talk to Yayu yesterday and laughed. Seeing this, Yayu had no choice but to speak. After all, Mr. Tanizaki, you didn't say that we were bad students yesterday, and we wouldn't skip class directly, would you? Well, if that's the case, I will let you go. Do you think I would say that? This reason is not valid. Then you come to my office with the guy who messes with the relationship between men and women. Yatsuzaki Kanako squinted her eyes. Although Yayu had some headaches, she did not choose to do it. She also had some conjectures about Yayu's strength, not to mention that this guy was a thorn again, and he would definitely fight back once he did it. It's all you guy. How can you blame me? Didn't you also participate? It was you who pulled me forcibly. Shashagongshi next door watched Yayu interact with Euless blankly. She really couldn't understand, why did Yayu and the transferred school have such a good relationship with the princess? It's even so good that she hangs aside her childhood sweetheart who hasn't seen her for many years, asterisk. 13 long-lost choice, Yuri's and Sei's Shura Field, plus more. After school, Yayu sat in the classroom and chatted with Shashagongshi. Before Euless asked him to wait here, it would be better to say that Yayu's heart was right. He was quite interested in Shashagongshi. Say, 6 years have passed, you are still so thin. It's okay, I'm used to it. And in this case, you don't have to worry about getting fat by eating snacks. Really? You really deserve it. Certainly. Euless walked over to look at the two who were still chatting enthusiastically, and she couldn't help coughing. Well, are you ready? If you're done, we should almost leave. Then please, partner. No way, after all, it has already been arranged. Although Eurus turned her face away, her peripheral light kept watching Yayu closely. His expression is still as leisurely and calm as before. There is no sense of tension at all. Yayu glanced at the girl, and seemed to have discovered something. A smile was raised at the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly. Jules, you still have light makeup, are you so looking forward to dating me? Varied. Eurus was startled slightly, and a blush suddenly appeared on Qiao's face. What nonsense are you talking about? What about appointments, appointments? Well, don't talk about such inconsequential words. Get out. Blushing. Well, really blushed. But Yayu still sat on the seat without any movement, and sighed with Say. Hey! You two guys! You, what did you make an appointment with her? Say ignored Euless and directly turned to ask Yayu. Yesterday I made an appointment with Jules to take me to the campus today. Why? A little thing happened before. After Yayu finished speaking, he stood up and looked at Lan Lolita inviting. Say, do you want to come together? In that case, let me show you around. Say thought for a few seconds and then stood up, glanced at Eurus and said blankly. Risfeder looks reluctant, so it doesn't matter if I replace it. When she heard this, Eurus' brows frowned. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm sorry, I really value the appointment. You also feel that instead of being reluctant, it's better to go with me, right? Say said plainly, and the meaning in the words was very obvious. As for whether Yayu would reject herself, she had never thought about that kind of problem. I'm not unwilling. What's more, you only enrolled this year. I have been studying here since middle school. In this comparison, you should know who is the right candidate after all. But my relationship with you is better than you, so don't interfere with us. Say retorted without showing weakness, as if sparks sparked between the two of them. I am his childhood sweetheart, it would be better for me to show him around. Chapter 9. Oh, he still joins me as a partner in Phoenix Star Martial Arts. Say turned her head and asked Yayu with confirmation. Is what she said true? Are you sure you want to be with her? Yes, I agreed with her yesterday. It will help her win the championship of Phoenix Star Wuji. Yayu nodded, and didn't say much. Say was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook her head. Even so, I should do the task of taking you around the school. Princess Reese will go back quickly. You. Eurus looked at Say in surprise. She naturally understood this classmate after so long. This lowly, who looks harmless to humans and animals, has never been so aggressive. Hey, Yayu. Who do you choose? Yes, you, make a choice. Eulith and Say suddenly turned their spearheads to Yayu, and the smile on his face disappeared instantly. Well. Both of them stared at Yayu tightly, waiting for his answer. However, at this moment, a voice came from Yayu's side. Oh, if that's the case, then I am the most suitable person. Claudia did not know when she came here, and hugged Yayu tightly from behind, with her chin resting on his shoulder. This is a powerful enemy. Seeing this scene, the expressions on the faces of Eurus and Say who stared at each other became more serious. Eurus was transferred from the 3rd grade of junior high school, but I have been here since the 1st grade. Who are you? Quickly let go of you. Why are you here? Eurus and Saya stared at the blonde girl dissatisfiedly. But Claudia didn't care much, and said with a smile. Oh, everyone is really indifferent. It's a rare opportunity, why don't you let me join? Do not want? No. This proposal was directly rejected by the two young girls, and their intimacy with Yayu made them extremely unhappy. What a pity. Then I'll just say it, and I'll leave after I say it. Claudia let go of Yayu with some regrets, and then handed a stack of documents to his hand. I told you yesterday that you can choose a pure Huang-style weapon. A fitness measurement will be carried out tomorrow. You can sign these documents directly after you see that there is no problem. Pure Huang-style arms. Yu looked at the file in his hand with blinking eyes, but he wasn't really interested in that kind of thing. At this moment, the long-lost mechanical sound also sounded again. Ding! God level choose to turn on. Option 1, sign directly and decisively, and obtain the qualification to use the Black Forge Demon Sword. Reward, Sword Art Online World, 2nd Swordsmanship. Option 2, fold the document into a paper airplane in front of Claudia. Reward, Black Contractor World, Dischargeability. Option 3, if you want to welcome or refuse, sign the document. Reward, date World War II, Godly Appearance 9 Fan, Breaking Army Singer. P.S. Let's continue to pay it tomorrow, remember it all. Asterisk. 14 Yu's amazing choice, everyone in shock, 1/4. Yu thought about the 3 options, and couldn't help being a little speechless. The first choice, the second sword art, comes from the world of Sword Art Online. The protagonist Kirito's grandfather pretends to rely on it, but for myself, this skill can only be used to pretend to be. There is no use for eggs at all. As for the second option, it should be the ability of Li Shunsheng in the Black Contract. This kind of ability is not very useful in his current world, not to mention that folding a document into a paper airplane in front of Claudia is really a bit too much. Is this the wife of the future? And if you make this kind of action, you might be regarded as a brain damaged by others. The last choice left Yu speechless the most. The Broken Army Singer, dating the angel of Xiao Meiju in the world is indeed very strong, but this thing, how do you use it as a big man? Should you make your debut and become a star? Sing a song when fighting to liven up the atmosphere? On the surface, these 3 choices are the best choice for the first one. To tell the truth, Yu had the least feeling for the Black Furnace Demon Sword. It looks fancy, but he is now a man with a system. There are so many awesome weapons in 10,000 realms, so you can choose the right one slowly in the future. Ning Quolan, Black Furnace Devil Sword, you should continue to sleep well. Ding, the host refuses other options and completes the hidden mission. Reward, the Sword Dance World of the Wizard, Sacred Sword of Killing the Devil Guardian God Tainumanu's Este. This dog system can still have this operation? Yu was stunned. Is there such a thing as a hidden choice? He was already mentally prepared for nothing, and unexpectedly came such a big surprise? To be honest, in the world of 10,000 realms, Sacred Sword of Devil Killing Guardian God Tainumanu's Este is not too strong. But it smells. Guardian God Tainumanu's Esther, the legendary holy sword, but the main body is a very strange silver-haired loli with no shame. The girl turns into a weapon, the kind that can wake you up. Compared with her, other weapons are completely weak, okay? 100 black furnaces will not be changed. Claudia asked aloud. Yu-jun. Is there something wrong? Claudia, I won't sign this document. Hey! Claudia was stunned when she heard Yu's words. Not only her, but several other girls also looked at Yu in confusion. Looking at Claudia, Yu said with a smile. To be honest, I don't have much interest in the weapons in the school. I will choose suitable weapons myself. You can give these weapons to those who need them. The others present widened their eyes in astonishment. Countless people dreamed of being able to get the opportunity to use pure brilliant weapons, so was he rejected. This is something that even Chashigong She, who is familiar with Yu's character, can't understand at all. I think it's better for you to think about it again. Yes, once you pass the test, you will be able to obtain the pure brilliant weapons. Don't you know how strong the pure brilliant weapons are? Ah, Yu-jun, I also think it would be better for you to think about it again. The 3 of them expressed their opinions, but they all agreed to discourage Yu from making such a decision lightly. Yu sighed slightly and shook his head slowly. No, according to my strength, even if I use ordinary standard weapons, I can win the championship of. Claudia, did you say that before? Each of the pure brilliant weapons has a certain ego. Consciousness. Yes. Whether the pure Huang-style arm is good or not is a problem with me, but it's another matter if it doesn't go smoothly. Everyone was silent. Yeah, you really made sense. What you thought was that with Esther, would he need other weapons? Claudia looked at Yu and said silently. Yu-jun, come over with me, I have something to tell you. When the two walked to the corner, Yu asked. What's the matter? Have you heard of the Black Forge Demon Sword? Black Furnace Demon Sword? I haven't heard of it, what's the matter? This weapon is now in our school. Well, what then? This is the weapon your sister used. Well, what then? Claudia was stunned. She originally thought that after she said this, Yu would be surprised and anxious. But what is the situation with him being so peaceful? That's the Black Furnace Demon Sword, the weapon your sister used to use. I don't like it, it's that simple. Yu's answer left the blonde girl completely speechless. After a long silence, Claudia looked at Yu helplessly. In that case, I should go back after I have explained the matter. It is correct to say that, Yu-jun, I hope you can come and have a look tomorrow. I'll be there. Yu raised his eyebrows and didn't refuse too thoroughly. Even if you don't want the Black Furnace Demon Sword, it's not too much to look at, right? That's right, go back soon. This kind of trivial matter should make the student president come here in person. It seems that you are also very free. Ah, because the students in our school are all good kids. Claudia responded lightly to Juris' sarcasm. After receiving the document from Yu, Claudia bowed to everyone and turned away. Looking at her back, Euless said wryly. What a hateful female fox. It's just that she has a better figure, she's so overwhelmed, that kind of thing is just fat. Agree. Say nodded in agreement, as if the previous dispute did not exist at all, and the two were already on the same front. Yu glanced at him, and said with a light smile on the blue circular coat of arms that appeared on the back of his hand. Return to the previous topic, or you two should show me around. After all, you are my wings. What are you talking about? Who are your wings? You, Huaxin is not good. Juris and Sei reacted violently, and their faces were full of dissatisfaction. Yu waved his hand indifferently. Don't care about such small things. Chapter 10. Juris and Sei looked at each other, and finally smiled helplessly. If you continue to argue, it will only make the female fox cheaper, right? Yes. Yu was relieved now. They can be said to be easier to talk. If you are a three-dimensional girl, you will never stop without tearing up the world. Let's go. Yu turned and walked towards the door, and at the same time glanced at the blue coat of arms in his hand. Guardian God Tainumanu's est. P.S. I didn't expect it. Is Esther bad? Esther is number 1 in the world. PS2, seek everything everyday.jpg*. 15 The cute yarn knight, the attacker who comes again, 2/4. In this way, the three of them visited the campus. This is the club building. Our school is basically not very active except for some clubs. If there are clubs you want to join, you can come here. That's how it is. As for the restaurants, I shouldn't need to introduce them. There are 7 restaurants in our academy. The restaurant on the basement floor is relatively deserted and very suitable for dining. This is the first time I have heard of such a thing. Euless glanced at Lolita Lan, then gritted her teeth and said with dissatisfaction. Sashigong classmate, I'm not showing you around. You have been here for so long, how come you still look like you knew it for the first time? While resting on the atrium bench, Jules went crazy. The way Shashigong Sei showed her made her a little confused about who was the one to be introduced. Because I am a road idiot. Then you dare to volunteer and lead the way to visit. Hey! No one praises you. Euless felt very tired. Yayu's performance along the way was as indifferent as before, but Shashigongshai's performance made her completely unable to complain. Yayu watched the interaction between the two girls quietly, and he would remember the way he knew the way or something by just looking at it once. Taking a look at the vending machine in front, Yayu suggested. I'll go buy some drinks. What to drink? Iced tea is ready. Apple juice. Okay. Looking at Yayu's leaving back, Juris couldn't help but smile wryly. She seemed to have some misunderstanding about Yayu before, that kind of inconspicuous appearance was his disguise. Sei glanced at Juris, then suddenly spoke. Riss Fetter, I'll ask you again. Why did you take you to visit the school? You are really annoying. Forget it, I will tell you. Because he is my partner, nothing more. Euless spoke without raising her head. Then why does he become your partner again? Because he saved me in the duel. I can't tell you specific things, it's private privacy. Regarding Sei's question, Yuri's thought for a while or answered honestly. Sei frowned when she heard this answer. That's too weird. What happened? What's so strange? Although someone intervened, this duel was not established. But I lost completely. Duel with you, he is not your opponent. Sei's cold words surprised Yuris a little. I thought she was joking, but Sei's eyes are now very serious. The reason? His strength is not that simple. Compared to him, I am a far cry from him. I think even the number 1 Rapid Wind and Thunder should not be his opponent. Immediately, Yuris opened her mouth to explain. And Sei frowned tightly and said flatly. Riss Fetter, you are very strong. I know that, but at best it's about the same as me. It's easy to defeat you, he is not a star generation. The rattling atmosphere suddenly disappeared, and Jules's face was also full of consternation. Yayu is not her opponent, how is this possible? And in her impression, Shashigongshai's name is not on any list. No matter how forgetful it is impossible for oneself to have no impression of the strong in the same class. What's more, Sei's words are so arrogant that Yuris can't ignore it at all. Similar to me? Would you like to try it? Sei didn't answer the provocation of Yuri's on the other side, but stood up and silently opened the distance between the two. Euless did not hesitate and put her hand directly on the school badge. I, Jules Alexia von Risfeet, apply to Shashigongshai for a duel. When the voice fell, Yuris jumped away reflexively. Almost at the same time, several light arrows pierced the bench where the two were sitting. Yuris reacted instantly and looked in the direction of the attack. A black-clothed assailant did not know when to hide in the fountain, only the upper body protruded out of the water, and in his hand he was holding a crossbow-shaped bright weapon. Zhu, the guy from last time. Let's bloom sharp spear white flame flower. A scorching flame spear appeared in the air and flew towards the man in black instantly. Although the timing of the counterattack was perfect, it was directly blocked by the sudden black shadow. The new enemy. Euless curled her lips in dissatisfaction, and Sei on the side looked thoughtfully at the two attackers. Just when Yuris concentrated her strength. Boom! Following an earthquake-like stress, the two men in black were directly blown out, and fell on the grass without moving. Zhu, I dared to start as soon as I left for 2 minutes, so courageous. Yayu raised his brows, a chill flashed in his eyes. You! Yayu! Euless and Sei were overjoyed. When he came to the two men in black, Yayu glanced, a trace of clarity flashed across his face. Sure enough! Yayu! The two Euless came to Yayu's side, glanced at the fountain that was blown to pieces, and then asked him. It's nothing, it's just. Speaking of the back, Yayu's eyes couldn't move away from Sei and Yuli's at all. The area was soaked in the damaged fountain, and Yuri's and Sei were no exception. The weak summer school uniform clings to the body tightly, and the scene inside is looming. P.S. I've been editing the last chapter, and I'm not satisfied with how to write it. I'm sorry for wasting an afternoon. The next 2 more in Canada will not be pigeons. Asterisk. 16 New dormitory, arrangement by Claudia, 3/4. Euless noticed Yayu's meaningful eyes and hurriedly shouted. Hate. No, you are not allowed to watch. If you continue to watch, I will grill you into a roast chicken. It's looming, it feels so hot. Spicy. I've seen anything to hide. Yayu raised his brows and said casually. And his words also made Eurus directly explode. You shut up. It's so annoying. Shashagong, you also cover it up a little. Wait. Why don't you wear inner clothes? Eurus blushed her face and covered her hands in front of her, and she hurriedly reminded her when she saw the ineffective say. That's a shame, I don't need to wear that kind of thing yet. Say glanced at Eurus and said nonchalantly. As for being seen by Yayu, it was nothing to her. Eulith stared at Yayu and said dissatisfiedly. This happened to the fountain. It is estimated that someone will come over soon. Hurry up and help us find some clothes. Okay, I got it, I got it. After speaking, Yayu turned around and left. He would never allow the girl he liked to be seen by others. Watching Yayu who was going away, Eurus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even if Yayu had already seen it, this kind of thing was still too shameful to her. After explaining clearly to the incoming customs committee, Yayu also separated from the 2 girls. Speaking of which, should I find another dormitory? Walking halfway, he suddenly discovered a very serious problem. If Esther wakes him up one morning, and the benefits that he has given him are seen by the same roommate Yingjiro Yapyuki, then he will suffer a terrible loss. Thinking of this, Yayu firmed up the thoughts in his heart. Immediately, he turned around and walked towards the teaching building. After all, changing the dormitory requires the approval of the student union and the head teacher. There is no problem with Claudia, but the most difficult thing is Yatsuzaki Kanako. Chapter 11. Entering the teacher's independent office, Yatsuzaki Masako is still dealing with work. Oh? What a rare visitor! You still come to my office. Euless came here before, you are quite brave. You completely take my words to the ears. Yatsuzaki Kanako stared at Yayu with a sneer. Yayu smiled and said directly. My character must have been seen by Mr. Tanizaki-sensei. Let me preach or forgive me. Hey, forget it. Your stabbing is really troublesome. I didn't expect the student president to do that for you. Tanizaki Kanako curled his lips, but did not continue to be held accountable. Hearing this, Yayu naturally understood that Claudia must have said something to her. Otherwise, according to her hot temper, it is very possible to fight with herself. Well, let's talk about your intentions. Tanizaki Marineko took a sip from the teacup on the table, and at the same time kept thinking about Yayu's intentions in his heart. Yayu naturally didn't have the idea of continuing to chat. I don't want to live in the dormitory now, can you change it to me? Oh? I remember your roommate was playing that paparazzi at night, right? While talking, Yatsuzaki Marineko opened a spatial window in front of him. After several seconds, she nodded somewhat clearly. I probably understand. Are you scared by his paparazzi character? But that guy is at least a bit human. You don't have to worry about your privacy being exposed. You understand a hammer? Yayu twitched the corner of his mouth, then shook his head. No, it's not the reason for the night. The main reason is that I am not used to living with people. Hey, you are really troublesome. Forget it, who made you so popular with the student council president? Yatsuzaki Kanako said with a sigh, and then he called out a window to take a look. It's not impossible to change dormitories. I remember there was an empty double room before. You can just go there. Go back and hand over with the dormitory manager and I will inform her. Okay, you can go now. After speaking, she directly waved her hand to indicate that you could get out. Back to the original dormitory, after clarifying with the dormitory administrator. The young girl Xiaoguan didn't feel embarrassed by Yu, and sent him a map directly. Looking at the map, Yu raised his brow and asked directly. This place? I remember that it's not the starting page 12 that is eligible to stay here. It was originally true, but the president of the student council, Claudia, called and said that he agreed to your transfer application and transferred you to the dormitory over there. Is it? Yu tilted his head, he really didn't think about the significance of Claudia's doing this. Without further thinking, Yu returned to the room to pack his luggage, and walked towards the new dormitory according to the map. When he found the new dormitory, it was completely dark. Compared with other ordinary dormitories, this building is much more luxurious on the outside, and the interior is probably not much different. Zhu, wicked rich man. Sure enough, no matter where you are, there are class distinctions. Yu whispered in a low voice, and then walked directly in. There is almost no difference from what he had imagined before. The red carpet extends from the door to the stairs, and expensive murals and decorations can be seen everywhere. This is not so much a student dormitory, as it is a mansion of a certain nobleman. Following the instructions, he easily found the room arranged by Claudia. However, at the moment when he opened the door, Yu's face turned black. There are people in this dormitory. P.S. Today's updates and additions, I won't sleep until I finish writing. Push Zhen, asterisk. 17 cohabitant, Eurus who fell into the ditch, 4/4. Yu frowned and kept observing the situation in the room. The room is brightly lit, and the table is full of small accessories that girls like. Not only that, he also saw a brown bear doll on the sofa. What the is Claudia doing? Tanizuzaki-sensei is also cheating me. Yu carried the suitcase and closed the door and walked in, with doubts on his face. Logically speaking, Yatsuzaki Masako shouldn't cheat him on this kind of thing. But now this dormitory does indeed live in people, which makes Yu a little confused about what is going on now. At this moment, there seemed to be some movement in the direction of the bathroom. Immediately, Yu walked over and opened the bathroom door. Click! But what caught Yu's eyes was the familiar long peach hair. Eurus! Ah! Go to hell! In the next second, a sky full of flames swept across the room. Euless put on a bath towel and sat on the sofa looking at Yu coldly. She asked with a sneer. This time I'm going to see what you explain. Today, she really has to show this guy who likes to roam girls' rooms with a little bit of color. Yu shook his head helplessly. Now that this is the case, how could he still not understand Claudia? I have to say, this assist is awesome. Don't be so excited. Although I know you are very happy now, it's better to listen to me first. Who is happy? Stop talking nonsense, can't you? Eurus said in a frantic voice. Knowing that she would continue to tease, she probably broke out again, so Yu slowly spoke. In fact, after parting with you, I went to Mr. Tanizuzaki. Hey? Why did you look for her? Oh, yes. She told you to go to the office before, and you just ran away. Eurus realized it suddenly, and then frowned again. Then what does it have to do with you coming to me? Don't use the bad excuses last time. Even if I can't beat you, I must give you the color. Speaking of the back, Jura's eyes became extremely cold. It was really a blow to her that she was seen by others just like that. So I said you listen to me first. Yu's face was full of helplessness, and he spoke again after a few seconds of deliberation. Actually I went to change her dormitory. I am not used to living in a dormitory with others, and then Claudia arranged it here. No. With that said, Yu also pointed to the suitcase placed at his feet. Euless was silent for a long time, and finally sighed deeply. I probably understand the situation, but even in this case, you shouldn't just break into the bathroom. Tanizuzaki-sensei told me that it was an unoccupied dormitory. Anyway, why are you here? However, what the girl said next made Yayu extremely helpless. It's not your fault. The previous dormitory was scrapped, and it will take at least a week for the repair to be completed. This is the exclusive dormitory for the start page 12. Generally, no one will live here. In that case, you should have an exclusive room, right? Less long-winded. That room is repaired to be similar to the one I lived in the palace, so, even I want to experience a little bit of ordinary life. Euless said dissatisfiedly, and then suddenly realized a problem. Now that Yayu was arranged to come here, what would she do? No one cleans that exclusive room, and it is basically impossible to live in now. Then she really wants to live with Yayu? Yayu glanced at the tangled Euless and chuckled. What are you panicking? It's not living in the same room, there is no need to be so entangled. Compared with the ordinary dormitory over there, this room is a very standard 2-bedroom and 1 living room. At this moment, the expression on Euless's face instantly stiffened. She didn't even think about the problem Yayu was talking about. That's what I said and said. Speaking of which, we are partners who participated in Xingyu Festival together. Isn't it a good idea to live together and cultivate tacit understanding? Yayu turned around and turned away from the previous topic. Eurus didn't think about it, but began to think about Yayu's words seriously. Seeing this, Yayu naturally wouldn't let go of this great opportunity, and quickly increased the fire. Even if I am alone, I can directly punch through Phoenix Star martial arts, but you definitely don't have the idea of being a vase, do you? Yes. Eurus took a deep breath and nodded heavily. She has her own pride, letting her win without doing anything is an insult to her. In that case, I won't say much. But if you have any bad ideas, don't blame my men for being merciless. After speaking, Eurus stood up and walked into her room. Today is terrible. Is this guy her nemesis? Click. It was the sound of the door being locked. Yayu shook his head helplessly. Immediately, he also stood up and carried the suitcase and walked into another room. The inside was cleaned very neatly, completely not as dusty as he had imagined. It looks like Eurus cleaned up when she checked in. I didn't expect her to do this kind of thing. While whispering, Yayu walked to the window and looked at the night view of the star-guiding pavilion. Suddenly he remembered something and asked directly. System, when will Esther appear? Because of the world system, it needs to adapt for a period of time, and the waking time is determined by itself. Chapter 12. In other words, maybe she will wake up tomorrow, and it will take a few more years. Yes. Yayu nodded clearly, her own magic power was being absorbed by Esther, and she believed that it would not be long before she woke up. I want to see you soon. Esther. However, what Yayu didn't notice was that the blue coat of arms on his left hand suddenly flashed, *. 18 silver-haired 3 no lowly Esther, plus more. This is an extremely tragic war. The sound of shouting and fighting are intertwined, filling this land with a tragic atmosphere, which makes people's heart crunch. People from the two camps kept fighting each other, blood and tears spread all over the battlefield. Yayu stood on a cliff and watched the battlefield quietly below, but the people under the hill didn't seem to notice him at all, as if there were only opponents in their eyes. Dreamland. Yayu quickly understood that this is not reality. The only thing that can make this kind of influence on him is the system, which is still sleeping lowly. In the middle of the battlefield, a girl with long golden hair exuded a strong sense of majesty and sacredness. And in her hand, she was holding a gorgeous silver-white holy sword. Even though she was in the middle of the battlefield, her body was still as white as snow without a trace of blood, and she kept beheading the enemies rushing towards her. Yayu watched quietly, her eyes flickering constantly. In the end, the blonde girl killed the last enemy and came to a throne. On that high throne, a figure sits on it as if the devil is as stunned as the world. Then the figure waved his hand, and elves exuding a powerful aura appeared beside him. In the face of countless enemies, the girl did not have any timidity. Instead, she carried the dazzling holy sword and rushed up like an arrow from the string. Yayu suddenly opened his eyes, and the sunlight outside the window shone on his face, causing him to squint. What caught your eye was not the cruel battlefield, but the room arranged by Claudia yesterday. Everything before seems to be just an illusion. It's really the memory of that loli. Yayu sighed softly, the pungent smell of blood and the symphony of weapons still fresh in his memory. At this moment, Yayu's quilt moved. When I opened it, there was a silver-haired young girl wearing black knee-high socks. Looking at the beautiful face close at hand, the time around seems to have stopped. There was no color in her dark blue eyes, as calm as the surface of a lake. Qiao's face is also completely waveless, without any ups and downs. Guardian God Tai Numenus Este. Yayu was silent for a few seconds before asking directly. You should be my elf, right? As he said, he also raised his left hand to light up the blue coat of arms on the back of his hand. Yes. Where's the name? Esther. Human language can't say the real name, so it's called Esther. The silver-haired girl said expressionlessly, her sweet voice was as cold as ice without any anger. I'm not an ordinary person. You should be able to feel it, too. Yes. Yayu hooked the corner of his mouth, and Esther responded. You give me a very strange feeling. You are obviously only a human, but you have that kind of power. Even if a few great elf kings work together, they will not be your opponent. My name is Yayu. Esther thought for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. Guardian God Tai Numenus Esther, this is my real name. Isn't that right? Really? Yayu smiled and put his hand on the girl's head and gently rubbed it. The next battle is up to you. I see, Master. I am very happy to meet you. Esther responded calmly, and her face still had the expression of Gujing Wubo. He clearly said happy words, but there was no trace of joy on his face. She is more sanguine than say. Although I knew that this loli was like this for a long time, she still felt very powerless in the face of Yayu. Shashigong She's expression is still a little ups and downs, and Esther is really like a pool of stagnant water. You don't need to call my master, whatever else you call it. I see, you. The silver-haired girl wearing only black knee-high socks nodded clearly, and then kept muttering softly. You, my new master is you. Seeing this, Yayu shook his head helplessly. This loli is afraid it will be very difficult. How to explain to Euless and others afterwards is also a very troublesome thing. By the way, why are you only wearing knee socks? Yayu glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth twitched. Although this kind of welfare is good, it is too exciting. Do you mean you want me to take off my socks? You want me to show you my feet? Esther, who had always had no ups and downs in his expression, waved in his eyes at this moment. What a master of in that case. As she said, she slowly stretched out her hand to knee-high socks, and she could see that her little white hands were trembling slightly. No need. Yayu took a deep breath, and she was really a headache. This kind of strange shame is completely speechless. Bang! 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 Along with the knock on the door, Eurus's voice came from outside the door. Yayu, are you awake? I'll come in when I wake up. A few seconds after the voice fell, the door of the room was opened directly, and the two people in the room were also directly greeted by Euless. P.S. Esther is #1 in the world. There are no pigeons in Canada today. Seek everything every day. Asterisk. 19 Jules' astonishment, the rhythm of the Shura field? 1/4. Euless looked at the two people in the room in astonishment for a long time without regaining consciousness. At this moment, the silver-haired loli was sitting on Yayu's belly, and Yayu was still stroking the little head of that loli very affectionately. Immediately, Juris' eyes instantly cooled down. No, I didn't expect, you are actually this kind of person? I really misunderstood you. Yo, good morning. Yayu didn't care about Yulitha's attitude, but greeted her as always. Come and get to know each other? After all, they are all companions fighting together. Getting acquainted. Yulis sneered. Is this treating her as a fool? I just did that kind of excessive thing to her yesterday, and today I abducted a loli back? And also started on her? Seeing her scumbag-like expression, Yayu was able to guess her current thoughts, and couldn't help but shook his head and looked at Esther. Stroking the girl's silky silver hair, Yayu said softly. Let's take a break, Esther. Esther glanced at Yulis, then nodded after a few seconds of silence. Oh, I understand now. As a white light flashed, her figure suddenly disappeared, and a delicate short sword appeared on the bed. Yulis looked at everything in front of her in astonishment, completely speechless. A living person suddenly turned into a small dagger, and it would be no different from her reaction when changed to other people. What's happening here? What the is this? Weapon. That kid is my reason for rejecting Claudia. Yayuman said casually, and at the same time began to put on a uniform. Who are you? Yuris spoke with a complex expression, and then exclaimed, and a blush also appeared on her face. What are you doing? Hey? Change clothes. Yayu's reaction was dull, and then he remembered something with a sullen smile on his face. I accidentally broke the scene when you changed your clothes before, but now you see that we are even if you look back. Who wants to see you? You are really terrible. Yuris retorted with a blushing face, and then ran out angrily. Yayu looked at the door that closed hard, and shook his head helplessly. Really, it's nothing. The two-dimensional girl is really innocent. When she came to the living room, Jules was still sitting on the sofa with a swelling look. There was no intention to pay attention to Yayu, but there was still consternation in her eyes, as if she hadn't recovered from Esther's affairs. Yayu didn't care about it, and directly sat down opposite Yulis and asked aloud. Chapter 13. Next I plan to go to Claudia, do you want to come together? What do you want her for? Upon hearing this, Yuris also recovered her calm and frowned slightly. Things about the silver-haired loli will always be clear afterwards, and in comparison, Claudia is the object of her focus. The black-bellied student council president is really too difficult. Didn't Claudia said that yesterday? Go watch the test. I think you should be a little interested in pure brilliant weapons, right? Yayu explained with a light smile, and his words made Yuris think seriously. As he said, in fact, Yuris was really curious about pure brilliant weapons. However, she has been unable to touch a weapon worthy of her enthusiasm, and this matter has been put on hold. Isn't it a good opportunity to go and see? What's more, let Yayu go to see Claudia alone, the ghost knows what will happen between the two. Determined in her heart, Yuris rolled her head and hugged her hands in front of her, staring at Yayu from the corner of the eye, and said with one eye half closed. Ah, well, it makes sense. Since you are the partner who participated in Phoenix Star martial arts with me, naturally you can't let it go. Okay. I'll accompany you on this trip. Don't think too much. This is just a responsibility. Yayu couldn't help being a little speechless. What a tsundere speech, like a textbook. Yayu and Yulis are walking on the promenade on campus. The air in the morning is very fresh, giving people a refreshing feeling. And some students who noticed them also began to whisper. Look, isn't that a new transfer student? Yet. I got tired of being together early in the morning, and sure enough, he and the princess have a leg. Male enemy. A traitor appeared among us. Reconsideration. Those students were chatting and talking, which made Yuris's face more and more ugly. What are these people doing? Who knows? Yayu and Euless have a very headache. These people are not very good in strength and performance, but they are terribly strong in gossip. At this moment, a figure suddenly jumped from the branch next to it. And the goal is Yayu. Hey! You, found out! With this half-sleeping voice, a petite figure hung directly on Yayu's back. Say! Yayu naturally found her a long time ago, otherwise she would have done it the moment she rushed towards her. The blue-haired girl leaned her head on Yayu's shoulder and asked with some affection. Why are you mingling with Lisfit again? This. Before Yayu could speak, Euless retorted unhappily. He is my partner, isn't it a matter of course to be with me? Really? Then he is not your partner now. Go go. Say said flatly, and at the same time waved her little hand very cutely. Do you guys want to fight? Just so, let us finish yesterday's battle. Euless said dissatisfiedly, and put her hand on her school badge at the same time. Seeing this, Say jumped directly off Yayu's back and responded calmly. Of course, no problem. I know that you are very strong in Riesfeder, but I am not that easy to solve. The moment the words fell, a pistol full of technology also appeared in Say's hands. The eyes of the two collided together, sparking a strong spark. P.S. I have been editing and dragging until now. Sorry, I will definitely not grumble. Asterisk. 20 Discussion with Claudia, Yayu's view, 2/4. Eurus narrowed those blue eyes and took out the weapon. The students around also looked curiously. Jules Erexia von Riesfeder, now to Shasha Palace. Eurus, it's almost enough, right? Saya and you are the same. As I said, you are all my wings. At this moment, Yayu spoke out to discourage him. The current development gives him some headaches. Is this an alternative Shura field sandwiched between his girlfriend and his childhood sweetheart? If he can still laugh and watch the interaction between the two in the dormitory, let's forget it outside. Fortunately, Esther did not join in, otherwise things would only become more troublesome. I see. Also, Hwaxin is wrong. Shay glanced at Yayu, nodded and put down the pistol. Who are your wings? Don't talk nonsense, okay? Can you be more serious as a fellow? Seeing this, Euless on the other side also retracted the weapon with a full face. She was indeed a little impulsive just now. First, I was stimulated by the silver-haired loli, and then Chasha Gongshe, everyone would explode. All in all, it's all this guy's fault. Thinking of this, Eurus stared at Yayu fiercely, making the latter completely confused. Speaking of which, say. The blue-haired girl raised her head, her light red eyes filled with big doubts. I'm going to visit Claudia, after all, you know what she invited me yesterday. Do you want to come together? The fat monster. Say looked at Yayu and tilted her head blankly, and then compared it in front of her. Then she seemed to think of something and glanced at Eurus. Where's Riesfeder? She's going with him too. Yes. Then I'll go together too. She also expected Yayu's answer. Leave him alone with Eurus, and also go to meet that big monster together, she won't just sit back and watch this kind of thing. Instead of this, she is the king to go with her. The three came to the student union office together, and Claudia looked at them with a smile and said. Oh, I didn't expect everyone to come here. Yesterday it seemed to be a bit loud. The incident that Eurus was attacked again was notified to the Commission for Discipline Inspection yesterday, and Claudia was naturally aware of the incident. Looking at Claudia, who was smiling, Eurus asked directly. What the do you mean? Hey? Euless, what are you talking about? Still acting stupid? Eurus said bitterly, but Claudia looked blank. Come up and ask this endless question, how can she answer it? Seemingly aware of her own fault, Jules spoke dissatisfiedly. Why did you arrange Yayu to my dormitory? You don't know that I am in that dormitory. Ah, it turns out to be this. The blonde girl gave a chuckle. Isn't Ye-Yu-jun your partner? Let you live together to deepen the understanding, shouldn't you be thankful for this kind of thing? Why are you asking me now instead? How can you do this? You know he's past. He's over. When Eurus spoke, she suddenly said nothing, which on the contrary aroused the intense interest of the blonde girl. Even Sei, who was always there, couldn't help looking at her suspiciously. In short, you must give me an explanation. Did something happen? Ye-Yu-jun did something bad. Claudia frowned, and Sei also looked at Ye-Yu with a bad look. Okay, this matter is over. Claudia is also kind, you can forgive her. Ye-Yu raised his eyebrows and came out to round the field. After all, Claudia gave herself a super assist, and it should be a good time to come out to help her at this time. What's more, this kind of welfare is really not suitable to be said. Humph. Eurus turned her head directly, not wanting to bother with these two people at all. This kind of singing and one harmony is really unpleasant. Ye-Yu turned around and threw a question to the blonde girl again. Have you found anything? The previous wreckage, plus the 2 dolls yesterday, should be able to study a lot of things. Yes, I did find a lot of things. Claudia glanced at Eurus and said with a wry smile. The craftsmanship of those dolls can basically be determined to be the technology of the Alkan Institute. When it comes to other schools, this matter is very troublesome. Eula's eyes drenched, and she asked without further awkwardness. You mean, the person who attacked me was the Alkan Institute? Yes. Claudia smiled and nodded, but her words made Sei frown slightly. Then what is the reason for attacking Riesfeder? Is it because of her status as a princess? No. Instead, Ye-Yu answered this question. After glanced at several young girls, Ye-Yu didn't mean to appetite them and explained directly. Chapter 14. Actually, Eurus was attacked because of her participation in Phoenix Star martial arts. It is indeed a very correct strategy to get rid of potential opponents in advance. Yes, the previous students who were interested in participating in Phoenix Xingguoji were also attacked, and they are still in hospital. This time Xingguoji basically has no chance with them. Claudia nodded in agreement, and said the incident that had not been announced before. Hearing this, both Eurus and Sei frowned. The matter is already very clear, but what makes them wonder is how did the people at the Alicante Institute bypass the defense mechanism of the Star Guidance Hall and attack the students casually? For this, Ye-Yu gave a clear explanation. The obvious thing is that there are ghosts from the Alcamp Academy in the Star Guidance Hall. Yet. I think so too, but I haven't grasped the specific characters yet. Claudius glanced at Ye-Yu, with a smile on her face. Ye-Yu didn't continue speaking here. After all, the guy who can slap to death with a slap can solve it at any time. That guy is just a perpetrator, not even a little boss. It's too boring to solve it all at once. What's more, Claudia is not a vegetarian. Perhaps Claudia resolved the incident before he did it. Without continuing to struggle, Claudia looked at Jules and sighed helplessly. If you are not so headstrong, Eurus. Hey! That kind of despicable villain, do I need to be afraid? If I dare to really show up, I will definitely teach that person a lesson that will never be remembered. Julie said indifferently. How could the protectors assigned to her protect her even if she couldn't beat them? If the other party can't even solve her, no matter how many people are arranged, it will only be for nothing. What's more, she also believes that she will never lose to that kind of despicable villain. At this time, someone knocked the door of the office, breaking the atmosphere in the office. 21 The Black Furnace Sword. The failed NVC, 3/4. Oh. I'm sorry. I forgot that there are other guests besides you. Let's find the opportunity to talk about the rest later. Claudia smiled and nodded to the three of them, and manipulated the computer on the desk to open the door. Yayu didn't expect the people who walked in. They were Leishida and his two attendants. Yayu and Ulyss. Leishida looked at the three Yayu in surprise, with an imperceptible tremor in their voices. If it was before, he would have rushed to a duel with Ulyss. However, Yayu's warning could not be ignored at all. Yayu's incident of splitting a 10-meter-long hole in the ground with a single blow before, has been lingering on his heart until now. He couldn't sleep at all when he thought of that these 2 nights. The 2 attendants standing next to Leishida all looked at Yayu in astonishment, their faces full of surprise and fear. Let's leave now that everyone is here. Claudia sensed the weird atmosphere and broke the current deadlock with a loud voice. She helped to deal with what Yayu did before, and naturally he knew the feast between these people. Oh, that's right. This time I asked Star classmates to test the fitness rate, so your 2 attendants can't enter. I know. Leishida took a deep look at Yayu again and nodded in response. His previous indomitable attitude has now disappeared without a trace. Okay, everyone come with me. Claudia took the lead and walked out. The 3 of Yayu naturally followed. They didn't have the idea of chatting with NVC. NVC, what should we do? That monster is here too, I'm afraid. The chubby attendant spoke in horror, while Leishida sighed deeply. So what? If I can get the pure brilliant weapon, I will find it back. As long as I have the pure brilliant weapon, whether it's the nasty stinky kid or the stinky woman, I will give them something. Look at the color. Let them know the fate of despising my NVC. After finishing speaking, he took a direct step. Following Claudia, the group took the elevator all the way down, and finally arrived in a room similar to a training ground. Although it is located deep underground, the ceiling here is ridiculously high, giving people a very broad feeling. One wall is neatly lined up with hexagonal designs, and the other wall is inlaid with glass. It can be clearly seen that many people in white coats are busy working. There is such a place. Yes, this should be the academy for storing pure Huang-style weapons. Sei and Yuri sighed in low voices. Although they know that there is such a place, in fact this is the first time they have walked here. Student Leishida, you are almost ready to start. Claudia said, motioning Yayu and the 3 to walk to the edge of the room with her. After glancing at Yayu and Ulyss, NVC was skillfully operating the computer, and several huge spatial windows also appeared in front of him. Looking at Leishida, who looked serious and seemed to be picking something, Sei asked suspiciously. That is. The blonde girl glanced at the 3 of them and explained with a smile. A list of the pure brilliant weapons held by the academy. By the way, there are currently 22 pure brilliant weapons here, the highest number of all academies. That's how it is. That's really incredible. Oh. Ulyss and Sei sighed, but Yayu's reaction seemed very flat. Is the pure Huang style very strong? Compared with Esther, it's far behind. At this moment, Leishida seemed to have selected weapons, and one of the hexagonal walls emitted a dazzling light, and moved in front of him as if rearranged. Ugh! Claudia opened her eyes wide, and exclaimed in disbelief. Student Leishida actually chose the Black Furnace Demon Sword. That's a pure brilliant weapon that says, it will melt when it touches it, and it will turn the earth into a sea of fire when inserted on the ground. As if seeing Sei's doubts, Ulyss explained in a low voice, and at the same time her eyes were full of dignity when she saw Leishida. That weapon is not so easy to succumb. According to NVC's character, there may be unforeseen things that happen afterwards, and it's not necessarily. NVC directly took the engine out of the cabinet, walked to the middle of the room and gestured towards the glass. Yayu looked at the weapon that belonged to Tian Yulingdu in the original book with great interest. The appearance looks no different from the ordinary Huang-style armed launching body, and it is really the color of the inner core universal mine. Bring it on! Leishida activated the starting body, and the hilt became quite large, and then opened the dark purple sword-like body of the lightsaber. Yayu tilted his head, that sword was very willful. Does NVC want to master this weapon? It's simply a fantasy. Then there is a good show. The measurement is ready, please start. After hearing the instructions, NVC squeezed the black furnace demon sword and shouted. Oh! There was a large swath of starlight all over Leishida's body, and it seemed to use all his strength. The fit rate is now 33%. The sound from the loudspeaker made NVC's forehead stretched. Don't underestimate me. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and the muscles of his hand holding the black furnace demon sword swelled instantly. He wants to conquer the legendary weapon here with brute force. However, the black furnace demon sword didn't seem to take him seriously. The sword radiated a dazzling light, and directly bounced Leishida's huge body. The black furnace demon sword still stayed in mid-air, shaking twice as if looking down on NVC. It's almost like a fly's driving away prisoners, very humane. Sure enough, I was rejected. Claudia whispered. She had already imagined this situation. Pure Huang-style weapons have self-awareness. If you want to use it, there is only one way to get its approval. I see. Very troublesome. Eurus and Saya nodded clearly. Although they knew this information for a long time, actually watching them in person gave them another feeling. The final fitness rate is 28%. The test result is unqualified. There was a desperate result from the loudspeaker. Now that the result is doomed, no matter how much he protests, there is no way to change the established fact. At this moment, the black furnace magic sword floating in the air released intense heat. Although Yayu and the others were far away, they could still clearly feel a kind of burning heat. Of course, that was just the feeling of the girls, and this level was nothing to Yayu at all. At this time, his gaze was staring straight at the black furnace demon sword, and he hooked the corner of his mouth slightly. Yes, the subject does not know why it has lost control. Please evacuate immediately. The subject's heat is still rapidly increasing. If this continues, we will die. A voice full of fear came from the loudspeaker. But Yayu didn't care about it at all, he only had one feeling now. That black furnace demon sword seems to be watching him. Asterisk. 22 Esther's shot, shocked everyone, 4/4. Yayu's abnormality, Eurus, and the others, didn't notice it. The black furnace demon sword itself is a devil sword that confines the heat in the body of the sword. Because no one controls it, the heat leaks out. This kind of thing happens often. No, I have checked many records, but this is the first time I have met in this situation. Do you want to run away? Claudia responded to the inquiry of the two Euless. The temperature in the entire room was like a hot summer, extremely stuffy. Yayu stared at the blade of the black furnace demon sword facing him, grinning. Is it because of the distant fog? Or, did you perceive her existence? Black furnace demon sword and Yayu looked at each other for a long time, and then suddenly launched an attack. However, at this very moment, a gorgeous silver-white short sword flew out of Yayu's pocket, directly blocking the attack of the black furnace demon sword. Chapter 15. A white light flashed, and the expressionless Esther also appeared in everyone's eyes. Although the girl didn't make a sound, Yayu could feel that her mood was extremely different, and there seemed to be a trace of coldness in those dark blue eyes. Esther? Yayu asked tentatively, but the girl turned around and shook her head directly. You, leave this to me. After speaking, she turned her head and looked at the black furnace demon sword floating in mid-air. I won't let you hurt my master. The black furnace demon sword seemed to understand the silver-haired girl's words, shaking the blade slightly. The two started an incomprehensible exchange. After a while, Esther seemed to understand something and shook his head decisively. I am the master's sword, everything I belong to him. He only has to have me. You should die of this heart. Esther said indifferently, and then slowly extended his right hand. At the same time, the black furnace demon sword also has new moves. The hot breath continued to burst from the blade, and the temperature in the room suddenly rose several levels. The next moment, the black furnace demon sword rushed towards Esther with a fierce momentum. Crack! However, the black furnace demon sword suddenly stopped its offensive when it was only a few tens of centimeters away from Esther. As if Esther stretched out an invisible barrier on his right hand, it completely blocked the attack of the black furnace demon sword. What is she? Unbelievable! Is this Yayujun's trump card? A girl who can become a sword. The three Yulis sighed in astonishment. This silver-haired loli is too incredible, right? Esther said calmly while still keeping Gu Jingwubo. He is my master, and I cannot leave him. As a weapon, you should be able to understand what I mean. So, give up. After speaking, a strong wave of magical power burst out from Esther's body. As the top sword wizard, even the king, she can suppress all sword weapons. Black Furnace Demon Sword is indeed very strong, but compared with her, it is not even a bit worse. In the next second, the Black Furnace Demon Sword flew out directly, and the blade flickered a few times and finally disappeared without a trace, leaving the launching device in place. Okay, so strong. This kid is actually able to completely suppress the Black Furnace Demon Sword in a state of rampage. It's really very strong. Claudia and Jules said in surprise, this kind of scene is too incredible. Even the researchers in white coats behind the glass were all dumbfounded now. They knew very well how strong the Black Furnace Demon Sword was, but in any case they didn't expect that the famous pure Xinghuang weapon would be defeated by a young girl. She is. Sei frowned and looked at Yayu directly and asked that this silver-haired girl gave her a very bad feeling. Yayu looked at Esther's figure and smiled faintly. Her name is Esther, and it's my sword. Sword? Your weapon? You're saying this again? The expressions of the three girls are different, the helpless Eurus, the surprised Claudia, and the hostile Sei. He is my master, he only needs to care about me. Esther said flatly toward the Black Furnace Demon Sword again, and turned around and walked towards Yayu, without looking at that pure brilliant weapon at all. After returning to Yayu, Esther looked straight at Yayu as if expecting something. Yayu was startled first, and then immediately understood what she meant, smiling and putting his hand on the girl's head. Good job. Esther narrowed his eyes slightly, and there was a glimmer of joy in his eyes. In her opinion, there is nothing more happier than receiving praise from the owner. This is a powerful enemy. Sei watched the interaction between the two, her face full of dignity. The atmosphere between the two gave her a feeling that her status was being strongly threatened. Eurus sighed helplessly, but the expression on Claudia's face became more solemn. What happened today was completely beyond her expectation, and the mysteries that loomed over Yayu were getting more and more. P.S. The whole person feels dizzy, the top heavy feels exactly the same as the previous few days, the whole person is suddenly not good, let me rest for a while and let me change it. Asterisk. 23 Claudia's invitation, night spying on girls' dormitory, 1/4. Claudia returned to the office again with Yayu and others. Yayu-jun, don't you plan to explain to us a little bit? Several people were sitting on the sofa for meeting guests, and Claudia asked directly. Yuri's and Sei on the side also stared at Yayu, waiting for his answer. What's the point? She is my sword, nothing more. Yayu said casually while holding the teacup. After solving the trouble, Esther returned to the short sword form. She didn't seem to have any ideas to communicate with these girls. The three of Eurus glanced at each other, and finally chose to give up. Although they were full of curiosity about the silver-haired loli, Yayu refused to say that they could never force him. Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about you. Eurus glanced at Yayu dissatisfiedly, she believed Yayu a little bit about Esther's identity. The scene where Esther communicated with the Black Furnace Demon Sword before, everyone saw it. When she thought of this, Julie couldn't help asking. I heard what the kid said before, Black Furnace Demon Sword seemed to be very interested in Yayu. What's the matter? That's right, what do you think of you? Yayu thought for a few seconds and smiled indifferently. Claudia said that the pure brilliant weapon was my sister Tian Weiao's weapon before. Maybe because of her, the Black Furnace Demon Sword was interested in me. Sister Yao? If that's the case, it wouldn't be surprising. Sei nodded in agreement. It's not that Tian Weiao doesn't know her, so it makes sense. Well, there is no need to continue discussing this kind of thing. Speaking of which, do you want to skip class and play together? Yayu chose to switch the topic directly. Anyway, he had no interest in Black Furnace Demon Sword. Euless was immediately sluggish, and immediately dissatisfied. Stop class again? Go on your own. Anyway, I will never go. Before, Yatsuzaki Yoshiko said she couldn't hide herself. If this kind of thing spreads back to China, how can she see people? Compared with Eurus, Sei and Claudia are quite interested. Ah, do you skip class? I've never skipped class yet. This is quite an interesting suggestion. Well, then skip class. You shouldn't overstate that kind of thing so lightly. We are students, and class is our job. Eurus feels that ever since she got involved with Yayu, there hasn't been a peaceful day. This guy seems to be thinking about doing things every day. I have completed all the courses by myself. So even if a few lessons are missing, there is no problem. I don't understand anyway, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. Juris, don't care about such small things. Is this a trivial matter? I beg you, please be a little restful. Eurus sighed deeply. If this guy is not her partner, she wouldn't bother to care about this guy. The two guys over there actually followed him to mess around. Seeing this, Yayu had no choice but to dispel the idea. If he didn't hang out together, there would be no point in skipping class. Okay, listen to you. Go back to class. And many more. At this moment, Claudia suddenly stopped her, causing the three of them to look back at her suspiciously. The blonde girl looked at Yayu with a serious expression. Yayu-jun, your ability is really good. I want to ask you for something, can I borrow some time from you tonight? Is there anything I can't say now? Why call him alone? Before Yayu said a word, Eurus asked dissatisfiedly. Call him out at night, who knows what will happen? Yeah, that's right. What Risfetter said is not wrong at all. Sei nodded in agreement, and looked at the blonde girl suspiciously. But Claudia didn't mind the two people's suspicions. Because it's a secret matter. As the saying goes, the walls have ears, and it's full of tricks, but it's not a safe place. I'll arrange you with the detailed time and location. Really? I know, so let's do that first. Yayu thought for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. Seeing Yayu nodded, the two people on the side naturally didn't say much. Looking at the back of the three people leaving, a soft color appeared in Claudia's eyes. On the way to the classroom, Euless finally couldn't help her curiosity and asked Yayu. You said, what does that guy want to do with you? How could I know? Claudia is indeed good in character, but she likes to tease people very much. Be careful yourself. Euless said nonchalantly that she was one of the victims who was often teased by Claudia. Because of this, she didn't wait to see the blonde girl much. Risfeet is really right. You have to be careful, you. Sei couldn't help but exhort. Before, she thought that there was only Euless as a competitor, but she didn't expect to jump out so much now. Chapter 16. Of course, what she values most is the silver-haired lowly. I see, thanks for the reminder. But speaking of it, Jules, are you caring about me? Yeah, you didn't care and smiled and joked. I remember now, you guys are no worse teasers than that guy. Who cares about you? Don't be affectionate. Eurus reacted suddenly, and said with some annoyance. Compared to Claudia, this guy's tricks are even more troublesome. There were no twists and turns in the following day, and Esther did not appear again. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Claudia sent a call. Eurus glanced at Yayu and rolled her head directly. Yayu smiled helplessly and opened the space window. Unexpectedly, there is only sound and no screen display. Sorry, I contacted you so late, I just finished a meeting. So sorry, can I trouble you to come here? Your side? Student Union office. No, it's a female dormitory. The room is on the top floor in the southeast. I will wait for you with the window open. You are so straightforward. I was chased by Eurus for breaking into the girls' dormitory by mistake. Yayu chuckled slightly, and at the same time glanced at Eurus teasingly. And Eurus stared at him righteously, and did not choose to attack immediately. It's okay, I'm different from Eurus, I won't chase you down. Come on. After speaking, Claudia cut off the call directly. Yayu closed the space window and gestured to Eurus. Then I will leave first. Humph. Who cares where you go? Eurus turned her head directly, as if she didn't bother to pay attention to Yayu at all. Seeing this, Yayu had to walk to the windowsill and jump off. He was still looking forward to Claudia's reasons for finding himself. P.S. It's much better today, I will add more in the afternoon. Asterisk. 24 The girl's request, from the hostility of Esther, 2/4. At first glance, the female dormitory of the Star Guidance Hall does not seem to have a tight security force. However, under the explanation of Eurus before, Yayu also understood that in fact, it was completely different from what he thought. The general defense system has no effect on the star vessel generation, and if the defense is too strict, it will cause great inconvenience to the girls staying. So in every girl's room there is a button that can call the guard with one click. Once the alert is received, the guards will arrive at the scene within a minute and impose sanctions on the intruder without any explanation. I have to say that he was lucky before. Eurus was very confident in her own strength and cancelled all settings, otherwise maybe he was really in trouble. After arriving at the girls' dormitory, Yayu avoided the guards patrolling and looked over his head. More than 50 meters, a bit troublesome. The room where Eurus lives is on the ground floor, which is more than 10 meters high. In contrast, the difficulty this time was much stronger, but it was not difficult for Yayu. Yayu tapped the ground with his toes, and instantly jumped up to the only balcony with wide open windows. Entering the room, Yayu asked aloud. Claudia. The lights in the room are very dim. Compared to Jules's room, Claudia's room is not only fashionable, but also very spacious. It is not so much a dormitory, as it is a presidential suite in a luxury hotel. From some daily necessities to unknown small accessories, all are high-end products, reflecting the taste and beauty of the room owner. Crack! At this moment, a door inside suddenly opened. Oh, are you here already? Sorry, I was taking a shower before. Claudia walked towards Yayu while talking. At this moment, there was still a white mist on her body, besides that, she was only wrapped in a bath towel. I'll change my clothes first, please feel free to go. Claudia's golden hair was still shining with drops of water. She walked in front of Yayu into another room with a calm expression, not caring what Yayu shouldn't see at all. It didn't take long for Claudia to call Yayu into her bedroom. Have been waiting, come in quickly. Although he had guessed it a long time ago, Yayu raised his eyebrows when he actually saw it. Claudia sat on the luxurious bed with only a loose bathrobe. I always think you seem to be a little too casual. No. I only do this to Yayu-jun. You are still the first person to step into my room. That's really an honor. Yayu sat on the sofa, the blonde girl picked up the pouring red wine goblet, and then smiled at him. I have prepared Yayu-jun's share. Would you like to drink it? Forget it, I don't have much cold on that kind of stuff. Yayu refused directly. It was not that he didn't understand the reason why drinking went wrong. Glancing at the blonde girl who is elegantly sipping red wine, Yayu asked directly. Let's just say it straight to the point. What's the reason for calling me over today? It's so late, so you can rest early if you finished talking earlier. As for why I said this, it was because Yayu was warned by Esther. At this time, Yayu felt that Esther was in a very bad mood, and it seemed that she was also very cold towards Claudia. Ah, you are really impatient. Okay, let's talk about business first. Claudia operated the phone, opened several spatial windows, and then pushed it in front of Yayu. These are the students who were originally scheduled to participate in Phoenix Star Martial Arts. Although they are not 12 people on the first page, they are also ranked in the top 100 in the Star Guide Hall. What I said in the morning. Yayu flipped through the window and suddenly realized that he also understood a little bit about what Claudia was going to say next. After investigation, the Commissioner for Discipline and Discipline regarded Star Macfield and his little friend Randy Hook as suspects. When Eurus was attacked for the second time, they did not have any alibi. Randy Hook is the fat student. So what about the other one? Claudia put down the goblet and smiled knowingly. Sure enough, we have a good heart. I don't think it is the two of them. As for Sierra Snowman, he has a perfect alibi. According to his roommate, he was studying in the dormitory room at the time of the incident. Really? Yayu's question made the blonde girl startled, and then she understood what he meant. I will investigate carefully, but just guessing is not enough. To arrest him requires certain evidence. Evidence? Yayu smiled lightly, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Eurus is regarded as the target of the attack, and it is estimated that there will be actions soon. Oh. I didn't expect Yayu-jun to be the same as I thought. That's right, the purpose of my calling for you today is to pay more attention to Yuli's movements next. That kid's self-esteem is too strong, and now he can only you are close to her. Claudia smiled in relief, and she was slightly aware of Yayu's strength. As for whether he would be in danger, the girl hadn't thought about it at all. Ah, yes. Since I want to ask you, of course I have to pay you a little bit. Remuneration. Yes. Claudia stood up and walked slowly to Yayu's side, hugging him directly from behind. A rare opportunity, you can do anything with me. Yayu couldn't help raising his eyebrows because of the sweet whisper coming from his ears. With that said, Claudia pushed Yayu on the sofa and lowered his head, so that the purest of the two closely adhered to each other. However, in the next second, a white light flew out of Yayu and turned into a silver-haired girl. No, it's enough for the master to have me. He can also do anything to me. Esther said indifferently, a trace of hostility in Claudia's eyes. Yayu smiled helplessly, stood up, and walked to the side of the silver-haired girl. Although your invitation is very tempting, it's not good to be so sloppy. Compared to passive, I am more inclined to take the initiative. Then, let's say goodbye. After speaking, Yayu pulled Esther's little hand to the windowsill and jumped directly down. Claudia looked at Yayu's leaving figure and smiled lightly. Compared to being passive, do you prefer to be active? It's really an interesting idea. Then, I accepted this challenge wholeheartedly. Don't let me wait too long. Yayu-jun, asterisk. 25 Esther is so cute. Yulis anomaly, 3/4. In the middle of the night, the Star Guidance Hall was silent, except for the guards who passed by from time to time. Basically not many students were still hanging around outside. Because Yayu and Esther were wearing the uniforms of the Star Guidance Hall, the guards didn't pay much attention to them. Esther, you don't seem to like Claudia's appearance very much. Yayu glanced at the silver-haired loli who was walking beside him and couldn't help asking. Esther looked around blankly, then nodded his head with certainty. Yes, it's enough for you to have me. Upon hearing this, Yayu shook his head helplessly. Esther was probably the only one who could say such a thing in a tone of no ups and downs. Say's degree of 3 NOS, compared to Esther, is still a lot worse. Immediately, Yayu got rid of those messy thoughts, and asked curiously. What did you say to Black Furnace Demon Sword? I felt like you were very angry at the time. Esther tilted his head and said calmly. It wants you to participate in its test, and then become your sword. I see. Yayu nodded clearly. Although I guessed a little bit, I didn't expect that Black Furnace Demon Sword was actually thinking this way. It's no wonder that Esther would be angry. Chapter 17. Taking a look at the girl next to him, Yayu couldn't help but stretched out his hand and put it on the girl's head and stroked it. Although Esther was still expressionless, from her squinted eyes, she could understand her mood at this time. Do you like this very much? Yes, because Esther is so cute. And this silky long silver hair feels very good. Hearing Yayu's answer, Esther's eyes flickered like waves. Yayu asked with a smile. Do you really hate this? With that, he planned to take away his hand. However, the next second, a pair of small hands pressed his hands tightly on the silver hair. No. I'm Yu's thing, it doesn't matter what you want to do. Yayu smiled and nodded, he could feel the joy and a little shyness in Esther's words. Her feelings may be very rich, but she is not good at expressing it. This cute look makes her even more adorable. After comforting Esther, the girl seemed to be in a very good mood on the way back. Sometimes a small step, sometimes a big step, it's as cute as a small animal. What made Yayu regret was that she was very happy, but she kept her expressionless state all the time. The cute looks combined with those cute little actions, although she is really cute, but if she is a vitality girl, she might be even more cute. But in that case, she would not be Esther. Back in the dormitory, Jules did not go back to sleep, but sat on the sofa in a contemplative manner. She seemed to be thinking about very serious things, and she didn't even know Yayu came back. Eurus. Ah? What's wrong? Yayu's voice awakened the girl who was immersed in her own world. She glanced at Yayu in a little panic, and then complained dissatisfiedly. Really? There is no sound at all when you come back. It scares me to death. Is there anything worthy of your attention? I walked the door this time. Didn't you hear the door opening? Yayu asked with some suspicion, she is rare to see her like this. Euless probably didn't want to mention this topic, and waved her hand quickly. How is it possible? I was thinking about the kingdom. Is it? Yayu knew that although she didn't tell the truth, she didn't pursue it too much. After all, happiness still remained in Euless' eyes at this time. Eurus couldn't help asking, she was still curious about what Claudia had come to find Yayu in the past. Yayu didn't have any hidden thoughts, so he explained directly. Still talking about the morning, you are the next target of the attack. Let me pay more attention to your state. Hey! It's nosy. My strength is not a vegetarian. Euless snorted coldly, and said quietly. There are tens of thousands of students in the Star Guidance Hall. She can stand out among countless students and become the 5th-ranked 12 people on the start page. Naturally, her strength is not much worse. Naturally, you wouldn't say much about this. Her character is like this, and the mouse that fights head-on is indeed not her opponent. Immediately, the girl seemed to have thought of something. She looked at Yayu and asked. By the way, the day after tomorrow is a rest day. Do you have any reservations for that day? The day after tomorrow? Nothing. Yayu just came here, there was nothing to be busy at all. Okay. Then it's settled. According to the previous agreement, I will show you around the city streets. There is no problem, right? Is this an invitation to date? I didn't expect you to be like this, Euless. The corner of Yayu's mouth raised, jokingly. Euless immediately retorted with an all-eyed expression on her face. Make an appointment with you, a big-headed ghost. What is this, Euless? Just show you around the streets, don't be too stunned. Okay, I get it. One more thing, this time I don't want anyone to come to disturb me. Ying, I should say that this will disrupt my pace. It's rare for Yulis to make a hesitation, but yeah, you also understood what she meant. As for say, you don't have to worry about her. Aster will never interfere with your pace. How to say? Have you forgotten? Teacher Tanizuzaki asked her to go to tutoring. When Yayu said so, Eula slapped her hands happily. Oh! That's right, it's true. That's okay. I'll go back to the room first, and I'll tell you the detailed time and place when it's time. Eula said to herself, and then she stood up and walked to her room. Looking at the girl's closed door, Yayu smiled faintly. What a arrogant guy! Who is arrogant? You don't have to make an inch. Yayu's smile deepened when he heard the shouts from Yuli's room. P.S. Aster, first in the world. Seek everything every day. Peep, asterisk. 26 now, can I have burgers for lunch? 4/4. Yayu glanced at the map on the space window in front of him, lowered his head and asked the silver-haired girl beside him. How does this world feel to you? Esther glanced blankly for a week, then shook his head. I always feel that the sight of those people is a bit annoying, can I go back? Yayu smiled helplessly, and touched the girl's silky silver hair. Esther's meaning is very simple. The shining eyes of the people around her made her extremely uncomfortable, so she wanted to change back to a dagger again. No need. It's rare to come to the new world. Isn't it a very good experience to take a good look at this world? If this is Yu's opinion, then I will try hard. Esther nodded, and the small hand holding Yayu also squeezed harder. For this innocent girl, everything is less important than her own master. Bringing Esther to the agreed place, Jules was already standing there. Oh, so early? Isn't it okay to live together and go out? It has to be like dating. What do you know? Really, stop talking about the inconspicuous words. Who would date you? You. Too lazy to care about you. Eula sighed deeply. Yayu is like her nemesis, always making her angry. At this time, she did not choose to wear a college uniform, but changed into a girlish dress with black and pink. Holding a short parasol in his hand, the image is very different from usual, very girlish. This kind of dress gave Yayu a very subtle feeling. What's wrong? Is there anything on my face? Your eyes are very rude. No, I just think you are more beautiful today than usual. What? Stupid, stupid. Don't talk about such embarrassing things. Jules looked away, blushing and tilted her head to the side. And I just took a piece of clothing from my country, not specially selected for you. The girl with long peach hair showed a shy or angry expression, and mumbled for a while. Then her gaze shifted to Yayu and Esther again, and sighed deeply. What the is going on with you two? Isn't it all right to wear casual clothes at this time? Why are you still wearing the uniforms of the Star Guild Hall? The uniforms of the Star Guidance Hall are indeed pretty good. Compared to Jialong's school uniforms, are you looking good? Yayu shook his head. He did have regular clothes, but he didn't have the style that he could match. It would be better to wear a uniform to save trouble. Eula sighed, and then she seemed to have discovered something, and she stood up close to Yayu and touched Yayu's hair. On the contrary, Yayu can't understand the current situation. It is obvious that she is the one who is teasing. What is she doing? Eula smiled mischievously, and said helplessly. Hair is curled up. Really, you are not a kid anymore, don't you know how to tidy it up? Where are you a virtuous maid? Naturally, Yayu would not let it go with such a good opportunity. Eurus pouted her lips dissatisfiedly. Hey, I only helped because you were my partner. Don't think too much. Really, when can you change this inconspicuous look? Are you my mother? What nonsense are you talking about? I'll go back if you do this. Esther watched the interaction between the two blankly, and couldn't help pouting slightly. Eurus gave her a very big sense of crisis. Although she was confident that Yayu would not abandon her, she just looked at him being intimate with others, which made the silver-haired girl a little uncomfortable. The urban area of Liuhua is mainly divided into the outer residential area and the middle area. The outer residential area has a circular route of light rail trams passing by, connecting the port area and the residential area on the edge, and even the 6 colleges. In contrast, the middle area uses the subway as the main means of transportation. It seems to be designed to prevent the duel between students from affecting the traffic. The middle area is further divided into a commercial street and an integrated stage. This is the main stage of Liuhua, which is claimed to be the largest. All Xingyu Festival Championship games are held here. What caught the eyes of the 3 of them was a huge egg-shaped building, and Jules explained in a low voice from the side. It is said that it is designed to imitate the Roman arena and can accommodate more than 100,000 people. In addition, there are 3 large-scale stages, 7 medium-scale stages, and countless small-scale stages. The principle is when duel. Everyone must abide by etiquette, but until now I haven't seen anyone actually do it. I see. Yayu looked at the huge building in front of him with emotion, which reminded him of the egg-shaped gymnasium in his previous life. Jules looked at the egg-shaped building dreamily and whispered, "I must stand on this stage and get the final victory. Absolutely. For those children, I must not lose here. With me, will you lose?" Chapter 18. Well, although your character is a headache, I trust it in terms of strength. Eurus nodded, then turned around and asked Yayu. Well, that's almost the case in the middle area. Where are you going next? Do you want to continue to look around here? You can figure it out. Really? So next, by the way, do you want to visit the redevelopment zone? A lot of that area has become slums, a very dangerous place in this city. Hearing this, Yayu was startled first and then immediately reacted. If he remembers correctly, the redevelopment zone seems to be able to see the world's #1 idol there. But I heard that now that idol is traveling abroad, even in the past, he can only return without success. Where to go later? Let's talk about it after lunch. Looking at Eurus, who was in a pensive state after opening the space window map, Yayu suggested aloud. In the morning, because of Esther, he perfectly missed the breakfast time. It's indeed time for lunch. However, at this time, Eurus was a little hesitant. If you want to have lunch outside. Now, can you have lunch here? Yayu followed her gaze and looked at it. It was a burger chain store, which was equivalent to the shops in the world before him. This can't help Yayu smack his tongue secretly. The princess who likes this kind of food is really the only one. It's good if you are happy, then go eat burgers. What do you think of Esther? It's enough for me to follow you. Esther is as cute as ever. Yayu smiled, and then the 3 of them walked across the street. P.S. Saying so is really a skill. Asterisk. 27 Silas, who started to move, plus more. Finally, when Yuli Ribbon and Yayu finished visiting, it was already sunset. On the road, I didn't encounter the incident of the gangster finding fault in the Rewolf Black Academy in the original work, which also made Yayu very dissatisfied. It's rare to come to the second dimension, and it's really a pity that the classic bridge section is gone. In class the next day, Yayu still stepped into the classroom on time. Now with Esther, the advantage is a great benefit, but the disadvantage is that it makes him sleep less for a long time. Morning, Jules. Yayu sat in his seat and greeted the girl with long peach hair. Eurus did not answer immediately, but looked at a letter in her hand with solemn expression. Eurus. Oh. Good morning. The girl returned to her senses and turned her gaze away. After a few seconds of silence, she looked at Yayu and said solemnly. That rat in the gutter is moving, no, you can watch it for yourself. With that, she put the letter in front of Yayu. If you don't want someone around you to have trouble, come to the redevelopment zone alone after school in the afternoon. The specific address is as follows. Yayu hooked the corner of his mouth and directly crumpled the letter into a ball. This is a good thing, it proves that he is starting to be anxious. It's just that I really didn't expect him to be so stupid. It seems that this guy is very confident. Yes. Eunice rubbed the corners of her eyes with a headache. Yayu had explained to her who the attacker was after returning home last night. It's just that she didn't expect that even she couldn't understand Yayu's strength at all, that guy actually dared to initiate a warfare against him. This is too unconscionable, how come there are such people? But that's okay, solve this matter early, and prepare for Phoenix Star Wuji with peace of mind. Okay, okay. Give me all back to their seats, ready to roll the call. Yatsuzaki Kanako walked into the classroom murderously, making it impossible for the two to continue the discussion. Although the blue-haired side was lying on the table with her eyes closed, she understood the conversation between Yayu and Eunice. The mouse in the gutter. After finally staying up until the end of school in the afternoon, Julie directly stood up and nodded towards Yayu. Then I'll go by first, and you can come over quickly if you look at the time. I know. After speaking, she walked directly out of the classroom vigorously. As Yayu watched the girl leave, Saya couldn't help asking. Where to go? I heard your conversation with Liz Fetter this morning. I know, today is to get rid of the mouse that secretly put a cold arrow. Do you want to come together? As for Yayu's invitation, the blue-haired girl did not hesitate. Then go together. She was also there in the previous attack, and naturally also knew the course of this incident. At this moment, the blonde girl walked over gracefully, making the other students who had not left their eyes widened. Hello, isn't that the student council president? Yeah, how did she come back here? Looking at her, it seems that she is heading towards the transfer student. That's right. First, the princess, Sha Shagong, and now even the student council president has fallen into his clutches. When I was on vacation yesterday, I saw a very cute little silver-haired girl who seemed to be very close to the transfer student. Where is he, the winner of life? Suggest Tenchu. However, Claudia ignored their discussion and went straight to Yayu. What's the situation now? Eurus has passed, and it's almost time for us to leave. Yayu stood up directly as he spoke, but Saya asked with some dissatisfaction. Why does she go with me? Ah, it's really sad for Sha Shagong to say that. But this time I have to collect some evidence, and then attack the Alkan Institute. That's it. Claudia's explanation made Say frown, but did not continue to say anything. On the other side, Eurus came to the abandoned building in the redevelopment zone alone. The building that was being demolished was shrouded in the darkness of dusk. A considerable part of the demolition work was carried out, and the piled-up scraps formed a lot of blind spots, which also made things like sneak attacks extremely simple. Facing this kind of environment, Eurus walked in without hesitation. The sun in the western mountains at sunset formed a strange light and shadow, covering her pretty face with a layer of shadow. Boom! As soon as the girl stepped into the deepest place, a lot of waste materials fell directly from the ceiling. These waste materials are enough to take the life of an ordinary girl, but Eurus muttered without raising her head. Let's bloom, isolate the red umbrella flower. A pentagonal petal bounced away all the discarded materials that fell, and a protective umbrella formed by flames steadily guarded Eurus' safety. You don't think this kind of trick can be useful to me? I advise you to come out on your own, Silas Norman. The moon appeared in the girl's eyes from the other side of the ceiling that passed through the roof. Under the moonlight, a young figure walked over slowly amidst the smoke and dust raised by the waste materials. It's really rude, you can't even talk about aftershows. The thin boy, Silas lowered his head pretentiously, then looked at Eurus and asked. But it's really puzzling. How do you see through my identity? I have no obligation to answer your questions. Eurus said calmly, while also looking at the two men in black robes standing behind Silas. Oh? At this point, you still have such a stiff mouth? You really deserve to be a princess. But, do you think I can't help you out of the Star Guild Hall? Silas said abusively, and a trace of clarity flashed in his eyes at the same time. He knows a little bit about Jules's character, and her identity will be exposed, perhaps because of that man. It's just that the princess was really so stupid to run over by herself, he didn't expect it. Don't keep talking nonsense. If you want to do it, just do it. What I hate the most is to threaten me with people around me. Oh, don't be so anxious. For me, it would be better if it can be resolved peacefully. In fact, just like you, I came to this city for money. So I think the two of us should. It's a like-minded partner. Silas nodded with an arrogant smile. You should be able to think that my condition is that you have to give up participating in Phoenix Star martial arts. In addition, if you can testify that I have nothing to do with this attack, it would be better. The advantage is that you are guaranteed the safety of the transfer student. Haha. Eurus sneered and refused very decisively. What are you kidding? Even I can't see through the strength of that guy. You still protect him? What's more, it's over if you just solve it here. Really nothing to talk about. What do you say? Jules's bold and pretty face was full of disdain. Hearing this, Silas sighed hypocritically, and then he waved his hand suddenly and there were more than a dozen figures in black cloaks. Oh, it's a pity, obviously I still have a good impression of you, and I want to solve this trouble through language. Why are you so stubborn? Forget it, that's it. Come on. More than a dozen people in black took off their cloaks, revealing their metallic bodies. Amazingly, it is a doll for battle. The army of dolls came straight to Eurus, and her face also rose with a touch of dignity. Even if it is a plural doll, she can easily solve it. But once the number has risen to a certain level, she has only one way to go. Eurus gathered the star power of her whole body, and was waiting for her. However, at this moment, a blue and white sword chi was chopped from the sky. A cut of 10 meters long was cut on the ground, and the puppet army turned into parts of the sky, and the figure holding the silver-white gorgeous holy sword landed in front of Eurus. Yo, isn't it late? Eurus. A smile appeared on Ulysses's face. Chapter 19. No, it's just right. Yeah you. P.S. Add one more chapter, can't stay up late. Asterisk. 28. Isn't it great to make things more interesting? 1/4. Is it finally here? Yeah Yu-jun, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Silas shrugged, his expression was as calm as before. Although he lost more than a dozen puppets in an instant, it wasn't a big deal for him at all. Even if you are strong, that's right, but facing my army of hundreds of puppets, you will only die here today. What's more, you just attacked just now. Shut up, it's you who can only sneak attacks, right? Silas Norman. Eurus said coldly, her eyes became extremely cold. Yeah, you smiled calmly, and the dazzling silver holy sword was placed on his shoulder. You can only jump now. The extremely plain words made Silas take a step back unconsciously as if he was shocked. Then he might have noticed his withdrawal, frowning fiercely. The tone is really good, if you have the ability, come and try. If you have the ability, come and deal with my army of dolls. Silas snapped his fingers and jumped down from the ceiling hundreds of dolls with brilliant arms. Yeah, you also raised the sword of extinguishing Demon King in his hand. However, at this moment, the mechanical sound of the system rang in his ears. Ding, God level choose to turn on. Option 1, kill Silas. Reward, sneak into the world of Neazi, blood-stained crowbar. Option 2, give Silas to Claudia. Reward, Magical Girl Madoka Magica, Rose Flower opens a bow. Option 3, take Silas to the Alicante Institute to ask for an explanation. Reward, the Dungeon and the World of Warriors, a spiritual stimulant elixir. This dog system is here now? Yayu murmured to herself in her heart. Needless to say, the first one, Naoko's physics holy sword, is of no use to him. Is it possible to use this thing to summon one of the three pillar gods? Although the option of killing Silas is very tempting. The second item, Yuanshan's weapon, is invincible. Is it possible for him to become a magical girl too? What's more, let him give Silas to Claudia, wouldn't it be the same as the original? So also pass. And the last one is easy to understand, a unique prop in the world of tainted milk powder. If the alchemy props of that world are placed in other worlds, they will definitely be snatched by countless people. The holy blessing potion that can be resurrected, even the healing potion of heaven that can be pulled back with just one breath, and so on. In the game, the effect of the mental stimulation elixir is to reduce the skill CD. But if you are in this world, there may be some wonderful changes, which is not necessarily. And compared to the first two options, the third option is more interesting, isn't it? Ding! Congratulations to the host for the reward, Dungeon and Warrior World, Mental Stimulating Elixir X10. Glancing at the puppet army surrounding Silas, Yayu clenched the silver-white holy sword in his hand in a posture of drawing a sword. In the world of DNF, the sword spirit does not need anything like a scabbard to draw a sword. Of course, he is now holding a sword in both hands. Oh? Just let me see what tricks you are playing. Silas glanced at Yayu in surprise, and waved his right hand without paying too much attention. Light bullets came from all directions, and dolls with swords, axes, guns, and other brilliant weapons swept through the gaps. Draw a knife and cut it. Time seemed to have stagnated. Yayu severely cut out an arc-shaped sword energy. But in the eyes of Eurus and Silas, Yayu didn't move anything. Silas froze for a few seconds, then burst into laughter wildly. Ha 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 ha! Are you talking about cross-talk? Is it possible that you want to scare me off in this way? It's funny enough. Yayu didn't pay attention to his ridicule, but instead motioned to Eurus. Already solved. Solved. Eulith frowned, she didn't understand what Yayu meant. Silas was still laughing wildly, but he couldn't laugh at all in the next second. A huge hole appeared in his waist, and blood splashed out and stained the ground. What's happening here? After thinking about it, his consciousness became increasingly blurred. The surrounding dolls are also divided into two from the waist. The light bullets and arrows all over the sky also turned into golden light spots and gradually fell to the earth. Hey? How is it possible? You, what are you? Eurus stared at everything in front of her stunned, she didn't know what to say. The holy sword in her hand turned into a silver-haired girl and appeared beside Yayu. The tragic situation in front of her was not very surprising to her. Boom boom boom. At this moment, a sound of footsteps came from a distance. After a while, Say and Claudia hurriedly ran beside Jules. This is... Claudia glanced at the battlefield and frowned slightly. All of the hundreds of dolls were divided into two, and in the middle of the wreckage of those dolls, Silas, who had fallen in a pool of blood, appeared in the eyes of both of them. Immediately, the two looked at Yayu in amazement. He is the only one who has the ability to do this kind of thing. Eurus looked at Yayu, who was interacting with Esther with a complicated face, and shook her head helplessly. One hit. He solved all the dolls and Silas with just one hit, so fast that I didn't even know how he shot, and it was very easy to see him. Liar. No way. Eulith's words also deepened the astonishment in the eyes of the two of them. If you want to kill these dolls, either Claudia or Saya thinks that they can do it, but it will take a long time. It's too much to kill in one blow? *29 Counterattack, Claudia's decision, 2/4. Yeah, you brought Esther over. Yo, you guys are late. Really, yeah, you Jun. What happened to you in the past 6 years? Claudia sighed helplessly, then a smile appeared on her face. The luck this time is really good. Draw a great trump card. For the next 3 Xingyu Festival, the Star Guild Hall is set to win. In contrast, Sei seemed quite puzzled. She knew Yeyu once. In her memory, Yeyu is not the Star Vane generation. Tian Weiao has been trying to make him have the power to protect himself, but he doesn't seem to be interested. But what is going on now? The doubts that plagued Sei's heart became deeper and deeper. Claudia sighed deeply, glanced at Silas, turned back and said to Yeyu. The matter has been resolved, leave the rest to me. Then what are you going to do? Facing Yeyu's rhetorical question, Claudia fell into deep thought and closed her eyes. After a while, she spoke again. It's up to the movie star to torture the information, and then sell it to the Alkan Institute for a favor, so that we can get along no matter where it is. So this is a... Yeyu spoke calmly and shook his head directly. Sorry, then I can't give him to you. Yeyu-jun. You. What are you talking about? The girls all looked at Yeyu in amazement, and his answer was too unexpected. Immediately, Claudia returned to her senses and asked Yeyu suspiciously. So, Yeyu-jun. What do you want to do with this guy? Do what? Yeyu glanced at Silas and said calmly. Isn't this a very simple thing? Since the Alakanti Institute dares to do such a thing, wouldn't it be better to use this guy to ask for an explanation? Claudia frowned, thinking about the stakes. After a while, she shook her head with a wry smile. It's not that simple, Yeyu-jun. Standing behind the Alakanti Institute is also a consortium of integrated enterprises, which is equivalent to the galaxy behind the Star Guidance Pavilion. Continued trouble will only cause even greater contradictions. No, what I mean is very simple. Send someone to attack the contestants in other academies. They must not apologize to us. After a smile, they will only become more rampant. Even if the matter is reported to the galaxy, I believe the galaxy should also. I won't miss this great opportunity. Yeyu shook his head. Without mentioning the choice of the system, it can be said that in the original work, after the Alkan Research Institute attacked Tudo Kirin and Tian Wulingdu, it can be seen that they have no intention of repentance. Although we can't cut the grass and roots, wouldn't it be better to teach them a lesson and let them rest for a while? Claudia, you should know how crazy the people at the Alakanti Institute are. For example, Hilda Jane Rollins, who is called Big Doctor. The name in Yeyu's mouth caused Claudia's pupils to shrink immediately. She looked at Yeyu incredulously and asked in a low voice. Why do you know that name? Don't worry about the source of intelligence, just talk about your answer. If you let it go this time, they might do something more excessive next time. Yulith and Sei glanced at each other, both of them were very puzzled. Big Doctor they naturally know, but few people know the real name of that person. Looking at Claudia's appearance, it is obvious that she also knows the real name of the great doctor. That is, everything Yeyu said is true? Hilda Jane Rollins? The two of Yulis remembered this name deeply in their hearts, and planned to find Yeyu again later when they have time. Claudia was silent for a long time, and finally looked at Yeyu and nodded helplessly. Chapter 20. Really? Yeyu-jun, you can't be considerate of other people's fortunes and sufferings. You are really right, letting it go will only make them more rampant. You will never know those mad scientists, you will do it next second. What amazing things have happened. I will explain to my mother later, this time I will be on your side. The girl replied with a chuckle, which also made Yeyu smile. He had thought that Claudia would choose Mingch to protect herself, but he did not expect that she would do it to such an extent. Let's go back. I will arrange a meeting with the Alakanti Academy and let them wait for us to arrive. Of course, as long as I'm here, you don't have to worry at all even if you do it. I know, it's best if you don't do it. I guess it's impossible. Claudia and Yayu smiled at each other. She was completely understood what Yayu meant. If you want to make trouble, make a fuss. Before, she only wanted to sell a favor to the Alkan Institute in exchange for some technology. But instead of doing this, it's better to become the victor of the war and get more. I want to go too. Me too. I was also the person at the time of this matter, how can I do without me? Yulis and Sei also spoke similarly, it would be a shame not to see such an interesting thing. Don't we all act together? Let's make a big fuss this time. No problem. How can you not apologize for doing such a despicable thing? Yes. Yayu smiled slightly at the three people in front of him. This feeling is not bad. The girl in the dark research room stopped her work. She looked at the space window in front of her and sighed slightly. At the same time, dozens of spatial windows were opened beside her, with various numerical values and graphs constantly beating on them. Although I have collected a lot of information, it's just a lot of trouble. Oh, really, I was killed by a single blow? Ha. Will you come over and ask for trouble tomorrow? The girl laughed aloud, and at the same time kept pressing the optical keyboard in her hand. Connect me to Big Doctor. The communication was cut off, and there was a confident smile on the corner of the girl's mouth. Things seemed to be getting more and more interesting. At the other end of her sight, two dolls were quietly asleep. P.S. It took a while to think about how to write next. *30 Kiran Dodo went to the Alkan Institute, 3/4. The early summer sunshine does not make people feel very hot, but it is not comfortable. Yayu exhaled and walked quickly towards the school gate. According to the schedule, everyone gathered at the school gate after school this afternoon and went to the Alkan Institute. But Sei walked around the school as usual and disappeared. Yayu and Yulis had no choice but to disperse and look for them. Fortunately, Yulith found her, and Sei seemed to say hello to Yayu without knowing it. Really, Lu Kai's attributes can't be cute at all. After closing the space window, Yayu whispered in a low voice, and at the same time speeded up his pace unconsciously. However, an accident occurred while crossing the atrium and crossing the corridor linking the middle and high schools. The shadow of the pillar formed a blind spot, and a girl hurriedly came from there. Although Yayu tried his best to avoid stagnating his pace, it was still too late. The girl seemed to notice it too, and looked at Yayu in surprise. Yayu raised his brows, and flashed to the right. At the moment he thought he succeeded in avoiding, the pretty face of the girl appeared in his eyes. Ugh! The girl didn't seem to expect that Yayu would actually make this kind of action, and she paused for 2 seconds in a little astonishment. Taking advantage of this moment, Yayu slowly stretched out his hand to catch the girl who was about to pounce on the ground. To help the girl stand firm, Yayu asked aloud. Is that okay? Yes, I'm fine. The girl who answered quietly had a shy smile on her face, and at the same time she raised her head to look at Yayu. Then, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to. The girl bowed and apologized, but Yayu looked at her with interest. She was wearing a junior high school uniform, and she looked about the same as Sei. The big watery eyes are easily reminiscent of small animals. Although the whole body exudes a delicate atmosphere, she is an out-and-out beautiful girl. The silver hair was tied into 2 cute little braids and dangled behind the back, as did Sei's hairstyle. Through the clothes, she can see that her figure is very good, even to the point where Eurus feels ashamed when she sees it, and Saya tears when she sees it. But there was a real sword hanging from her waist. Kiran Toto. Only at the first glance, Yayu knew the girl's name. I'm so sorry, because my bad habit of walking quietly has never been changed. Uncle has reminded me many times. The girl bowed to Yayu again. Immediately, Yayu seemed to have discovered something, and said with a chuckle. There is a twig in your hair. Hey? Where? Where? Hearing Yayu's prompt, the girl hurriedly touched her hair, dangling like a small animal at a loss. Although he wanted to see the girl's cute appearance for a while, Yayu smiled and said when he thought of the 3 people waiting for him at the school gate. Do not move. Ugh. With that, he plucked the dead branches directly. Thanks, thank you. The girl thanked her shyly, her face flushed like a cooked lobster. Then he squeezed his head down and didn't dare to make a sound. Occasionally, she would sneak a glance upward, and once she met Yayu's eyes, she would immediately lower her head. It's so cute. Yayu's sigh made the girl's face redden even more, and she was completely at a loss. But at this moment, a majestic shout suddenly came from the school building of the junior high school. Yin-Rin! What are you doing over there? The girl shrank from being frightened, and bowed to Yayu again with an anxious look. Then I'll leave first. What are you still doing? We have been waiting for you for a long time. Yayu just planned to say something, but a spatial window popped up in front of him. Eunice was staring at herself uncomfortably, and Sei and Claudia were standing beside her. Taking advantage of this time, the girl once again bowed her head to apologize to Yayu, and trot to the middle-aged man standing at the entrance of the junior high school. I know it will be here soon. Hey! Come here, is it so difficult to go? Eurus snorted and closed the space window directly. Seeing that the girl had completely gone, Yayu shook his head and temporarily put her matter behind. Some of Dodo Kirin's affairs are time to deal with, and now the most important thing is the confrontation with the Alkan Institute. As soon as he arrived at the gate, Yayu saw Eurus looking at him with a bad face, Sei with a blank expression, and Claudia smiling. It's too slow. What did you do? Really, you don't have a sense of time? Now there is not much time left before the appointment. No hurries. As soon as she came up, Eurus scolded her head and face, but Yayu waved her hand indifferently. Even if we are late, the people at the Alicante Institute dare not say anything. Where's Silas? Yayu said, looking at Claudia. The blonde girl smiled and pointed to the vehicle on this trip. It's already in the trunk. I spoke with my mother on the phone last night, and she doesn't comment on this matter. Is it? Yayu raised his eyebrows. Since Claudia's mother had said so, it seemed that he had been in trouble. Eurus looked at Claudia with some surprise. Really? Yes, I didn't expect mother to agree to my proposal this time. Claudia gave a wry smile, as if she herself was very surprised by this result. Sei frowned and asked. You, her mother is? The behind-the-scenes Tonghi Enterprise Consortium of the Star Guide Academy, the high-level cadre of Galaxy, Isabella Enfield. Instead, it was Eurus who answered this question. For Eurus to know the answer, Sei didn't seem to be confused and nodded, but she glanced at Claudia unexpectedly and didn't say much. The blonde girl smiled slightly and motioned. It's almost time, let's go. Speaking, everyone got on the luxury cars and drove to the campus of the Alicante Institute. Yayu slightly raised the corners of his mouth as he watched the scene of retreat outside the window. What shocking trump cards will the Alicante Institute play? Asterisk. 31 Camilla, Anista, Herta, 4/4. On the way, Claudia glanced at Yayu, then asked. Yayu-jun, did something happen just now? Hearing this, both Yulith and Sei also looked at Yayu curiously. According to his personality, he has always been stepping on and never being late, but he was late just now. And when they were talking to him, they seemed to hear a girl's voice. They know Esther's voice, but the feeling of weakness is totally incompatible with Esther. Chapter 21. Yayu glanced at several people, then shook his head and said. I met Kirin Dodo who was ranked number 1 before. Say Dodo Kirin. So you met that kid. The wind and thunder. The expressions of the 3 Euless are different. Claudia knew. Eurus frowned, and Say's little face was full of doubts. It seemed that she had no idea about Dodo Kiran. Kiran Todu? Who is that? As a student of the Star Guidance Hall, you don't even know the first rapid wind and thunder. Euless looked at Say in surprise. The blue-haired girl tilted her head and responded. Do not know. Right now, even Yayu has nothing to say. Shay is too nerdy, right? It's shameful to say it. Claudia explained. Corin Toto, the number 1 in the Star Guidance Hall. She didn't use any radiant weapons or pure radiant weapons. She only used an ordinary physical knife 1000 feather kiri to achieve her goal. First place. Hey? Even you who use Pandora can't beat her. Euless looked very surprised. Although she knew this fact, she never had time to ask. Taking this opportunity, she will naturally figure out the problems. Claudia gave a wry smile and shook her head. Sayada's swordsmanship is indeed very strong. He didn't even give me a chance to start Pandora before, so he defeated me easily. Really? Eurus doesn't know what to say about this. She still knows 1 or 2 about Claudia's strength. Can't even win her? Why do you say that? Say blinked her eyes in confusion, completely unable to understand what they meant. Yayu sighed lightly, completely speechless for this cute childhood sweetheart. Claudia is the 2nd in the Star Guidance Hall, don't you even know this? Is that so? The other 2 also shook their heads helplessly. It seems that she really doesn't know anymore. After that, everyone lost the interest in chatting because of Say. After more than an hour's drive, everyone came to the Alkan Research Institute. At this time, at the school gate, a young girl in this school uniform was quietly watching Yayu and the others coming here. Waiting for a long time, I am the representative of the Lion faction, Camilla Parrot. Compared to the others, this young girl has brown skin, long flaxen hair flying in the wind, and a good figure that does not lose to Claudia. The most impressive thing was her meticulous eyes, which gave people an extremely cold feeling. Compared with Euless and others, she belongs to the kind of heroic and beautiful. Ah, I didn't expect a representative of the Lions faction to greet me. It's rude. I am the student president of the Star Guild Hall, Claudia Enfield. Claudia chuckled, and then pointed at the 3 Yayu. A few of them are the elites of our school, and they are also one of the victims of this incident. I see. Camilla took a deep breath, then made an inviting gesture. Everyone, please, the big doctor is already waiting for you in the meeting room. With that said, she took the lead and walked. Yayu took Silas and followed suit, just like the 3 of Euless. Following Camilla's back, Yayu also began to look at the campus of the Alcamp Academy. Compared to the stalking style of the Star Guiding Pavilion, it seems very busy here. The students walked in a hurry, as if there was something very important waiting for them to do. Just 1 or 2 people, everyone looks very weird like this. As if perceiving Yayu's doubts, Claudia explained. Here is divided into research classes and practical classes. These students who seem to be in a hurry should be the ones in the research class. The Alicante Institute is divided into 5 major factions: the Thought School, the Lion School, the Sculptor School, the Superman School and the Black Women faction. Among them, the Lion faction is the most powerful. The Miss Camilla before us is the representative of the Lion faction. That's it. Camilla didn't care much about Claudia's commentary. Arrive. Following Camilla, several people walked into a place that looked very similar to the research room. In a corner of the study room, 2 figures sitting on the luxurious sofa seemed to be waiting for something. Oh? Are you the swordsman who cut all my dolls in half? That's how it is, that's how it is. One of the girls with long flax hair was tied into a single ponytail, and the girl in the uniform of Alkan suddenly lit up and came to the side of the crowd. Compared with Camilla, her expression is much richer, and her uniform is also dressed in a dress that resembles a white lab coat. And her figure is also full of unrestrained feeling, highlighting her own existence. Everyone else was watching this girl. Eurus's brows frowned slightly, and Say murmured, "The evil monster." Her words also made Camilla, who was standing by, stared at her deeply. Yayu didn't pay any attention, his eyes were all focused on the sofa with glasses and emerald-colored double ponytail. At this time the girl also smiled wickedly and stared at him. Claudia also didn't care about the Vitality girl who kept looking at Yayu. She stared at the girl with glasses and took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Hilda Jane Rollins, I didn't expect you to appear." He. I didn't expect it. Claudia Enfield, I didn't expect to see you in a place like this. And Tien Weio's younger brother. Yayu. The moment the words fell, the air in this room suddenly changed. P.S. The state is not good, it is very uncomfortable. Asterisk. 32 Negotiation? I never thought about such a thing. 1/4. Big Dr. Hilda Jane Rollins, can be said to be the most difficult role in the entire Six Flowers except for the student president of Reward Black College. And what she is best at is the human body modification experiment. It's you. Eurus was dumbfounded for a few seconds, looking at Hilda angrily, her eyes filled with unconcealable hatred. Claudia hurriedly grabbed Eurus, for fear that she would do something irrational. "Let go of me. It's all this guy. It's all because of this guy. Otherwise Ophelia won't be like that, let go." Ulise's reaction was extremely intense, as if she wanted to rush to kill her directly. Claudia tried her best to hold Ulysses. The great doctor didn't know how many whole cards were hidden in her hand, even she didn't dare to do it easily. Now let Eurus rush forward, just to die in vain. Zirda was stunned for a second, and then responded with a wicked smile on her face. He. So that's it, you are that fellow's companion? Ah, what a shame. If she didn't go to Rewolf Black Academy, she would be able to meet you. You guy. Calm down, Jules. Now is not the time for us to do something with them, calm down. Claudia shouted in a low voice. After all, Eurus was also a princess and naturally understood some things, and forced herself to calm down a little bit. But her eyes were still full of hatred when she looked at Hilda. "We didn't come here today to talk about Ophelia Landolphin, the poisonous witch. Let's get back to business. How do you plan to explain this guy to us? He already knows about his affairs in the upper layers of the Milky Way." Claudia looked at the three of them and said, "You," directly through Silas, who was like a dead dog, in front of the three of them. The three of the Alicante Institute just glanced at Silas, but didn't pay much attention. "Then what do you want to explain?" It was Camilla who was speaking. As a representative of the Lions faction, her right to speak was not lower than that of the Great Doctor. One of the three people present is the president of the Superman faction, the other is the leader of the Carving Card, and the other is the representative of the Lion faction. They are fully capable of handling this matter. Ah, it's actually very simple. Just apologize to us and talk about compensation by the way. Oh? Apologize? Ahaha, it's really funny. Wouldn't it make us look like we are inferior? Stop making this kind of joke. The student president of the Star Guild Hall. Aenasta squinted her eyes with a smile, making people completely confused about her current thoughts. You watched indifferently, what he had to do now was to wait for the best time to attack. What's more, the attitude of that great doctor also made him a little concerned. Facing the refusal of Aenasta, Claudia smiled indifferently. This matter can be big or small, and it's just our doorstep now. If our mother consortium he sent people to solve this matter, it would not be as simple as it is now. It's a little troublesome. Aenasta made a headache, but her eyes remained as calm as before, without any change. Camilla sighed slightly. That idiot Aenasta, well, this is indeed our fault. We apologize here. That's it. It's over for such an understatement. Eurus raised her brows slightly, saying that we apologize and we are done? Is this too casual? For example, other countries sent people to assassinate their own high-ranking officials. After catching the murderer, we went to question them, and we apologized to the other side. It doesn't make sense no matter where it is. Hey? Isn't that your requirement? This is the condition that your student council president just put forward. Aenesta tilted her head in confusion. Claudia chuckled and shook her head. Just apologizing is not enough. Then add some star-falling technology. This is the highest sincerity we can show here. Camilla interjected, but Claudia still smiled and shook her head. It's still not enough. Your position is not clear yet. Position? You arranged for this guy to attack so many students participating in Phoenix Star Martial Arts in the Star Guidance Hall. Is it enough to apologize? Eurus said dissatisfiedly, and at the same time pointed to Silas who had collapsed on the ground. Camilla and Aenesta were silent for a few seconds, and frowned deeply. Chapter 22. But Zirda seemed to be out of the way, staring closely at Yayu as if she was planning something. Then tell me your terms. Oh, it's getting more and more troublesome. Apologize to all the victims, and come up with the latest star-falling technology as compensation. Claudia glanced at Yayu, smiled and said her solution. And her words also made the atmosphere in the room suddenly tense. Do you think it's possible? Too greedy can cause trouble, Claudia Enfield. There was no smile on Anasta's face, and her joking voice became very cold. Claudia chuckled and asked back. Doing this kind of thing, but don't want to take the due responsibility. In this way, we sent someone to attack your students, and it passed by simply saying I am sorry. What do you think? Camilla and Anasta's faces are not so good now. Not to mention personally apologizing for the time being, and come up with the latest star-falling technology to compensate for the Star Guidance Hall, they are likely to be treated as enemies by the Integrated Enterprise Consortium behind them. Even if the consolidated corporate consortia are hostile to each other. Doctor, what's your opinion? Camilla looked at Hilda, who had been out of the way, and Eulith and others also turned their attention to her. Zirda smiled and said irrelevantly. This matter was done by the two of you, and it has nothing to do with me to be held accountable. I came out today just to be interested in Tian Weiao's younger brother, nothing more. You. Camilla. Anessa waved her hand to stop Camilla, then looked at Claudia and said solemnly. Oh. I'm sorry, we can't accept your request. You mean there is no more to talk about? That's it, the student council president of the Star Guild Hall. Camilla also expressed her attitude. Claudia sighed deeply and glanced back at Yayu. I said it might be like this before, Claudia, you still have to communicate with them. Yayu looked away from Hilda and said calmly. Let me do it. Oh. Swordsman, what do you want to talk about? The previous request is totally unacceptable to us. Aenesta looked at Yayu in surprise, and asked with interest. Yayu smiled calmly. Talk? I never thought about negotiation this way. Ahaha, you are really funny. Since you are not here for negotiation, why are you here? Fighting. Asterisk. 33 Is it to hand over someone, or to turn your school into history? 2/4. Fighting? Ahaha. Swordsman, you are really funny. It's been a long time since I met someone as funny as you. Anasta laughed loudly and looked at Yayu with great interest. So, Swordsman, do you plan to do something against us? Camilla, who was standing next to her, also looked at Yayu coldly. I advise you not to be so arrogant, even if your strength is very strong, our Alkan Institute is not without the means to deal with you. The young man in front of them seemed too arrogant to them, and went to fight directly on their territory. I believe that even the student council president of the Star Guild Hall did not have the guts. The courage is indeed good, but it is too unconscionable. This is Camilla's evaluation of Yayu. Yayu sneered and said lightly. Then give it a try, Esther. The delicate little dagger slipped from his cuff, a white light flashed, and the silver-white gorgeous holy sword appeared in his hand. Now I will answer your questions. My request is different from Claudia's. It is enough to hand over the messenger behind the scenes. This is impossible. Camilla retorted directly without even thinking about it. Handing over the messenger behind the scenes means that Ainista must be handed over to them. This is something that cannot be conceded in any way. Yayu sneered, and powerful magic power burst out of his body, condensed on the silver-white gorgeous holy sword. Also let the silver-white holy sword cover a layer of blue light curtain. The majestic magic power pressed every young girl's nerves, causing them to sweat unconsciously on their foreheads. They couldn't divert their attention from Yayu at all now. Either hand it in, or, let your school turn into history today. This is impossible. Camilla's answer remained unchanged. Yayu nodded consciously, raised the holy sword in his hand and swung his back suddenly. Laugh. A blue and white sword aura spread to the rear suddenly, and finally became bigger and bigger. Break through the air, draw a knife and slash. The moment the voice fell, the speed of the sword gas spread faster and faster, eventually cutting the entire room in half, and quickly spreading. This. How can it be? You. No? Could it be that this is his full power? Yayu-jun. Both the girls in the Star Guidance Hall and the two girls in Alicante stared at Yayu sluggishly. Even Zirda, who had been very calm, looked at Yayu in surprise. This kind of strength is no joke. Rumble rumbling. The sound of the building being destroyed continuously came from outside, which made the faces of Camilla and Anista more and more ugly. Yayu put the silver-white holy sword on his shoulders and asked with a chuckle. Now, what's your answer? Do you choose to hand over the culprit, or do you want to have a good fight with me? Camilla and Ainista were completely silent now. This kind of thing is too horrible, and this kind of powerful strength is unheard of in the entire history of the Liuhua. Even the strongest witch in the Revo Black Belly Academy, Ophelia Landolphin, shouldn't have such a strong strength. Now, the basket that Ainista stabbed out is really big. Is this your true strength? It's really surprising. This kind of joke is not funny at all. A lot of fine sweat oozes out of Anista's forehead. Things are really tricky. But they can't let this guy continue to destroy. Yayu-jun. I know, Claudia. It's enough for you to watch, I have a sense of measure. Yayu didn't turn his head back, and the eyes of the three people opposite were full of abusive expressions. Speak your decision. Ainista took a deep breath, showing the same expression as before. Camilla on the side seemed to understand something, and her expression seemed to be calmer. Oh yeah. I really frightened people. I didn't expect Swordsman Lord you to be so strong. Even so, we don't plan to retreat here. So, people still plan to give it a go. Ainista said with a smile and waved at the same time. A door was opened on the wall behind, and two huge boxes appeared in everyone's eyes. Is this your confidence? Yayu smiled calmly and shook his head. He thought it would be something interesting before, but he didn't expect that she would actually come up with this kind of thing. He guessed what was in it even if he didn't look at it. Yes. I originally planned to save them for Phoenix Star Martial Arts. I didn't expect them to be available now. Immediately, Ainista clapped her hands, and the box opened to reveal a black-painted Gundam and a female robot with long green hair. Aldi and Limshi are my favorite works. Since you are so confident, come and try it. I want to see what you are relying on to dare to be so arrogant in our territory. Rely on these two things? Let's let you see it. Yayu smiled leisurely, and pointed at Artie with the silver holy sword in his hand. Although Anista was a little confused, she also ordered in a deep voice. Go on. Artie, Limsey. Yes, master. Wow, ha ha ha, I know. Let me let these guys understand the great master. Shut up. What a shame. A metal sledgehammer that fits his size appeared in Aldi's hand, and he laughed. But his words aroused the dissatisfaction of the green long-haired female robot beside her. Artificial intelligence with self-awareness, interesting. Yayu looked at the crosstalk in front of him with interest. Although I have known about these two self-disciplined robots for a long time, actually witnessing it with my own eyes is another feeling. Speaking of dolls, it would be great if you can get the dolls of the moon every night. Ha ha ha. Boy, are you the one who provokes our master? Let Aldi come to teach you a lesson. After speaking, Aldi raised the sledgehammer with both hands and rushed towards Yayu quickly. Limru on the side did not sit still, and pointed at the three Euless with the gun-shaped brilliant weapon in his hand. Please don't make any small movements. Oh. A hint of warfare also appeared on Say's little face without ups and downs. Do you use spear-shaped flaming weapons as the main weapon? Then leave it to me. Chapter 23. As she said, a starting device also slipped from the box pinned to her waist. 38 Type Huang Type Howitzer Heklum. A huge gun that was much taller than Say appeared in her hands, and a small goggles appeared on her face. Boom! The blue cannonball flew out from the muzzle and went straight to Limshi. Asterisk. 34 You just see how I break your tortoise shell. 3/4. At this moment, Yayu didn't pay attention to the collision between Say and Limxi. After avoiding Aldi's attack, the former rushed out of the room, he also rushed out. Wow, ha ha ha. Boy, I didn't expect you to be able to dodge our attacks, there is enough. Yayu smiled without saying a word, just raised the silver-white holy sword in his hand. Seeing this, Aldi naturally understood Yayu's meaning, and he laughed and rushed over, clenching the sledgehammer in his hand. Li Ghost Swordsmanship. Yayu displayed the signature skills of Sword Soul. If Juggernaut's signature skill is Extreme Ghost Swordsmanship, then the signature skill of Sword Soul is Li Ghost Swordsmanship. Unlike in the game, the Li Ghost sword art inherited by Yayu is actually a kind of artistic conception. An absolute defensive net is formed around oneself, any attack can be blocked at the first time and counterattack. I don't care about the form of the move, only the artistic conception. This is the core skill of every sword soul. Artie glanced at Yayu in surprise. From a moment ago, his attack could not get close to the body of the boy in front of him. Every time he made an attack, he placed his weapon in his attack path like an unknown prophet. That's it, is this Li Ghost Swordsmanship? I probably understand, then. Meteor rising. Yayu whispered in a low voice, shook Aldi's attack and took a few steps back, leaning forward in a lunge position. Aldi didn't fight back either, but looked at Yayu with interest. This is a strong enemy. In a short period of time, he thought that he couldn't kill this enemy so easily. Of course, he was naturally very curious about what interesting things this powerful enemy would do. Yayu moved. He held the silver-white holy sword in his hand and thrust upwards suddenly, and his body also leaped up high. Boom! A honeycomb blue barrier stood in front of Artie, and the powerful spike made the barrier in front of him make a harsh sound. In the next second, Yayu changed his body and landed quickly beyond the norm. He stepped back a few meters and said with interest. Very good. Very strong defensive ability. Wow, ha ha ha. Isn't that of course? Now you know how great my master is. Aldi proudly boasted, and patted his steel body at the same time. Your abilities have already been documented in my generation. Is it really? Well. However, the calmness on Yayu's face caused Aldi to make a confused voice for the first time. When dealing with Silas, he only used daggers and casual sword attacks, and the attack just now was only performed with a playful mentality. Yayu smiled plainly and shook his head slightly. Your tortoise shell is actually not very good. Oh? You mean you can crack it? Then try it. Artie laughed triumphantly, and he ignored Yayu's words completely. No one knows how strong he has defenses better than himself. The attack of the young man in front of him was indeed very sharp, but it was too self-confident to break his defense. In this regard, Yayu appeared non-committal. This tortoise shell could be easily broken even by Esther's ability alone. What's more, he hasn't used the extreme weapon blade that strengthens the attack and the extreme ghost swordsmanship that weakens the defense. Taking a look at the students of the Alicanti Academy who are gradually moving closer to this side, Yayu whispered. It looks like you can't continue to play like this. Then let you see how I broke your proud barrier. Break the extreme weapon, open it. As the words fell, the silver-white holy sword in Yayu's hand was once again covered with a golden halo. In the game, the effect of breaking extreme weapons is to increase the skill attack power. In reality, its effect is to increase the attack power of the weapon 5 times. And not counting the magic power Yayu consumes when using the skills. Once there is magic blessing, the attack power will have to go up to several levels. Yayu didn't have much magic power in the previous piercing and drawing swords. But even so, it still destroyed most of the campus of the Alicanti Academy. The buildings outside are basically divided into 2 horizontally. Although it looks like many students are embarrassed, they haven't suffered much harm in fact. If he had used the destroying weapon before, it would not be that simple. Once a life was lost, the Alcan Research Institute would be completely immortal. And Aldi also put away his playful thoughts and looked at the holy sword in Yayu's hand silently. The energy fluctuations emitted from that sword can definitely break his barrier. The game time is almost over. Then, goodbye. In the next second, Yayu's figure suddenly disappeared in place, and his body was wrapped in a dragon head-shaped air current and rushed towards Aldi. What? Artie looked at Yayu in a panic. At this time, the speed of the young man completely broke through the computer's speculation. How can this be? In the blink of an eye, Yayu's figure had appeared before Artie's eyes. The raptors cut through the air. Immediately, Yayu slashed up. The sharp silver holy sword easily broke through the blue barrier and landed on Aldi's metal body. The indestructible armor was easily cut open by the silver holy sword like butter, revealing the constantly working mechanical parts inside. Attention! The body is damaged more than 80%. This is not possible. Artie's body heard a computer beep, and his eyes flickered a few times and went completely black. Boom! Artie fell directly. Yayu turned and walked in the direction of Claudia and the others. The students of the Alicanti Research Institute around all looked at Yayu's back in horror. Many of the robots that fell on the ground had been opponents of this guy. They have tried so hard to break the defense of this self-disciplined doll, and now they have been solved so easily. What the is going on? Am I dreaming? Yes. This must be a nightmare? How could there be a guy stronger than Artie? That is to say, impossible. The surrounding students talked a lot, and did not believe the facts at hand. But there is no shortage of smart people in the world, not to mention the Alcan Research Institute, which is mainly engaged in research. Naturally, some people want to understand the key points. No, it's not. Aldi is indeed a monster, yes. It's just that he encountered a more terrifying monster. Who is that guy? P.S. Thank you for your support, I remember it. Thank you for not issuing a single chapter. Asterisk. 35 Leave it to me next. 4/4. While Yayu was fighting Aldi, the battle between Sei and Limxi also started. Compared to Yayu's casual and relaxed, Sei is much more difficult. Critical strike. The bluish-white light gathered at the muzzle, and then flew out. Seeing this, Limxi also fired a luminous bullet from the huge gun in his hand. In the next moment, 2 huge light bullets violently collided with the sharp launching sound. Limxi, a self-disciplined doll with long green hair, glanced at Sei blankly, and shook his head slowly. It's useless, your attacks are within the calculations of the computer. Whispering sound. Say gritted her teeth with some dissatisfaction. Kangxing Limxi's eyes were full of solemnity. Come here seriously. Limxi didn't answer, but fluffed her long hair. Say's attack has no effect on her. As long as she can't break through the computer's calculations, she can react and fight back at any time. It just so happened that the current Shay didn't have that ability. Even if it was changed to Eurus to face Limxi, it was also a fate. Juris couldn't help but bit her lips tightly as she watched the battle in the field. She said that she was similar to herself before, but she didn't believe it at all. But now, Say really proved her strength. She does have the ability to be ranked in the 12 people on the start page. Claudia smiled and looked at everything in front of her. She had already expected this development. She didn't worry about Yayu at all. The main thing was to see if Shashagong Shay could win this opponent. The three girls from the Alicante Institute also looked at everything in front of them. Oh! That little one did a good job. Aenista looked at the battle ahead and said with interest. But Camilla's sight remained on Say's brilliant weapons. It's really interesting. This brilliant weapon is really unique. It connects the waning minds to increase the output power. It's a nostalgic design. Ah, you deserve to be the representative of the Lion faction of the Alkan Research Institute. You can see the weapon structure of Shashagong at a glance. When Claudia heard this, she turned her head and smiled at Camilla. Camilla raised her brows and said nonchalantly. Of course, this is my area of expertise. But in my opinion, it is really not a practical weapon. This technology is a defective product that has been negated more than 10 years ago. Not only is the output unstable, but also it will cause a great burden to the user. And between each attack, it takes a very long cooling time. That's the case, but I don't think it is good to deny the results of other people's labor behind the scenes. Although Claudia was surprised by Camilla's knowledge reserve, she still knew a little bit about Say's strength. Camilla didn't care about Claudia's words, but said in surprise. Shashagong. So that's it, is that girl the daughter of Professor Shashagong? Ignoring Camilla's self-talk, Euless and Claudia stared at the battlefield ahead. Yayu didn't worry about them at all, and Say seemed to be a little suspicious on her side. Say gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with solemnity. Chapter 24. The green long-haired doll can accurately counteract her attack every time, and it makes her feel more and more impetuous now. To be able to control such an unstable Huang-style weapon so delicately, I really admire your technique. Limxi still sighed in a calm tone. Say gripped the giant gun in her hand and responded coldly. I have seen it through. Your attacks are based on accuracy and perfection. I have already thought of ways to crack them. Oh? Then you can give it a try. Limxi frowned and said calmly. Even if she is not as arrogant as Aldi, she still has the pride that she should have. The girl in front of me was indeed excellent, but Limxi still didn't believe it very much if she could surpass the computer. Limxi spoke, and at the same time spread a huge spear-shaped brilliant weapon with both hands and aimed at Say. At this moment, a footstep came from a distance. Everyone looked at the sound. Yayu slowly appeared in front of everyone with the silver-white holy sword. Yayu-jun! Yayu! You! The three Euless looked at him in surprise. Since he appeared here, it means that Aldi has been completely solved. Aenista and Camilla also looked at Yayu in amazement. Aldi, who has absolute defense, lost so easily. This makes the two who are the makers totally incomprehensible. Even if Aldi's state has not been adjusted to the best level, he is easily defeated by a little-known kid, which is not a big blow to Aenista. Ah! Yayu-jun actually solved it so neatly. What are you going to do next? Anessa Jonette. Claudia said with a smile, but anyone could easily see the gloat in her eyes. Yayu defeated that Aldi, isn't it easy for Limxi to follow? If both of them as barriers are defeated, then only the three of them can face Yayu's offensive. Zerda, who was wearing glasses, was still watching coldly. but her eyes were full of interest when she looked at Yayu. He, you really deserve to be that guy's younger brother, I really like you more and more. Ainista did not say anything, but lowered her head in silence. Camilla on the side looked at her with some worry, and there was a hint of coldness in Yayu's eyes unconsciously. Yayu ignored Hilda's laughter and walked straight to Say's side. Are you okay? Fortunately, we are currently in a stalemate with that doll. Yes. Yayu glanced at Limxi, then looked at the blue-haired girl and said softly. It is basically impossible for you to defeat her with your existing weapons in a short time. The next thing is to be handled by me. How about? Well. Saya thought for a few seconds, took a deep look at Limxi, and nodded slightly. I know, let me see your strength. Later, I have to explain to me what you have experienced after we parted. As he said, the huge gun suddenly disappeared, and Say nodded to Yayu before turning around and returning to Yulis and the others. Yayu chuckled, then looked at Limxi. Your companion has already failed. Then it's your turn. Miss Doll. Limxi sighed deeply, eyes that looked at Yayu were full of solemnity. If you can beat that guy, it doesn't mean that you can beat me. As the master's most outstanding work, I definitely can't lose here. Yayu did not answer, but raised the silver-white holy sword in his hand. Limxi took a deep breath, aimed at Yayu and directly pressed the trigger in his hand. P.S. Thank you for your support, there will probably be one more in a while. Asterisk. 36 So, what about your answer? Plus more. Facing the light flare all over the sky, Yayu curled his lips in disdain. This thing is okay for the average person, for him it is no different from a toy. But he didn't shoot Limxi directly, and that would be too boring. Immediately, Yayu seemed to think of something and twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. The silver-white holy sword turned into a phantom in his hand, and the light bullet couldn't get close to him at all. Aster possesses the demon-breaking attribute, even if it is to kill magic, it is just a trivial matter, not to mention these light bombs. Is there only this level? I don't believe that Anista did not install a powerful attack weapon on you, and there will be no chance after you don't use it. Yayu said with a light smile, and Limxi over there was completely silent. Seeing this, Ainista shouted. Since that guy already has failed, you can't let me down. Limxi. Your will, master. Limxi nodded slightly, and said blankly. She directly threw away the brilliant weapons in her hand and activated the large equipment behind her back. A sharp voice rang from behind her, and her body floated into the air. Oh? It's actually a flying equipment. Although it's not uncommon for people with the ability to fly, there are not many people who can show their strength in the air at will. Claudia spoke softly, and at the same time watched Ainistra's expression. At this time, Ainista looked straight at Limxi, as if pinning everything about herself on the doll, watching closely without any distraction. Yayu ignored the girl's words, staring at Limxi who was floating in mid-air. In the star vessel generation, there are indeed many people who can use the ability of flying. For example, Eurus, who gave birth to wings with her own flame, is one of the best. Popular flying science for personal use has long been popularized throughout the entire Six Flowers. However, there is nothing wrong with what Claudia said. Whether or not flying can be used in combat is another matter. If you stand on the commanding heights but cannot obtain any points that are advantageous to the battle, this advantage is meaningless. However, Limxi's maneuverability in the air can occupy an overwhelming advantage. Fei Niao is not enough to describe her agility. In Yayu's opinion, there is only a certain white demon who can achieve this level of air combat. The green straight line traversed the air, and light bullets poured down like raindrops. Yayu smashed the light bullet casually and looked at Limxi thoughtfully. Limxi galloping in the air, the movements are almost hard to capture. Coupled with her various emergency stop or sudden acceleration operations, it has increased the difficulty of sniping out of thin air. Oh, it seems a bit troublesome. Although he said so, Yayu smiled faintly. This level is really troublesome for others. The extremely fast speed and erratic movements make it difficult to lock her position. However, this is not difficult for Yayu. It's getting late, the game time is almost over. Yayu whispered in a low voice. His face no longer had the kind of randomness he had before, instead he was replaced by indifference. The silver holy sword that the vigorous magic power was instilled in his hand also made the sword of killing the demon rise a little bit of blue starlight. Without any extra words, Yayu spotted Limxi flying in the sky and swung down the holy sword in his hand. The bright blue and white sword light was fleeting, and Limxi's shocked eyes easily cut open the mechanical wings behind her. Boom! Limxi fell straight to the ground, raising dust in the sky. Yayu sighed softly and whispered. Really? I actually got serious unconsciously. I hope she didn't make any mistakes, after all, it is the trophy afterwards. The girls around looked at Yayu in amazement, unable to speak for a long time. This is too strong? Not to mention that he can catch the kind of fast-moving enemies, but that his sword aura is extremely powerful. Being able to accurately cut off the mechanical wings behind Limxi, this shows that he has control over the sword chi. Euless looked at Yayu blankly and whispered. Is this what he looks like when he is serious? It's the first time I see you showing such a serious expression after all these years. Sei nodded in the same way. She knows Yayu better than everyone present, but in the years with her, Yayu has never been as serious as she is today. Claudia smiled without saying a word, she had already wondered about Yayu's strength. What can I just say now? The three members of the Alkan Institute also remained silent. Yayu's strength now makes them smack secretly. Even Zirda had to wear a dignified look in Yayu's eyes. Before, she had even raised the idea of letting Yayu help her unwind the restrictions, so it seems that she has to plan carefully. Yayu turned around, curling his lips in dissatisfaction. He was a little upset about his inadvertent seriousness this time. Only those who can completely control themselves can be regarded as truly strong. Now it seems that he has to work harder. Ignoring Limxi who was buried in the ruins, Yayu turned around and walked towards Euless and the others. Since your dependence has been resolved, it's your turn next. Who are you going to change for? Yayu spoke indifferently, and at the same time turned his attention to the three of the Alicanti Research Institute. Camilla and his best friend looked at each other face to face, and found the unabashed horror in each other's eyes. Hilda was silent on the side, as if she didn't mean to say anything at all. Everyone's attention also shifted to Camilla and Ainista. Her confidence had been completely wiped out, and Ainista seemed very hesitant at this time. What will happen next is completely unimaginable to her. At the same time, she also glanced at Hilda, who had been thinking about something, for fear that she would make a plan to abandon herself. However, to the disappointment of Ainista, Hilda still put on an appearance that had nothing to do with me. In this case, she will have to face Yayu next. It is absolutely impossible for her to be a weak researcher to face such a terrifying monster. No matter how strong her scientific research ability is, she only possesses the machine that can defeat monsters, not that she has the strength to defeat monsters. So, what about your answer? Camilla and Ainista were silent, and Hilda stayed out of the matter again. In this situation, the air at the scene instantly solidified. P.S. I can't stand it anymore, I will die suddenly if I don't close my eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 25. 37 Only the Limxi is enough for my trophy, 1/4. Ainista looked at Yalong and didn't recover for a long time. Hilda looked on coldly, and Camilla and herself couldn't think of a good way to break the game. If this continues, is it true that she should be sacrificed as an abandoned child? What are you going to do now? Looking at the appearance of the big doctor, she doesn't seem to mean to help you. Claudia said with a smile, and her words made Camilla and Ainistra's faces even more ugly. Yayu couldn't help smacking his lips, and raised the silver holy sword in his hand. The vast magic power burst out from him once again, oppressing the nerves of the girls. Break through the air. Seeing his movements, Ainista suddenly became anxious. I know. Can't we surrender? Isn't it okay to do this earlier? Hey! Yayu glanced at the lingering Ainista and regained her aura, and then asked the blonde girl. Claudia, what do you mean next? Yayu-jun, bullying a girl will be annoying. Claudia said in response to the question, and at the same time a gleam of light flashed in her eyes. Let you hand over the leader of the sculpture faction, I don't think you will agree. Yes, other conditions are easy to say. Only this is absolutely not allowed. Ainista and Camilla nodded in agreement. As a genius girl who can compare with the great doctor, the value of Ainista is very precious to the Alkan Institute. Once she loses her, it will be a great loss for the entire college. Claudia and Yayu naturally knew this too. It's enough to get things that are good for you. But if Yayu didn't panic, Claudia would definitely be held accountable if he really broke his face with the Alkan Institute. Then we are better off being respectful. Claudia smiled slightly, that smile was extremely brilliant. First of all, I need you to apologize to all the students who have been attacked in the Star Guidance Hall. I know. Ainista waved her hand, looking weak. Camilla also nodded and agreed to this condition. No problem, I will urge this idiot to complete it. You can rest assured of this. Of course, I still believe in Miss Camilla. The second point, I need you to make compensation to the Star Guide. You will never give us the latest meteor technology, so I will. How about Miss Anista's doll technique? Claudia said with a smile, she still knew something about Camilla. This kind of confessional character, once a guarantee is made, even the closest person will never show mercy. And the second condition is that she suddenly thought about it after seeing Limsey's performance. Okay, for you. Ainista curled her lips and spoke weakly, but the technology she developed herself was fine. Camilla on the side just looked at Ainista, and didn't say much. In that case, it's not early, then let's. Claudia was about to say goodbye with a big smile on her face. But at this moment, Yayu stopped speaking out loud. And many more. Yayu-jun. Why are you crazy again? Isn't the matter settled? The three of Euless looked at Yayu suspiciously, completely puzzled. Obviously the matter has been resolved, what is he doing again? And the opposite Anista and Camilla looked at Yayu with the same doubts. Does Swordsman do anything else? I will fulfill it after compensation and apology. I know, that's just Claudia's condition. Now it's my turn to make the condition. Yayuman said casually, and his words made Ainistra's head more question marks. Are you here to make terms? No. Brother, you really can laugh. Well. I get it. Originally, Ainista didn't want to pay attention to Yayu, but after seeing the silver-white holy sword in his hand, she hurriedly changed her words. Yayu shook his head amusedly. My condition is very simple. I remember that robot is called Limsey, right? Yes. There was a very bad feeling in Anista's heart. Shouldn't he? And Yayu's next words did not exceed Anista's expectation. My booty is the Limsey. It's pretty good to be caught back and become a maid. No. Limsey is very important. Can you change the terms? Ainista's reaction was very fierce, which was not beyond Yayu's expectation. Limsey is indeed very important, equivalent to a limiter, limiting Aldi's power. The relationship between Master Yu Fang and Misaka network is similar. If you want to use the power, the Uncle Fang must go through the Misaka network, and the same is true for Aldi. Naturally, she would never allow Yayu to take Limsey away. But this has nothing to do with Yayu. Unfortunately, no. You just need to nod or shake your head. Is there really no room for negotiation? What do you think? Yayu's words completely shattered Ainasta's hope. She threw herself into Camilla's arms like a child and burst into tears. Wow, it's too much, Camilla. Oh my Limsey, oh. Calm down, Anasta. Seeing the situation over there, Euless asked Yayu hesitantly. Is this really good? Look at her appearance, that Limsey seems to be very important to her. I know, but I won't teach them a lesson. What if I come back to make trouble later? Yayu shook his head and explained aloud. After the three of Claudia heard this, they did not continue to persuade them. As Yayu said, if you don't teach them a bit of a profound lesson, their courage will only grow stronger in the future. We won't talk about more, and give you some time. If I don't see what I want afterwards, I can only come and look for you again. Immediately, the silver holy sword in Yayu's hand turned into a small dagger and he put it in his pocket again. Nodding gestures to the three of Euless, Yayu turned and left. Euless and Say naturally followed. Then we will say goodbye and look forward to your puppet technology being delivered. Miss Anasta. Claudia saluted gracefully and hurried to chase the three of them. Wow, these people are demons. Definitely demons. Okay, Einsta. I warned you before, who knew that you stupid still did that, really? This is no way, Aldi and Limsey need information. In response to Camilla's reprimand, Ainasta retorted in a low voice. As a result, it has caused such a big trouble. The buildings in the college have been destroyed so much. You still want to explain to them? Ainasta waved her fists unresistably as she watched the departure of the few people, and her movements made Camilla shook her head and smiled bitterly. Hilda, who had been watching coldly, didn't care about the actions of these two people. Her gaze rested on Yayu from beginning to end, and not only was it constantly flowing, she seemed to be thinking about something. We will meet again, Tian Weiao's brother. You will come to me by yourself, *. 38 The agreement with Esther, and then meet Kirin Tofuji, 2/4. After returning from the Alicante Research Institute to part with the young girls, Yayu went straight back to his room. And that night, he also dreamed of the dream of the blonde saint during the final battle with the devil. This time it wasn't like the last time there was no ending, but it showed all the next things in Yayu's eyes. The blonde girl holding the sword that killed the Demon King pierced the heart of the Demon King with the holy sword in her hand, and she fell to the ground feebly. In the end, in front of Esther, the blonde girl died completely because of the eruption of the curse. This also made Esther understand that he was just a cursed magic sword, and immediately sealed himself into a deep sleep. Yayu kept watching everything quietly, and he completely understood everything about Esther. If she hadn't summoned her, she would have been sleeping forever. At the end of the picture, Esther merged with an ordinary iron sword, and her last whisper. If you sign a contract with others, it will only hurt others. In order not to lose the most important person. The soft sunlight shone on Yayu's face, awakening him from his sleep. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, a tender and delicate face caught Yayu's eyes. Esther. Owner. Let's go for a walk together. The silver-haired girl who was riding on Yayu's belly wearing only black stockings blinked her eyes for some uncertainty, and finally nodded. I see. The early morning of the Xingdao Pavilion is as comfortable as ever, surrounded by countless trees, which makes people feel refreshed. On the promenade in the forest, Yayu walked slowly holding Esther's little hand. The silver-haired girl followed Yayu's footsteps while staring at Yayu. The big dark blue eyes were filled with doubts. Owner. Chapter 26. During this time, because of Yayu's request, she had been in the dagger state most of the time, and there was basically no time to go out with Yayu alone. Yayu would tell her every morning that he would leave the house very late, but today she was uncharacteristically confused. Instinctively told her that Yayu definitely has very important things to explain to herself. But the two had been walking on the promenade for more than 10 minutes, Yayu seemed to have been thinking about something, and didn't talk to her at all. This also made her doubts deeper and deeper. Nothing. I just saw something, so I plan to have a good chat with you. Since I signed a contract with you, I rarely come out alone with you. Is that so? Esther blinked, and then asked Yayu with some doubts. So what do you want to talk to me? Yayu stopped and let go of the girl's hand, squatting halfway in front of Esther and staring at her. I saw your experience. So you already know. Esther's eyes became a little shaken. Yayu smiled, and touched the girl's little head as usual. Yet. I saw the final outcome of your last master, and also saw your final decision. Yayu's plain words caused waves in the girl's eyes. The shining eyes in the past dimmed a bit at the moment when they heard this sentence. I also only found out at that moment. Esther said blankly. I am not a holy sword, but a magic sword that will make the master fall into the abyss of death. Although there was still no expression on her face, there was a trace of sadness in her eyes. As the strongest sword wizard, I can break all the curses in the world, but I can't solve my own curses. The holy sword that can kill even the Demon King is basically gaining powerful power at the cost of life. Then it's not surprising to be able to kill the Demon King. Yayu knew what Esther meant. It is also ironic. Even Esther herself doesn't know her own curse, unless she has experienced it once herself, and there is no other way to know it. Yayu touched the girl's little head and said with a smile. In those days when you were sealed, you must have been lonely? You lived alone for hundreds of years. You. Don't worry, you know how strong I am. The mere curse wants to kill me. You underestimate me? I know your characteristics from the beginning. Even if I am still a human, I will say later. Not necessarily. It doesn't matter if you are the magic sword or the holy sword, as long as it is you. By saying so much, what I mean is very simple, I will never die one step ahead of you. This is my promise to you. Esther raised his head and looked at Yayu with complicated eyes, her pair of dim eyes also glowed again. She knew exactly how strong Yayu was. In her world, even if several great elf kings are together, they will definitely not be his opponent. The power sleeping in his body was so terrifying that Esther, the Three-No girl, would be moved. Therefore, Esther is willing to believe in his promise and his ability to change that sad future. I see, my master sword will always be with you. Esther's voice became stronger and stronger than ever before. Snapped. At this moment, a crisp sound from the front interrupted the warmth between the two. Yayu and Esther followed the voices and looked at them. It was Dodo Kirin who had met before, and her uncle Tengang Ichiro, the sword. I have warned you not to think about these things, right? Kirin. But, my uncle, Do I allow you to talk back? Kirin Toto held her small face as if trying to explain something, but the man raised her hand again, and the girl suddenly shrank in fright. Yayu squinted his eyes and asked the silver-haired girl. Esther. No matter what you want to do, I will support you. The little dagger that the girl had finished speaking fell into Yayu's hands. Yayu smiled slightly and swept forward quickly. P.S. There are guests at home in the afternoon, and I have been busy till now. Asterisk. 39 Then I slap you, do you hurt? 3/4. When the man's slap was about to hit Kirin Toto's face, suddenly a figure appeared between the two and grabbed the man's wrist. Ugh! Kirin Toto opened her eyes wide in surprise, and looked at Yayu who stood in front of her incredulously. And the man just frowned slightly and asked briefly. Who are you? He looked at Yayu's eyes full of contempt, and his voice was full of disgust. It doesn't matter who I am, but bullying a girl who has no resistance is not a man's behavior. I ask you, does it hurt if I slap you? What's the meaning? Hearing what Yayu said, the man frowned deeply and asked in dissatisfaction. After speaking, Yayu gave the man a big mouth without any hesitation, letting him roll out on the ground a long way. Todo Koichiro finally stopped and touched the blood at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with uncontrollable anger. "Good, very good!" Todo Koichiro shouted angrily. "Do you know who I am? You dare to do something to me? I don't know who gave you the courage to make irresponsible remarks about other people's housework. I am Todo Koichiro, Todo Kirin's real uncle." "Yes, it is." The girl also nodded timidly. "Get out if you know it, kid. Your withdrawal notice will be issued to you soon, and what's wrong with how many slaps you star vessel generations have been slapped? It's not your decision to drop out of school." Yayu said calmly, and at the same time, he glanced at Daovine Kirin who was looking at him timidly. "Slap you, how do you feel?" The answer is also obvious. "You will feel pain, then she will be the same." Yayu answered the question, but when she heard this, Dao Tengkailan suddenly raised her head to look at Yayu. The girl opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but in the end she swallowed it back hesitantly. Yayu smiled lightly, and ignored the man's warning. His information should now be on the desk of the top of the galaxy, and they will definitely not conflict with themselves because of a small role. With his eyes closed, Yayu could also think of this. Then, can you please spare your uncle, please? Todo Kirin looked at Yayu with tears in her eyes full of pleading. "Yirin, go and kill him. It's better to beat him to death." Todo Koichiro said angrily, with a malicious smile on his face. The girl said in a flustered manner. "Duel? Uncle, please wait a moment." However, the man ignored her meaning, still staring at Yayu and sneered. "Why, do you dare to accept it? Don't you dare to be a hero? Don't you have the courage to take responsibility? If you run away, she will suffer." With that, Todo Koichiro pointed to the girl and said. Yayu sneered and shook his head. "You are much stupid than I thought. Haha, till now, who are you still scaring? Wait to die, kid. Yirin, do you want to disobey my orders?" Dao Tengang Ichiro laughed loudly, and his words made Todo Kirin's face full of hesitation. However, the next second, the man's vision suddenly moved backwards quickly, and an unquenchable pain came from his abdomen. His body was hit by a fast-moving truck, and he flew out quickly. Yayu slowly retracted his right foot and curled his mouth in disdain. "Scare anyone? She didn't dare to do it, am I still afraid to do it? Really? Uncle? Senior?" Korin Dodo looked at Yayu in astonishment. She never thought that this slick senior would actually do it. Yayu waved his hand and said indifferently. "It's okay, I'm not Xingmei generation." His arrogant appearance is really unbearable. "Sorry senior, although I am very happy that you can stand for me, but I have a wish to come true, so I must follow my uncle's mercy, so, sorry." The girl said sadly. After bowing to Yayu, she hurriedly chased in the direction where Todo Koichiro flew out. Yayu sighed slightly as he looked at Dodo Chirin's back. He has no regrets about what happened just now. "I was already very upset with that man when I was watching Fandu. Why do I still feel wronged when I came to this world? Let's talk to Claudia later." Todo Kirin lowered his head, and followed the limp Tuichiro behind with his head down. The two walked on the dedicated passageway of the entrance and exit that could only be used by the people involved in the academy, and there was no one other than the two. "That nasty stinky kid. This shame, I absolutely want him to double it back." Todo Koichiro growled low. And his words also made the silver-haired girl following behind shrank in fright. She just wanted to say something, but couldn't say a word. She knew that even if she defended Yayu, not only would it have no effect, but she would still add fuel to the fire. "Yes, I'm sorry, Uncle." In the end, the girl could only apologize in an insignificant voice. Todo Koichiro still looked ahead and didn't turn his head back, but the anger in his words did not hide. I admit that kid is a bit capable, but that's the only way. A nameless guy who doesn't even have a ranking is really a bear heart and leopard courage to dare to attack me. It's all because of you that you look like a trash, so many things happen. Sorry, uncle. Kiran Totu still lowered her head and replied in a low voice. The man turned his head, looked at the girl indifferently and said calmly. You were originally a waste of nothing but swordsmanship, but only if I help you can make you shine. Don't forget this, Chirin. Only with my perfect plan, you will have the chance to win a few years later Wanglong Xingguo Festival Champion. Chapter 27. Yes, I know, uncle. Kiran Totu closed her eyes tightly and replied weakly. The man smacked his lips in dissatisfaction and gave her a contemptuous look. The current plan is going well. You can only win if you try your best. When this plan is reached, it is time for you to save your trash father. Now, I will go and take the thing. Kicked out of school. With that, Todo Koichiro showed a grim smile, and left Todo Kiran and walked towards the exit alone, limping. The sound of footsteps faded away. In the gloomy passage, the girl still stood on the spot blankly, whispering constantly in her mouth. Yeah, I know. SP, I recommend The Descent of the Dimensional Game of Europe by Mose Pigeon. Mose Pigeon can be regarded as my old predecessor and has taught me a lot. His book is as good looking as Mr. Hashahim's, so check it out if you are interested. Asterisk. 40 This guy is too offline, right? 4/4. When they arrived in the classroom, Yayu chatted with Sei and Yuri's about the previous events. So, you encountered the Blade Thunder again and beat her uncle. Yuris looked at Yayu in surprise, and even Shei's expressionless little face now showed a wave of waves. Hit her uncle in front of the first Blade Thunder. Even if this kind of thing is beaten to death, it deserves it. What did I lie to you? After all, that man is really unpleasant. Yayu didn't seem to care about this at all, and said flatly. It seemed to him that it was just a dispensable trash fish. I think you did the right thing about this matter. That man named Koichiro is really unreasonable. Even his uncle, the attitude of treating his relatives as tools is really uncomfortable. Yuli's voice was very calm, but her eyes were burning with pure and intense flames. If you ignored this behavior, I would be too disappointed. If I was there, I would have reacted the same way. Yeah, Risfeet is right. Sei agreed, her eyes also burning fighting spirit. Both of them unreservedly expressed their truest feelings, which made Yayu smile knowingly. Immediately, Yulis seemed to have thought of something, and she glanced at Yayu with some worry. Since that Todo Koichiro is from the Milky Way, is it a bit too impulsive for you to beat him like this? I guess it will be a little troublesome. Sei also stared at Yayu and waited for his answer. If this incident is big or small, it is only Yayu who will suffer. It's okay, that guy can play if he wants to. Really? Yuris had no choice but to help her forward. This guy was really self-willed as always. Get all of them back to my seat. The three over there don't want to go to the corridor to pick up buckets, just be honest with me. Yatsuzaki Kanako hurriedly walked in with a nail stick, as if someone irritated her again. Yuris and Saya returned to their seats. Yayu glanced at Tanizuzaki Kanako, and went directly to sleep on the table. What's the interesting thing about sleeping in class? While watching Yayu's movements, Tanizuzaki Marineko only twitched the corners of his mouth, but said nothing. As long as this guy doesn't make a fool of himself, let him go with such trivial things. After school in the afternoon, the three of Yayu walked towards the training ground talking and laughing. When I walked to a small garden, many people in a mess in front of me gathered around and didn't know what they were doing. What the hell? Yuris raised her brows. However, at this moment, the crowd gave way to an aisle, and the three of them also saw the silver-haired girl surrounded by it. Ah, it's Senior. The girl looked at Yayu in surprise, if a puppy who met her master ran to the three of them with tears in her eyes. Yayu nodded clearly, Dodo Kirin is still very popular in the entire Star Guidance Hall, and it is understandable that he would receive this kind of treatment. Let's go, let's find a quiet place first. Good, good. Dodo Kirin glanced at the crowd over there with lingering fear, and kept nodding his head. Yayu smiled helplessly, these people seemed to frighten her. Bringing Korin Dodo, Yayu and his party came to the atrium where they had skipped class with Eurus. At this time, no one exists in the atrium, which is considered to be one of the few quiet places in the entire Star Guidance Hall. Sorry. Uncle has caused you a lot of trouble. After calming her breath for a while, Kirin Todo hurriedly bowed to Yayu and apologized. Don't worry, it's just a small matter. It's better to say that I should apologize to you. Yayu waved his hand and motioned to her not to be so polite. Hearing this, the girl who was still bowing her head slightly raised her head and looked at Yayu's appearance tremblingly. That, please, excuse me, are you not angry with the senior? What's so angry about me? But I have a problem with your uncle. I'm really sorry about this. Seeing the girl's head lowered again, Yayu smiled helplessly. Chirin's eyes were filled with tears, as if she was about to cry. Yayu put his hand on her head and stroked it lightly. For Yayu, this was just a subconscious action. After all, Esther seemed to like Yayu stroking the top of her head very much. But for Kirin Todo, it was still too exciting. At this moment, her small face was slightly red, and the water vapor in her eyes became deeper. But Yayu didn't withdraw his hand when he saw her appearance, but looked at the girl with interest. What to do? I really want to bully her with such a small animal-like appearance. With the carriage running constantly in her mind, Eurus on the side asked hesitantly. Yayu, could it be said that she is the #1 Blade Thunder? The appearance of Kirin Tofuji made Yuri's a little skeptical about life. Would this kind of little animal-like guy be the first one who has never failed? Just kidding. Ansei also looked at Chirin with the same ugly expression, staring at her in front of her. This world is really unfair. Glancing at the pointed chariot, Yayu retracted his right hand and nodded with a chuckle. Yes, she is the #1 Dodo Kirin. Isn't it interesting? Oh. I really don't understand. Eurus sighed deeply, holding her forehead with a headache. Before that, she hesitated about the strength of this girl, so she never had the idea of challenging her. It's just that I didn't expect it to be such a small animal-like character. This is really... Yayu Ran smiled and asked. Then what's the matter with you coming to see me? I am very grateful to Senior Yayu for protecting me from my uncle. Although things have become very troublesome now, I am really happy. With a red face, the girl plucked up the courage to thank Yayu. So, you came here to thank me specifically. Is that right? Todo Kirin tilted her head in a puzzled face, and she answered quite naturally. Yayu helped her forehead helplessly, and Eurus smiled bitterly, and even Shay on the side looked at her in surprise. This guy is too offline. P.S. No more changes for the time being, you have to prepare enough manuscripts for the shelves. You can add more after it's on the shelf, *. 41 The smiling face of a girl in the sunset, 1/4. Well, it's this time, it's still so hot outside. The summer sky under the setting sun showed a bright red color, and the street lights that had just been lit also added a different color to the sunset. Yayu and Kirin Dodo walked side by side on the promenade where the sunset and the street lights intertwined. Before the girl had proposed the idea of wanting to talk with Yayu alone, Yuri's and the others would naturally not be so uninterested. The girl's cheeks were dyed vermilion in the setting sun, but Yayu found that it didn't seem to be the setting sun. Student Daeteng, are you okay? How about your blushing face? Hey? I'm fine. This sudden question also caused a shy smile on the girl's face. Sorry, it's the first time I walked side by side with men outside of my family like this, because my father is quite strict with me. Judging from your manners, you must have received very strict swordsmanship training since you were young. Yayu's inadvertent words also made the girl's expression more cheerful. She looked at Yayu with some joy and asked. Speaking of which, Senior Yayu must know how to do swordsmanship, right? Although I didn't feel any star power in you, I felt a strong sword intent. Well, that's right. I can do a little bit of swordsmanship for the time being. Yayu nodded slightly. This is not something worth hiding. It's better to say that Kirin Toda's keen sense is not aware of the biggest problem. After all, even if he is condensing his breath, people who are sensitive to swords will soon notice that something is wrong with him. I noticed it when the senior attacked his uncle today. The technique of suddenly exerting strength should be based on the principle of drawing a sword? I didn't expect that, senior. You can use it without a weapon. It's amazing. What? The girl said happily, and the distance between Yayu and Yayu was getting closer and closer. But halfway through, she seemed to have noticed something wrong and closed her mouth. A blush instantly appeared on her small face, and she took a few small steps back. No, sorry. I'm not careful. Seeing Qilin's pitiful appearance, Yayu couldn't help but smile. No matter how you look at it, she acts like a small animal. Esther sometimes makes such cute moves, but the style between the two is still too different. Chapter 28. Student Daoteng seems to like swordsmanship very much. Yes, it is. Although a little shy, Qilin answered Yayu's question decisively. Looking at the sunset ahead, she continued to speak with a lonely expression. Because I have nothing but swordsmanship. My mind is bad, people are stupid and worried, and I can't even do housework. But as long as I hold a sword, even a fool like me can help others. Yayu didn't say much, just put his hand on the girl's head and gently stroked her silver hair, which felt no worse than Esther. Qirin glanced at Yayu with some gratitude. This kind of invisible comfort was more convincing than words. I have a wish that must not be fulfilled. I want to save my father. That's why you are willing to let that scumbag use it. Sure enough, the girl showed an expression of astonishment, and then nodded slightly. Although it is shameful, but the truth is exactly what you said. Uncle has a great talent. He can point out the most suitable and shortest path for me to achieve my wishes. To Uncle, I am very grateful. You are really kind. Yayu sighed lightly and shook his head. Only the second element has such a pure girl. Instead, he had already hammered that uncle to death to find another way. However, due to her character, it is understandable that it will be like this. Able to understand, but disagree. This is Yayu's conclusion about her approach. I ask you a question, do you want to see your father? Hi. Yayu's sudden question made Qilin's head completely unable to turn. After a few seconds of silence, the girl asked Yayu blankly. Yeah, Yayu senior, are you telling the truth? There was a tremor in her voice, and her beautiful face was flushed. Yayu smiled and nodded slightly. Yes, I do have a way for you to meet your father Seijiro Toto. But it will take a while. Thank you. Really, thank you so much. Tears couldn't help but flowed from the girl's eyes. She walked a few steps to face Yayu and bowed deeply to him. Later, Yayu saw an unforgettable scene in his life. The girl with her back to the sunset, although there are still tears on her face, her smiling face is more dazzling and brighter than the sun. Yayu smiled and nodded. I will arrange for you to meet your father later, so now is not the time to cry. Kirin Toto still kept a smiling face, her eyes curved into beautiful crescents. Afterwards, the two took another step. Qilin said to Yayu shyly while wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes. Hug, sorry, Senior Yayu. Let you see such a shameful side. No, I think you smile so cute. Ah, what? Cute. The girl waved her hand in a panic, and then secretly glanced at Yayu with a red face. Then, that is what you said true? Of course it's true, you are really cute when you smile. Yayu naturally understood what she meant, and gently touched the young girl's head. Chi-Rin blushed to herself for a while, and finally blushed and remained silent. After a while, the girl seemed to calm down and asked again. Excuse me, what kind of training does Senior Yayu usually carry out? Train. Yayu blinked, she asked this question a little strangely. In addition to the memory of inheritance, it seems that I have not done much training. But he also answered honestly in the way he remembered. Run for exercise, and then practice swordsmanship and moves. Recently, after school, I have had some special training with Sei and Yuri's. Okokokok. Chi-Rin took out a small book from her pocket and copied her notes carefully. How long does it take to run? How many times should I swing the sword? And the girl asked in great detail, and seemed to have a great interest in Yayu's training methods. After Yayu answered one by one, Chi-Lin finally exhaled contentedly. Thank you, Senior, it is very valuable for reference. This kind of exercise is just basic. No. The training method of the strong is really worth learning. Only after countless practice can you reach your current strength. Chi-Rin showed a flawless smile and responded softly to him. Yayu was completely unable to complain. Isn't this guy a natural stupid? But maybe I should get some exercise and see if I can rely on my own efforts to break through the God's realm. P.S. Look at the daily forgotten code words. Asterisk. 42 The agreement with Kirin Todo, to visit the girls' dormitory again at night, 2/4. Yayu looked at the cute girl who was walking around like a small animal, and couldn't help asking. As for you, so happy? No. Chi-Lin shook her head and looked at Yayu gratefully. Since my father was arrested, I have never seen my father again. Even if he is doing well now, I can't even know. If the senior can say that, there must be a way for me to meet my father. Really very thank you. Well, I will definitely let you see your father. Yayu smiled and nodded. Tonight I went to Claudia and said that if the galaxy does not agree with his request, then use force. If he makes trouble, no one can stop the entire Luhua except Fan Xinglu. Chi-Rin thought for a while, and asked with some doubts. That, how did you know about me, Senior? I met you in the corridor before, and I was a little interested in you. Then I asked when I was chatting with Claudia, and she told me. Yes, yes. Regarding Yayu's explanation, the girl didn't have any doubts, just smiled shyly. The president of the student council wanted to know his past easily. With a word casually, her information may soon be placed on her desk. Immediately, Yayu planned to change the topic and propose to Chi-Rin. Since you are so interested in my practice method, why not participate in our afternoon training? What? She probably didn't expect Yayu to say this at all, and Chi-Lin's big beautiful eyes also opened wide. Yes, can you? Well, I'm fine. Even though Yayu's mind appeared at this moment Eurus pouting, and said with a displeasure, don't talk to yourself and invite others, but this is just a small problem. Chi-Rin smiled in surprise for a moment, but then lowered her head in frustration. I'm sorry. Although I really want to agree to the invitation to learn warfare. But my uncle repeatedly warned me that I must keep a distance from the students on the rankings, especially the starting page 12. Stain, do some troublesome things. Yayu smacked his lips dissatisfiedly, then waved his hand indifferently. In that case, you can train with me in the morning. I'm not on the leaderboard anyway. It means to get along with the senior, two people alone, right? Well, that's right. Upon hearing this, the girl showed a complicated expression and lowered her head. How about it? This, then I'm better off being respectful. Chi-Lin smiled shyly, and Yayu shook his head weakly. This guy is really a lie, I can't look like this. Before they knew it, they walked to the girls' dormitory in the junior high school. That, I really appreciate the help from the senior today. Well, I'm very happy too. Then, so senior, see you tomorrow, please advise. After the girl bowed to Yayu, she ran back to the girls' dormitory. Yayu watched her go away, and at the same time let out a sigh of relief. Before, he thought about dissuading Todo Kirin from leaving Todo Koichiro's side, but after all, the two only met today. It is too early to say this, and there will be opportunities later. At this moment, Yayu felt a familiar breath coming from the top of his head. Yayu suddenly raised his head, and the branches on the roadside swayed, and a small figure suddenly jumped down. The black shadow lay tightly on Yayu's back, while looking at the direction of the girls' dormitory. Say, your way of playing is as interesting as ever. That guy looks very happy, what did you talk to her? Say didn't seem to mean to come down from Yayu's back, still staring at that side. Yayu shook his head helplessly, and asked. Why are you here? Didn't you go to the training ground with Ulyss? If you are away, it doesn't make any sense. Say responded flatly, and at the same time let go of her arms around her neck, and jumped off Yayu's back. In response, Yayu could only shook his head helplessly. Chapter 29. Regardless of the reason why Sei didn't train with Yuri's, he knew everything. Sei stared at Chirin's departure direction, glanced in front of her again, and said with some dissatisfaction. The world is full of injustice. Well, don't look at her like that, in fact she is also a poor person. Poor guy. Hearing this, Sei raised her head questioningly. Her father was sentenced to decades for killing a robber by mistake. She came here to save his father. Is it? Sei nodded clearly. Why does Yayu know about this kind of thing is not very doubtful, he has been mingling with the student council all day, wouldn't it be easy for him to know the girl's information? She whispered blankly as usual. Father. In the middle of the night, Yayu left his dormitory after having a fight with Ulyss as usual. Knowing that he was going to find Claudia, Esther did not stubbornly follow. In this regard, Yayu was helpless. Arriving in front of the familiar dormitory building, Yayu gently avoided the patrolling guards and jumped onto Claudia's windowsill. Because I said hello before, the window over there was still wide open last time, but the difference was that Claudia was looking at this side with a smile. Ah, it's rare that Yayu-jun will come over to find me. There is something I want to ask you, yes. Yayu jumped off the windowsill casually, walked over to the blonde girl and sat down. Claudia seemed to have a hobby of tasting wine alone at night, when she was sipping a glass of red wine. Yayu didn't seem to be hypocritical, and said directly. Claudia, let me tell you something. What? Can you let me talk to your mother once? Mother? Ah. Is it to discuss our affairs with your mother? Claudia looked at Yayu in surprise, and then said teasingly. Although that will happen sooner or later, I want to tell her another thing. Yayu said, telling Claudia about Dodo Chirin again. After listening, Claudia nodded slightly. From a personal standpoint, I also agree with Yayu-jun's approach. Although that person is only a small character of Yunhee, he is still a person from Yunhee. I have already talked to my mother on the phone this morning, and this matter can be settled. Just face it. It's more troublesome to see Saudo Sejiro. Speaking of the back, Claudia frowned slightly. Yayu chuckled lightly and said lightly. It's not just a simple meeting. Asterisk. 43 After all, she really has nothing but me, 3/4. Yayu's words made Claudia frowned. Isn't it that simple? Immediately, the blonde girl asked directly. What exactly does that mean? Yayu didn't even want to confuse her, he pondered for a few seconds and explained. Actually, my purpose is not limited to let Todo Kirin see him. No. Claudia quickly understood what Yayu meant, and looked at him in astonishment. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible to release something. Mother will never agree to such an unreasonable request. The blonde girl shook her head directly. Yayu's statement was too unrealistic. If her mother was so persuasive, she wouldn't be able to become the top of the galaxy. After all, if you want to become the real top of the galaxy, you must have no selfishness. Similarly, some humanity needs to be adjusted and discarded. Even if she comes forward, this kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Yayu shook his head helplessly. You listened to me to finish talking. You say. Claudia looked at Yayu seriously, putting away the playful mentality before. If it wasn't necessary, she didn't want Yayu to deduct points in front of her mother. Is it possible? Only if I see your mother in person. It is too early for you to make this conclusion. Everything will be discussed after I see your mother, Isabella. Claudia took a deep look at Yayu, thought about it for a long time, and finally nodded. I see, I will try to suggest it to my mother. So be it. Yayu breathed out gently, stood up, and walked slowly towards the window sill. But at this moment, Claudia laughed out loud. Walk in such a hurry. Why not stay here tonight? Forget it, Esther is still at home waiting for me to go back. After a few seconds of silence, Yayu finally shook his head. Yayu, her voiceover, naturally understands, but today Esther is still waiting for him at home. This is not a good time. What's more, this passive pursuit is not what he wants. Claudia smiled when she heard the words. You really spoil that child. No way, after all, she really has nothing but me. Yayu shook his head helplessly, and jumped directly from the windowsill. Seeing Yayu's disappearing figure, Claudia looked out the window and sighed deeply. Really? I originally thought that Eurus and Shashagong were my biggest opponents, but I didn't expect it to be that kid. In the early morning of the next day, Yayu had to get up from the bunk under the drag of Esther. Although it was a bit uncomfortable, he could only feel relieved when he thought that it was agreed with Kirin Totu yesterday. But he also made up his mind to never tell Esther about any mandatory orders, otherwise he can only pit him. When Yayu came to the agreed place, Kirin Toto was already waiting there quietly. Good morning, Senior Yayu. Morning. Yayu yawned, while also observing the girl's outfit. What she is wearing now is not the uniform of the Star Guidance Hall, but simple and cute sportswear, which also adds some vitality to her. And there was a sword hanging diagonally around the girl's waist. Before running, let's move a little bit. The warm-up exercises appeared in Yayu's memory, but it was actually the first time that he did it by himself. What's more, it's still a group of two, which made him a little bit sad. In the final analysis, every time Toto Kirin moves, he doesn't know where to look. She is only 13 years old, and she can really be called the miracle of the creator. Hey? What's wrong? Chi-Rin, who was doing squats, tilted her head in confusion. Yayu shook his head, indicating that it was nothing. He now understands what Sei said, that the world is unfair, although it is indeed unfair. Afterwards, Yayu jogged with the girl in the Star Guidance Hall. Senior Yayu's physical fitness is really good. Are you really an ordinary person? Chi-Rin was panting and talking, and Yayu, who was running next to her, was still like a okay person. Yayu smiled faintly, and didn't explain much. If the physique of the 74th Juggernaut is tired from jogging at this point, then it's really finished. According to his memory, Juggernauts at this stage generally practiced at the gate of time and space. The physical fitness is not too hard to withstand the ravages of time? It's okay, it's just running a lot. Is that right? Although she was a little bit puzzled, Chi-Rin left the things that she didn't have. Looking at the girl's smiling face, Yayu felt more and more that she had been wearing a mask before yesterday. Maybe she is the real woman who is smiling and smiling cheerfully now. Sure enough, it was so cute that people couldn't help touching her head. You recently, seemed to be very close to Kirin Toto. When eating lunch in the underground cafeteria at noon, Jules asked with some dissatisfaction. Yayu raised his brows and said indifferently. It's okay. She's not as difficult to get along with as you think, even a little clumsy and cute. That won't work, you. Eurus sighed deeply, and even Shashagong Sharya complained dissatisfiedly. I always feel that Yayu rarely get along with himself and others in the past 2 days. Although this was just an illusion, Yayu was still with the two of them most of the time, but even so, she felt very upset. She put her aside beforehand, saying, Jules, you can really eat spicy food. Yayu turned off the topic and looked at Eurus with interest. Although somewhat dissatisfied with Yayu forcibly changing the subject, Eurus still unconsciously shifted her gaze to the table in front of her. At this time, a plate of mapo tofu that seemed to make people's scalp numb was placed in front of her. Yayu only ordered this dish because he missed the paper man's wife Liwa. Who knew that Eurus actually had to understand her partner's hobbies as a partner and ordered a plate? This kind of reason is really dumbfounding. Eurus tugged her face with a subtle expression, and Say reminded softly. Chapter 30. You can eat spicy food very much, you don't have to force yourself. Say, who grew up with Yayu, naturally knew his habits. She ate some mapo tofu because of curiosity, which made her feel uncomfortable for several days. When she heard what she said, Eurus retorted dissatisfiedly. No, didn't you say that it's okay? As a partner, if you can't break through even this little difficulty. But you haven't had a bite since just now. Woo. Yayu's words became the last make-up, and it made Ulysses' face tighten. If you really can't stand it, let's do something else. If you have to force yourself, you will only suffer a big loss. Big idiot. How can you waste food so much? Eurus gave Say a dissatisfied look, then stared at the mapo tofu in front of her, digging a large spoonful of it with her slightly trembling hands and sending it directly into her mouth. In the next second, Ulysses' pretty face turned red at first, and then turned green. Yayu shook his head and poured a glass of water for her. And Eurus also grabbed the cup and poured it violently, breaking the elegance she had always maintained. Sure enough, this is what you said. I get it. As Say said all she thought, it made Eurus choke in an instant. Asterisk. 44. Are you two in partnership? 4/4. Ahem, idiot, what are you talking about? How could I be afraid of this trivial? Eurus refuted dissatisfiedly with a blushing face, and Yayu's subsequent make-up made her completely silent. Then can you continue to eat? The answer is a matter of course. Eurus has already been persecuted once, and it is naturally impossible for her to commit crimes knowingly. Yayu sighed lightly, and then brought the mapo tofu in front of the girl. Here, I will help you solve it, you can go and order another normal plate. No, no. Since this is what I ordered, I have the responsibility to finish it. You can't let you eat it for me. Seeing that Eurus was so strong, Yayu was speechless. Although I know tsundere is difficult to do, I just didn't expect her to be many times harder than imagined. Tsundere is like this and no one else. Although it's just a small matter, helping your partner is a matter of course. Could it be that you are afraid of indirect contact with me? This. Eurus glared at Yayu dissatisfiedly, her eyes repeatedly drifting between mapo tofu and Yayu. In the end, she waved her hand in a self-defeating manner. I see, take it. Well, really cunning. I knew I had some mapo tofu too. Say puffed up her face and said with dissatisfaction, why didn't she expect to have such a trick? And when Jules heard her, her dissatisfaction deepened. Do you think I want to? I just what? Indirectly with you. You shut up. Eurus slapped the table directly and said indignantly. You two are in partnership. You really deserve to be your childhood sweetheart. After speaking, she walked directly to the ordering area angrily. Sei tilted her head for some unknown reasons, but Yayu understood what she meant, and couldn't help but curl her mouth slightly. Thinking of this, Yayu also had to give Sei a thumbs up. Good job. Yet. Although she didn't understand Yayu's meaning, Sei still gave Yayu a yes gesture. Seeing this, Yayu shook his head helplessly and whispered. Sure enough, the ancients don't deceive me. Because Claudia informed her mother that it would take some time, Yayu is still living a normal life. Every morning under Esther's destruction, he had to get up early and go for a morning jog with Kirin Todu, which gradually became his daily routine. And the rest of the time was spent sleeping in class and chatting with Yuris and Sei. In the early morning that day, because it was on the sea, the Star Guide Hall also turned into a white world in a short period of time. Although every time the sun rises, the fog will recede. However, today's fog is a bit stronger than usual, and even within a few meters, it is a vast expanse of whiteness. It seems that something interesting is going to happen. Yayu stood in Huayetian calmly looking at the fog and whispered thoughtfully. Quiet these days, finally there is a restless guy who wants to do it. Good morning, Senior Yayu. Hey? Senior. Kirin Todo greeted Yayu a little shyly in his sportswear as usual. In the girl's cry, Yayu also woke up from his thoughts, smiled and shook his head. It's nothing, just feel that today's morning exercise seems very interesting. Really? I heard that in winter, the fog is even stronger. After all, it is at sea. Qilin tilted her head in confusion, thinking that Yayu was surprised by the weather today. Yayu suddenly smiled and shook his head slightly, but didn't say much. As a juggernaut's instinct, he has already sensed the murderous intention in the fog. The one who has formed a beam with me now is the Alkan Research Institute, right? Those guys are really not afraid of death. And the promises that should be fulfilled still don't have a shadow. I'm afraid it's not going to be done later. Senior Yayu. Nothing, let's go. Yayu said and started to jog. Todo Kirin hesitated for a few seconds, and said with some embarrassment. Then, the fog is so thick today, it may disperse when running. I think. Then hold hands. Ugh. The girl only asked tentatively, but she didn't expect Yayu to be so decisive. And Yayu couldn't help but spit in his heart at this time. Hearing Todo Kirin's words, he suddenly remembered the famous words of Wujin Liulai, who knows how to say it in such a ghostly manner. Toteng Kirin was stunned for a few seconds, and finally she held Yayu's fingertips tremblingly with her blushing face. Although I knew that this guy was a good liar, but I didn't expect this to be a liar too. The typical one who has been sold and has to help count the money. Sure enough, a good education is needed afterwards. Yayu took the girl to jogging on the promenade in the fog. The Misty Star Guide Pavilion was like another world, which made people feel very strange. Are you aware of it? Yayu hooked the corner of his mouth and asked the girl beside him. Qirin nodded slightly and whispered. It doesn't seem to be a person. 12? Yayu reported the precise number, which also made Todo Kirin suddenly startled. Senior Yayu's insight is really strong. I can't perceive this kind of weather at all. Well. Yayu didn't say much, but gradually ran to the remote place with the girl. Since someone wants to play, have fun. After that, I figure out who made the move, hehe. In the end, the two came to the edge of a lake. Before Yuli Ribbon, he explained in detail when he visited here, the woods on the edge of the lake seemed to be building some buildings, and therefore few students came over. It was considered a very remote place in the entire Star Guide Hall. Senior Yayu knows who attacked us. Is there any in the play? Almost. How about you? I am about the same. Qirin is not very surprised by the current situation. After all, as the number one in the Star Guidance Hall, there are so many people who want to attack her. Naturally, Yayu didn't need to say much. It's not a good choice to split the soldiers in two ways now. Let's act together. Can. This is what the girl suggested, and when she heard Yayu's words, she nodded very happily. Fight together. Coming. Yayu ignored Chirin's secret joy and reminded in a low voice. A pair of eyes also appeared in the grass by the lake, looking at them cruelly and greedily. It was a huge creature with a lion-like body, similar to a lizard-like reptile. At the moment when he saw these creatures, Yayu couldn't help frowning. These gadgets are the products of the Superman faction of the Alicante Research Institute, and the big Dr. Zirda who met that day is also the president of the Superman faction. Having seen his strength, how could that cunning guy easily attack himself? Don't understand at all, asterisk. 45 I can at least let you choose the path you want to take, 1/4. Senior, these kids are things made by the Alkan Institute, really, why don't you have a long memory? Yes, isn't it, it's a little cute. Koran Totang whispered to Yayu, and the words behind her made Yayu weak to complain. Chapter 31. Can this kind of thing that can scare ordinary people with cuteness? What a peculiar aesthetic. Coming. Wow. Yayu reminded in a low voice, and the silver-white holy sword also quietly appeared in his hand. A lizard rushed over, and Yayu waved his hand to make it die instantly. Kato Kirin, who also repelled a lizard, said in surprise. No way. It was obvious that she had just cut off the front paws of the lizard, and within 2 seconds the front paws that had fallen were recovered again. But Yayu's side was easily obliterated, and there was no sign of recovery at all. This also made Todo Kirin couldn't help but doubt her life. Don't be in a daze. Yayu let out a low cry, and a blue and white sword aura passed by the girl and killed a lizard again. Just as before, the lizard that was split in half by Yayu did not recover again, which made Dotaji Kirin even more puzzled. But now is not the time to talk about this. Chibake, who pulled out her waist, once again responded to the lizard that struck. Taking a look at the girl's condition, Yayu turned his head and said lightly. You are so courageous. The lesson you gave before, you forgot so soon? I'll look for you again later. After speaking, Yayu clenched the holy sword in his hand and suddenly used force. The air was distorted, and a sword chi spread rapidly from Yayu's side. Todo Kirin's eyes flashed suddenly, and she flicked away. Those lizards had no such good luck, they were divided into 2 and disappeared on the ground. Oh yeah! I was actually seen through. As expected, I can only come to the door to apologize. In the dark research room, Aenisdal looked at the space window in front of him and shook his head with a smile. Camilla sitting aside focused on the data sent by the measuring instrument, and couldn't help but vomit. You are really brave. I was warned before, and you dare to attack him. Well, this is something that can't be helped. After all, I am really curious about the swordsman. And this time it is not my hand. I blame the Superman faction for not being able to withstand the agitation. Anista waved her hand indifferently. Camilla felt helpless watching the cuteness of her best friend. According to that man's character, send Limsey over early, and get rid of this time by the way. Otherwise, the Alicante Institute can't stand him again. Got it, got it. Some of Limsey's data has been deleted almost, so I'll send it to him in the afternoon. Well, but this time it is a little trouble for Big Doctor, look at her how to solve it. Anessa put her chin on the back of the chair and watched Yayu sink into thought. Camilla sighed deeply when she saw this. Sure enough, are real geniuses lunatics? Corin Deodato put his love knife back into the scabbard again, and said to Yayu with a smile. It turns out that this is your true strength, senior. It is as strong as I expected. Sword chi is the first time I have seen it in reality. It's okay, it's nothing. Yayu shook his head. She can be astonished just by drawing a knife and slashing it casually. If it is replaced with a stronger phantom sword dance, or extreme ghost swordsmanship, storm style, God knows how surprised she will be. Then senior, have you figured out the enemy's purpose? almost. I'll go and teach her a lesson for the guy who is not good at school. Yayu sneered and nodded. To this, Kiran Dado would naturally not say much. She now understands Yayu's strength, and at the same time is more confident about whether Yayu can let herself see her father. On the way back, the girl looked at Yayu's profile and couldn't help but asked in a low voice. Does the senior come to this city with any wishes to achieve? Desire? When asked so, Yayu was startled, and then smiled. If you have to say it, it should be an interesting experience. In terms of strength, I think I'm pretty decent, and I don't have any idea about money or anything. Interesting thing. Hearing this, Todo Kiran's eyes flashed with clarity. Immediately, she asked again. So, will you participate in Phoenix Star martial arts in the future? Yes, after all, you will regret it if you don't get involved in this kind of lively game. Maybe you can encounter something interesting. That's it. Senpai's partner, is senior sister Risfield. Seeing Yayu nodded and answered, Korin Todo showed a regretful expression. Sure enough, this, Ye and Yayu students, yes, do you like Li and Lis fight Senpai? Hearing this, Yayu couldn't help looking down. At this time, Todo Kiran's face was full of blush, and she was looking at him at a loss. Yayu smiled and put his hand on the girl's head and stroked it. Yes, I do like Ulis. But I also like you very much. Oh, The unexpected speech also made Todo Kiran's pretty face become more and more red, and even a little mist appeared in her eyes. This. Seeing the girl's face flushed and bewildered, Yayu looked away with a light smile. If she continues to look at her, she is probably going to faint. Yin, it's okay for me to call you that way, right? Yeah, of course there is no problem. After all, I call Senior Yayu directly by name. Yayu nodded, then stopped. I think your way is crooked now. Go crooked. As if she didn't understand Yayu's meaning, the girl tilted her head with some doubts. Yayu looked at her with a light smile and said. Do you really think you can win the Star Wu Festival under the leadership of the Sword Teng Gang Ichiro? After a long silence, Kiran Todo lowered her head and responded softly. Yes, because my uncle is really a very good person. Enrolling me in school this spring can make me a sensation in the entire Star Guidance Hall. Help me choose my opponents and collect information. Just follow my uncle's words and I know matter what. Yayu couldn't help sighing as she listened to Todo Kiran's remarks that were almost monologues. You are wrong, it is very wrong. If you understand swordsmanship, you should also know that this is just a path chosen by others for you, not a path chosen by yourself. With this mentality, you absolutely can't get the victory of Wu Ji. The girl fell into a brief silence, and it took a long time to explain in a trembling voice. Yes, that's right, but I really can't do anything. I'm alone, it's really. But you are not really alone, are you? At least I can let you choose the path you want to take. The path chosen by myself. Korin Todo repeats these words in a low voice as if confirming, and at the same time, she stared at Yayu intently. Yayu also put away the playful mentality before and looked at her seriously. Gradually, the girl's eyes bloomed again, and she nodded vigorously while wiping the tears that had flowed out of unknown time. Then the two took another step. The fog in the forest gradually dissipated, and the early summer sun finally appeared in front of the two of them. Speaking of speaking, why does Senior Yayu like to touch my head? Todo Kiran glanced at Yayu and asked softly. There is a cute guy who likes me to do this. Yes, yet. For example, if Yayu thinks or wants to touch my head in the future, I'm always welcome. My father used to do this too. There was joy in the girl's voice. Yayu suddenly understood something, and couldn't help but help his forehead. Is this unintentional? Although she doesn't know what she has made up, he doesn't hate this kind of girl who likes self-strategy. Asterisk. 46 Kirin Tofuji's determination to meet Isabella, 2/4. Early this morning, Tengang Ichiro was in a very bad mood. According to the contact from the Star Guidance Hall, Korin Tautad had mixed up with the who beat him up again. When he arrived in a hurry, Chirin was still talking and laughing with the bastard, which made him angry. What are you doing, Chirin? Uncle. Hearing the man's words, Kirin Todo shrank her body in fear as usual. Oh? Isn't the lesson you taught you last time enough? Yayu smiled suddenly. His words also made the knife Tengang Ichiro subconsciously take 2 steps back. Immediately, as if sensing his own retreat, the sword Tengang Ichiro roared angrily. No, don't think that Enfield's girl protects you, you will be lawless. I don't need Claudia's asylum, I can still hammer you. Yayu said lightly, and directly raised his hand. Please wait. Senior, let me tell my uncle. Daoveng Kirin stood in front of Yayu, and fixed his eyes to face him. The firmness in the girl's eyes also made Yayu understand her determination. After thinking for a few seconds, Yayu nodded and agreed with her. Todo Kirin smiled slightly, turned to look at Todo Koichiro and said in a deep voice. Chapter 32. As you can see, I am doing morning exercises with Senior Yayu. Hearing this, the sword Tengang Ichiro smacked his lips uncomfortably. This kid has a big holiday with the Alkan Institute. Don't get entangled with this kid anymore. Don't get involved in indifferent troubles. With the authority of the sword Tengang Ichiro, although the details are not known, I also know that Yayu and Claudia had been to the Alkan Institute together before. Yayu looked on with cold eyes, but did not make a sound. It's Kirin Todo's turn now, he just needs to watch it quietly. I reject. What did you say? Hearing Todo Kirin's decisive words, Toyo Koichiro couldn't help but doubt his ears. Even though Todo Kirin had a history of rebellion before, she never refuted it directly like this time. Knife Tengang Ichiro resisted the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. Well, then I will listen to your reasons. Because Senior Yayu taught me a very important thing, and I think there is still a lot to learn from him in the future. Hearing this, the knife Tengang Ichiro sneered. It's boring, you just need to follow my instructions. There is no need to think so much and remember your position. You are just a useful tool. Without me, you don't want to save your trash father in your life. Yes, I can't help it alone. Korin Dato glanced at Yayu, and then continued. But I don't think your uncle's approach will succeed. What's more, I am not alone now. Some things can only be understood through personal experience. Dead girl, dare to speak so boldly. This sentence made Todo Fuji Koichiro's sanity suddenly disconnected, and he couldn't help raising his fist and slamming it at the girl. However, I'm very sorry, uncle. Thank you very much for taking care of you all the time. After that, I want to fight in my own way. If I don't do this, one day I will regret it. Snapped. Todo Kirin steadily caught the punch, her eyes full of unparalleled determination. Senior, let's go. After speaking, she let go of her hand and bowed to the knife Tengang Ichiro, then returned to Yayu and walked forward with him. Todo Koichiro was silent, but quietly watched the two figures gradually disappear from his field of vision. After sending Todo Chirin back to the dormitory of the junior high school, Yayu turned around and called Claudia. Hello? Yayu-jun? What's the matter for calling so early? Sleep is very important for girls. The girl's voice sounded a little confused, completely devoid of the calmness it had before. So she still has such a side. Yayu smiled, then said. What does your mother say? Speaking of business affairs, Claudia no longer meant to tease Yayu, and her voice became serious. I told her last night, and she promised to talk to you. It's still settled, what are you still worried about? Yayu frowned slightly, and the unconcealed worry in Claudia's voice naturally couldn't hide from him. Those people in Yin, he wanted to do something to him. Claudia didn't hide it, and said with a wry smile. I can't hide it from you. I just told my mother that you wanted to see her, but I didn't say anything about Seijiro Toto. Don't worry, I will explain it clearly to her myself. Well, I will take you to see her at noon. Let's do this first. After speaking, the girl hung up the phone directly. Yayu looked at the distant sky and grinned. What Claudia was worried about was that he would do it if he didn't agree with him, but in fact how could he be so reckless? At noon, after talking to the two of Euless, Yayu left the Star Guidance Hall with Claudia, who came to look for him, and came to the middle administrative area. Go in, your mother is already waiting for you inside. I will wait for you outside. Coming to the top floor of a building with the Star Guidance Hall logo, Claudia pointed to an office and said to Yayu. Yayu nodded lightly and knocked on the door. After the sound of "Please come in" came from inside, he opened the door and walked in. This office is very similar to Claudia's office, but in terms of luxury, it is countless times stronger. Behind the desk, sat a blonde woman. Her appearance is very similar to Claudia, but the expression on her face is very different from Claudia. It was a cold indifference, and it even made people wonder if she had the feeling of laughing. Isabella Enfield, a senior cadre of the galaxy, is also Claudia's biological mother. Glancing at Yayu who walked in the door, she put down the work at hand and said flatly. Sit. In this regard, Yayu would naturally not be hypocritical. After seeing Yayu sitting down, Isabella asked again. You are Yayu? The kid who ruined most of the Alkan Institute before. Isn't it obvious? My documents were on your desk early, right? Yayu responded indifferently. Seeing his attitude, Isabella just frowned and didn't say much. I'm very busy, I don't have time to chat with you. Just tell me what you're here for. I want you to bail someone out for me. Yayu didn't mean to greet him either. Bail? Although I do have such rights, do you think it is appropriate to do so? I have no reason to help you. Isabella raised her brows and asked casually. Immediately, Yayu chuckled and responded. I know. Actually, I can do this kind of thing myself, but I don't want to cause simple things to the point where even you can't clean up the situation. Are you confident in your own strength? Yayu grinned and said the words that made Isabella's eyes wide open. In the face of you people, I will tell the truth. I am very strong, strong enough to compete with Fan Xinglu. If you say that, you should understand. Asterisk. 47 Transaction, Shasha Palace Shay's decision, 3/4. There was silence in the office, and Isabella looked at Yayu, who was calmly drinking tea, without making a sound for a long time. As the highest cadre of Yin He, who is Wan Yu Tian Luo Fan Xinglu, how could she not know? But the guy in front of me said that he has the ability to compete with the immortal who has survived for thousands of years. Isabella frowned. This kind of big-talking young man is also her least favorite type. Do you think I would believe your side words? Well, I know this naturally. Then, I don't know if you have heard of this name? Golden Branch League. The moment the voice fell, Isabella couldn't help narrowing her eyes. She looked at Yayu deeply for a long time, and finally nodded. I believe you. The number of people that the organization knows is definitely not more than 5 fingers, and without absolute strength, even the qualifications to hear that name are not. Yayu smiled calmly, and then threw a message again. What I can tell you is that one of the Golden Branch Leagues is Revo's black-bellied student President Dirac. Evidence. The intelligence channels can't tell you, do you think they might leave evidence? Isabella closed her eyes and was silent for a while before she spoke again. It's all this doesn't move me. I know, so let's make a deal. Yayu put down the teacup in his hand and said with a chuckle. As the price of letting go, I can do one thing for you. Of course, I will help you deal with some people at most. I don't want to be too troublesome. Regarding Yayu's randomness, Isabella was silent. At the same time, she kept thinking about the pros and cons of this matter in her heart. Just by knowing about the organization, he has already proved his strength, otherwise he would have been silenced long ago. Even she only knows a few words, this guy actually knows information that she doesn't know. After thinking for a long time, Isabella finally nodded. Yes. I happen to have a headache for someone recently. You can go and get rid of him. The information will be sent to you later. You can go now. After speaking, Isabella waved her hand and looked down at the documents on the table again. Yayu grinned and stood up and walked out of the door. After Yayu left completely, Isabella stood up and murmured while looking at the scenery outside the window. Golden Branch League, Diluc. Abel Fan. Walking out the door, Yayu directly saw Claudia standing in the corridor. Claudia walked over, carefully observed Yayu's expression, and couldn't help but ask. That kind of request, mother should have refused. This kind of thing is not anxious. In fact, if you really want to help Todo Kirin, you can join the Griffin Star Wu Festival in the 5-player battle next year. At that time, it will be the same. Help her win. Hearing that, Yayu was stunned and then smiled. Solved, I have reached an agreement with her. Hey? Impossible. Claudia was stunned, staring at Yayu incredulously. She knows the character of her mother better than anyone else. Without a certain interest, that person would definitely not be able to take action. What's impossible? Chapter 33. Yayu shook his head and said in a low voice. Naturally, this is also done in the form of a transaction. And the price is that I help her kill someone. Who is it? I don't know, she said she will send me the information later. Claudia frowned, this condition was too wide, she had no clue at all. Seeing this, Yayu smiled indifferently. It's okay, you will know after reading the information. Now it is of no avail to worry about it. Okay. I really don't understand what you think. Claudia gave a bitter smile. Indeed, as he said, thinking so much now is just in vain. Only by knowing the specific goals can we make arrangements. Oh, right. While walking downstairs with the girl, Yayu seemed to remember something and suddenly said. You should have time at night. Well, it's not busy today. Claudia nodded her head because she was a little unsure, even if she was busy, she would spare time. Seeing the girl's puzzled look, Yayu smiled wickedly. I'll give you a good thing. This thing is very important to you. Very important to me. Claudia became more and more curious. After thinking about it for a while, she didn't expect to have anything important to her. Suddenly, she thought of something and gave Yayu a white smile with a smile. Ah, that is indeed a very important thing. You won't run away like last time tonight, will you? Wrong, you will know exactly what it is at night. Hearing this, Yayu couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. Back to the Star Guidance Hall, after 2 classes, school was over. In the training ground, the 4 of Yayu finished their first practice. Okay, amazing. As expected of a senior, he can actually resist the 3 of us at the same time. Korin Toto said excitedly to Yayu. Before, she thought that the special training was to kill those people occasionally, but she didn't expect to face multiple people at the same time. This level is just a warm-up, right? Yayu touched Esther's little head sitting next to him, and said indifferently. The girl nodded, and there was a trace of envy in her eyes looking at Esther. What's the matter? No, nothing. Esther noticed Kirin Toto's gaze and tilted his head. Todo Kirin said hurriedly, and Esther immediately looked away to observe the training ground. Then, that senior, is she? The girl glanced at Esther, who was expressionless, and finally couldn't help Nai's curiosity and asked Yayu hesitantly. When the sword in Yayu's hand turned into a girl before, it really shocked her. Yayu smiled and explained. Esther is my sword. Yes, I am the master's sword. At the same time, Esther also replied very cutely. So this is a... Kiran Toto nodded, a little disappointed, always feeling so envious. Yulis glanced at Yayu dissatisfiedly and said. You don't know, I almost called the security team to catch this guy. Hey? Are you still talking about this? Yayu smiled helplessly, and Yulith seemed to be a little uncomfortable about the incident. Aren't you talking nonsense? I found a girl without clothes in your room early in the morning, everyone would want to do that. Ugh! What's going on? Liz Fetter. Hearing this, Toto Kiran was stunned. She really did not expect that this cold-looking elf-like child could actually do such a bold thing. Say is concerned about another problem. Why did you show up in Yu's room early in the morning? Don't worry about that much. Now I mainly talk about this guy's problem. Eurus hesitated for a few seconds, choosing to change the subject directly. But Say doesn't seem to eat her. I've been to your dormitory before and it has been vacated. Where have you been? I asked you to stay overnight and you moved out of the dormitory. Shouldn't you live together? Eurus was stunned for a few seconds, but didn't think of any good explanation for a long time. But Shay nodded clearly, looked at Yayu and said. In that case, I want to go too. There is no doubt in the girl's voice. Yayu smiled and shrugged helplessly. It should not work. After all, there are only 2 rooms. Well, if it's an exclusive dormitory, I also have a room there. It's very large, so everyone can live together. Toto Kiran's eyes suddenly lit up, and she said cheerfully. Then say so, we'll move in later. Say nodded in agreement and decided directly. Eurus looked at the two and said dissatisfiedly. Why do you guys come here too? It's too dangerous to let you be with you. Saya didn't care about Yuri's hostility, and said lightly, and Korin Tauto nodded in agreement. Yayu quietly watched the communication of the 3 girls and did not make a sound. At this time, speaking out was the most unwise choice. Who knows if they will turn the finger on themselves. Esther didn't say a word about the dispute between the 3, and she walked in front of everyone who slept with Yayu every day, and naturally didn't care much about this kind of thing. How about taking me one? I don't know when. Claudia appeared here and asked with a smile. Seeing this, the 3 of Julius retorted in unison. Do not want. Where did you go back? I think, enough people. Oh, it's really sad. Claudia pretended to be lost and sighed, then looked at Yayu with a change of expression. People from the Alicante Institute are here. Let's go, then take a look. I'm going to see what that guy will explain to me. Yayu smiled suddenly and stood up directly. The guy Anasta delivered it to the door by himself, which really saved him a lot of time. Asterisk. 48 Anasta's answer, Yayu's plan, 4/4. A group of people followed Claudia to the reception room. Einsta and Camilla were sitting on the sofa drinking black tea leisurely. Behind them, Limsey was standing there wearing a plain dress. Compared with before, she has not seen any weapons or armor on her body now. Oh! Swordsman, hello! Seeing Yayu coming in, Ainasta greeted him with a cookie in her mouth. Yayu twitched the corners of his mouth, but didn't pay attention to this guy. After everyone sat down, Anasta looked at Yayu and said dissatisfiedly. Really, the swordsman is really cold. Anasta. Hi. I know. Camilla on the side reminded him. Ainasta dissatisfiedly ate the biscuits and waved his hands casually. Yayu thought for a few seconds with his eyes flickering, and then asked aloud. You are so courageous. It hasn't been 2 days since I went to the Alicante Institute, and today I started to make trouble again. What are you talking about, swordsman? Why can't I understand? Really? Ainista said with a bewildered face. Yeah, you didn't comment on it. Is it right? You know it in your heart. Yayu's words also made Ainista completely give up the fluke mentality. For this reason, as a genius researcher, her head would really break if she didn't understand it. Well, you can just ask for it. Ainista said helplessly, acknowledging this fact in disguise. Claudia and Camilla on the side looked at her in astonishment, while Eurus and Say didn't know why. Yayu nodded, slowly speaking. I need you to do something for me afterwards. Hey? What? It has something to do with Revo's black-bellied student council president Deluc. After listening to the silence for a while, Ainista looked at Yayu with a smile on her face. Her eyes were full of unabashed curiosity. Chapter 34. I really want to know more and more what is in your mind. My request is to tell me when he asks to cooperate with you. This time the matter is completely wiped out. Yayu said calmly, only a few people can really play with him in this world. And the black-bellied Deluc? Abel Fan is one of them. Oh, what a terrific chess game. Swordsman, where are you calculating? This, who knows? Yayuman said casually, drinking the poured black tea. Eurus, Saya and Toto Kiran looked dazed, while Claudia glanced at Yayu thoughtfully. These 3 girls don't understand. Does she still understand? Yayu is playing a game of chess, and his opponent is Deluc and the people behind him. What did your mother tell him? Claudia's heart is full of doubts. Yayu is now getting more and more incomprehensible to her. Ainista stared at Yayu tightly and said in a low voice. Swordsman, what do you want to do? What do you do? It's enough for you to watch. Could it be that you want to join in? Yayu didn't answer directly, but spoke vaguely. After a long silence, Ainista nodded again. Oh, you two are monsters. Let me forgive me. I agree to your request. I will help you if necessary. I am very upset with that guy too. I am looking forward to what you can achieve. Anista pointed to Limsey behind her again and turned the subject off. I have already gone to the hospital to apologize before, and Limsey has sent you here, so we will withdraw first. I have already set it up for you, thank me. Yes, I have supervised her to do it. You can rest assured of this. Camilla also said aloud when he saw this. After speaking, Camilla and Ainista stood up directly. Bye-bye. See you later in Phoenix Star Martial Arts. Swordsman Lord. Ainista waved to Yayu, and the two of them turned and left. Claudia took a deep look at Yayu, but in the end she didn't ask her doubts. And Eurus said dissatisfiedly. Listen to what you mean, surely something happened? What do you mean? And what are you planning for Yayu? Why are you involved in the notorious guy from Leyworth Black Academy? The girl's question is like a machine gun, constantly asking. Say and Korin also fixedly looked at Yayu and waited for his answer. Yayu was silent for a few seconds, just shook his head. It's too early for you to get in touch with those things now, let's talk about it later. The 3 of Eurus looked at each other, and finally had to give up. Yayu already made it clear that he didn't want to say it, even if he was forced to believe it, he would definitely not be able to ask anything. Claudia asked with a chuckle. Are you sure Deluc will do something to you? Well, I can't say the specific reason. It is inevitable that he will look at me. Following you. Do not ask. Yayu shook his head, without any intention to continue. Now that these girls know those things, it will only cause them endless trouble. The sky mist ruined Deluc's last plan, and it was already clear that he was involved. But Ainista's attitude made Yayu a little confused. To be honest, that guy definitely knew what to do, and at the same time he understood what he meant. But according to her attitude, it seems that she intends to stand on Yayu's side. This also made Yayu feel a little confused, completely confused about that guy's thoughts. Ugh! Claudia shook her head, and she understood what Yayu meant. Seeing what he meant, he didn't even reveal the idea to her. That also shows that the following matters are extremely involved. It seems that they have been involved in a deep vortex, and Yayu is the key to knowing everything. Anasta and Camilla walked out of the Star Guidance Hall, and Camilla asked directly. Anasta, what exactly do you mean by talking to that man? What does it mean? Anasta put her hand on the back of her head and smiled faintly. The student president of the Revo Black Academy, Diluc, will attack him later. And he is vaccinating me and reminding me not to make mistakes in the team. That's it. It seems that he is not as simple as it seems. Camilla nodded clearly. There are all kinds of intrigues in this city, and Revo's black-bellied student president is a guy who is known for his despicableness. As long as he can achieve his goal, that guy can do nothing by all means. It seems that the guy in the Star Guidance Hall seemed to have noticed that he was being targeted, and even got the information that Diluc would come to join forces with Anasta. In this way, she also fully understood the communication between the man and Anasta. Is this really good? Anasta naturally understood what Camilla meant. She smiled and shook her head, looked at the street lamp that was already on, and said faintly. Compared to the disgusting guy Dick, I'm more inclined to stand on Yayu's side. Maybe that guy Dick will have a big somersault this time, asterisk. 49 choice? I can go to Yumiao. Late at night, Yayu came to Claudia's dormitory again. As last time, Esther knew that Yayu was coming to her, but still chose to stay in Yayu's room. In the room, Claudia leaned lazily on the sofa wearing only a bath towel. And there was a glass of red wine in her hand, which was shaking gently. Yayu spit out a little bit dumbfounded. You are really leisurely. Ah, Yayu-jun, if you want, you can move over and live with me. Claudia didn't care about Yayu's eyes, but said with interest. Yayu walked to the sofa opposite Claudia and sat down, then took out a strangely shaped medicine bottle directly from his jacket pocket and threw it to Claudia. The whole of the medicine bottle was light purple, with many sharp edges and corners around it. This is... Claudia looked at the medicine bottle in her hand curiously, and asked suspiciously. This thing is called a mental stimulant panacea. Then what? Yayu explained in a low voice, but Claudia just looked at him with a smile, as if he didn't care about the things in his hands at all. The effect of this thing is to improve the user's spirit and immunity to some negative influences brought by the outside world. In other words, it can improve your mental power and make you immune to the side effects brought by the pure starlight-armed Pandora. Claudia's pupils shrank suddenly, and he glanced at Yayu in astonishment, and then stared at the mental stimulating panacea in his hand. After a long time, she sighed helplessly. So you know. Yet. I know a little, but not all. So you deliberately prepared this gift for me. It seems that I owe you more and more. Claudia stared at the medicine bottle in her hand and slowly said. The child Pandora is really naughty. Although his abilities are powerful, the side effects are also terrifying. Yayu didn't say anything, but listened quietly to Claudia's narration. The owner of this child can see the future. Of course, there is a limit. And the price is for the owner to experience various deaths. I have died for more than 1,400 many times. Looking at the purple bottle in Yayu's hand, Claudia smiled bitterly. That's really fortunate for you. I told you before, right? I will protect you. Yayu sighed softly. Claudia was an understatement, but the pain was self-evident. Having personally experienced more than 1,400 deaths, her spirit is on the verge of collapse. Claudia looked at the psychic stimulant in her hand for a long time, and finally drank it with her eyes closed. She hadn't thought about whether Yayu would harm her. In fact, she did not expect from the beginning of the effect of the mental stimulating panacea. There can be no drugs that are immune to the side effects of pure Xinhuang armed forces in this world. But the next moment, Claudia opened her eyes suddenly and looked at Yayu incredulously. Yayu looked at the girl in a dazed manner and smiled without saying a word, as he did when he drank the mental stimulating panacea before. This play opinion effect is too fast. The alchemy potions in the DNF world are all very buggy. Not to mention ordinary people, even those apostles can be destroyed, and adventurers who reach the extreme realm can take effect, let alone Claudia. No, no. Then, the child's voice, I can't hear it. Claudia said blankly. As long as you sign a contract with the pure Xinhuang armed forces, you can establish a subtle connection with the pure Xinhuang armed forces. Before, she could still hear the whispers of Pandora, but now she can't hear any of her voices. How could this be possible? So I said, this thing can make you immune to the side effects of Pandora. Yayu said in a tone that you don't make such a fuss. Really? Claudia leaned on the sofa and closed her eyes with a lonely expression. I already got Pandora when I was a child. I was entangled with nightmares every night, which made me gradually lose the value of living. People are mortal, and no matter how much happiness they hold, one day they will become nothingness. Yayu didn't make a sound, but listened quietly. This kind of thinking can only be understood after experiencing the nightmare of Pandora. Then one day, Yayu, I met you. In the nightmare of Pandora. Chapter 35. Meet me. Yayu was startled slightly, but he understood a little why this girl would say I finally saw you when they first met. He has only watched anime before, and he only knows a general idea about what will follow. Yes. Claudia opened her eyes and said shyly. At the very beginning, you were very indifferent to me. But as the relationship deepens, you will run for my crisis, to protect me, and to obliterate all those who want to hurt me, hee. But a nightmare, the ending still ends with my death. The girl looked at Yayu with crystal tears in her eyes. I see. Yayu breathed out softly. What had been puzzled before now finally became clear. Before starting the selection of the level, even if he replaced the existence of Tian Wulingdu, he was just an ordinary person. Why at that time Claudia would overcome all difficulties and send him an invitation to an ordinary person? In this case, everything makes sense. Seeing that Yayu seemed to understand, Claudia continued to look at him and laughed like a self-deprecating smile. Everything is a Pandora prank. This kid really enjoys the bright and ideal way to die. Yayu was completely speechless now. It was him who had given up this kind of cheating stuff a long time ago. Although the greater the price paid, the greater the ability gained. But for this kind of price, let's forget it. Not worth it. Not worth it at all. You should rest early and see if you will have nightmares. Yayu said softly, and then he stood up directly. It's almost time, I should go back. However, the next second, Claudia hugged him tightly from behind. Yayu-jun, as the price of saving the princess, don't leave today. The blonde girl said softly. Because of her position, Yayu couldn't see her expression at all. Ding, the god-level choice begins. Option 1, say yes, I like you very much to Claudia. Reward, duplicate eyes. Option 2, reject Claudia, and tell her, no, the kid is still waiting for me. Reward, Ryuki Arena's blood-stained hatchet. Choice 3, push Claudia categorically, and yell to her, old paper is not interested in you, let me get rid of the smelly woman. Reward, reincarnation I. Choose? I can go to Yumiao. P.S. Yesterday the doctor said that we still need to observe this morning and I can go home in the afternoon. Go back in the afternoon and update again. Just waking up at 10 in the evening will be a chapter. Asterisk. 50 duplicate eyes, awkward Esther, 1/4. What am I? Yayu was silent for a few seconds, ignoring the system's prompt, turned around and hugged Claudia. At this time, I was still squeezing, wouldn't it be the same as the male protagonists of Asashi? Yes, I like you very much too. With that, Yayu hugged Claudia directly. You June, you finally didn't reject me. Ignoring the girl's mind will be condemned by God. No words at night. Yayu got up at about 5 o'clock in the morning. Don't sleep longer? Claudia asked, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Taking a look at the blonde girl, Yayu shook his head gently. It's getting late. If you continue to stay here, it will be very troublesome if you want to leave. You will also move to the dormitory over there later. This proposal is good. Claudia's eyes lit up and responded with a smile. She also understood that Yayu was not a twitchy person, so naturally she didn't have to be too hypocritical. After all, the two of them have reached the closest relationship. That's it. Sei and Chiron will move in together today. Ah, it's obvious that I'm here, but June still misses them. Claudia said with a smile, and Yayu sighed helplessly. Abandoning them will make you look down even more, right? Yes. Then Yukun will become a scumbag who disappoints the girl. Yayu didn't know what to say about Claudia's speech. Maybe only Meng Meng Beria Debbie Luke can understand her thoughts. See you this afternoon. Nodded towards the girl, Yayu jumped directly off the windowsill. Looking at Yayu's complete disappearance, a soft smile appeared on Claudia's pretty face. I finally fulfilled my wish, and helped me get rid of the kid's prank. I really can't see through him. Yayu walked on the promenade in the forest. The last time he walked this road alone, he had just come to the star guide. Thinking of the previous choice, Yayu asked directly. Now, system. Where's the previous reward? Did you swallow me so much? Ding. The reward has been issued, please check. It's quite interesting. Yayu smiled slightly, closed his eyes and began to feel the changes in his eyes. Compared to when he accepted the inheritance of the divine sword Lianjiu, the power of the copy eye quickly manifested in him. When he opened his eyes, Yayu felt that the whole world had changed. The various starlights floating between the world and the earth are dazzling, but Yayu can clearly see now, that is the source of power for generations of star veins. Star power. System, what kind of copy eye do you give me? Ordinary? Or is it liner? Yayu soon reacted and frowned slightly. The carbonic eye is from Legend of the Brave, which is the special magic eye held by the protagonist Rainer Lyot. The side effects are very terrifying. As long as the mood fluctuates, it will enter a state of rampage, regardless of the enemy and us until everything around it is destroyed. It is also known as the evil star that brings death and disaster and is feared by mankind. In line with the side effects, the ability is extremely strong. As long as the duplicate eye is activated, it can instantly analyze the composition, form, nature, and power of the magic seen in the eye, and can directly learn the magic, even if the opponent stops the activation in the middle. Like the late Lena Lyot, you can basically do it later, and you can also change the existing magic at will to create new magic. For the magician, the holder of the carbonic eye can be said to be the least want to encounter an opponent. And now Yayu's irritability is this side effect. Once he runs rampantly, the entire 6 flowers will no longer exist. This is something he absolutely does not allow right now. Back to the host, the copying eye rewarded by the system has cancelled any side effects. And the effect of copying magic has also been strengthened, and the specific extent is left to the host to explore. The emotionless mechanical sound sounded leisurely, and Yayu's words also let Yayu breathe a sigh of relief. He still likes it to eliminate the side effects. After all, every man has not only the dream of being a swordsman, but also the dream of being a fae. Not bad. Yayu sighed softly. This time the reward, in fact, can make him look good, and only the carbonic eye of the first item and the reincarnation eye of the third item. As for the second reward, to be honest, he really couldn't complain. Ryugurina, his natural way. But the blood-stained hatchet gave him a deep chill. In any case, the hatchet and the good ship are things that the vast number of fellow travelers have heard of. And the third item, not to mention the reincarnation eye of Rotten Street, has been eliminated from the very beginning by asking him to say that to Claudia. He wanted to play so much, and with his eyes closed, he could imagine how sad Claudia would be. What's more, the mere sight of reincarnation is not worth it. Perhaps in terms of practicality, the manuscript eye is worse than the reincarnation eye, but the manuscript eye is strong enough. A red pentagram appears in front of you when you start it. How can it look better than those circles, right? Immediately, you did not continue thinking. Now the troubles he faces are mainly Esther and Euless. One night last night, Jules didn't say anything. Esther estimated that he was 100% angry. Trouble. Yayu shook his head and continued to walk forward. It's a blessing, not a curse, or a curse that cannot be avoided. Back to the dormitory, as Yayu expected. Eurus was sleeping sweetly on the sofa in the living room, while Esther sat on the sofa blankly, looking out the window blankly. Esther! Yayu shouted tentatively, but the silver-haired girl still looked out the window and ignored him. In the past, Esther would never do such a thing, which only shows that she is really angry. And also very angry. Walking to the girl and sitting down, Yayu asked softly. Really angry? As he said, he put his hand on the girl's little head and gently stroked it as usual. And Esther was completely indifferent to his behavior. After a long time, he turned his head to look at Yayu and said blankly. Yes, I am angry. Why? Because the owner doesn't keep his word at all. He said he would only go for a while. Chapter 36. The silver-haired girl said flatly, but Yayu could still easily see the slight loss in her eyes. The master once said that he would take me wherever he went, would never abandon me, would not make me lonely. Listening to Esther's flat and sweet voice, Yayu sighed softly and said apologetically. Sorry, my fault. It's my responsibility to make you feel lonely. I promise I will bring you wherever I go in the future. Forgive me this time. After a long silence, Esther nodded his head. Then I will forgive you. Thank you very much for your understanding. Yayu smiled slightly. Esther, who seemed to have lost his temper, put his head on Yayu's lap. Yayu gently stroked the girl's silky silver hair, and she seemed to close her dark blue eyes comfortably. Gradually, Esther also fell into a deep sleep, and the girl's peaceful sleeping face was full of peace. Esther is so cute. Thinking in his heart, Yayu looked at the two sleeping girls, and then turned his gaze out of the window. It's not far from the opening of Phoenix Star Wuji. Now the plot has been messed up by myself. I wonder if there will be any unexpected guys? Asterisk. 51 The upcoming Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival, 2/4. During lunch, Yayu stayed in the underground cafeteria. It is worth mentioning that Esther did not continue to use the dagger form, but rather sat down beside Yayu and ate snacks. That hamster-like appearance also made Toto Kiran's eyes light up, who was sitting across from her. Hey, Yayu! What time did you come back last night? Euless squinted her eyes and stared at Yayu and asked. Hearing her words, Sei and Qilin also turned their attention to Yayu. What happened? Then, that. Did Senior Yayu go out last night? Yeah. That guy said he went to find that guy Claudia, who knew that I and Esther didn't come back until the middle of the night after waiting for him. Eurus spoke dissatisfiedly, and when Sei heard this, she immediately went straight to Yayu. Compared to the two innocent guys, she knew a lot more. You. It's nothing, it's just because I talked to Claudia about her pure star-shaped armed Pandora too late. Yayu showed a nonchalant appearance, and said indifferently. Is that so? Sei and Eurus both looked at Yayu suspiciously. Such remarks can only lie to Kiran Tofuji, and the two of them absolutely don't believe this kind of bad excuse. That's right, researching the side effects of Pandora with her, but came to some useful conclusions. To be honest, don't give me that stuff. Yayu was telling the truth now, and he did talk to Claudia about this matter afterwards. That's it, the legendary Pandora who can predict the future. It's a terrible weapon that the guy can hold on to the present and let the holder experience his own death. Euless nodded clearly, but did not continue to struggle with this matter. She naturally knew the side effects of that pure Xinghuang-style weapon. That thing, only a person with great perseverance can control it. Anyway, Eurus thinks it can't do it. Even if it can bring strong strength to oneself, it is still the same. Hehe, so everyone is here. And, Guiyin. Miss Esther. At this moment, the Master Yayu and the others were talking about appeared, and Claudia still had a soft smile on her face. Esther stopped her movements, glanced at her thoughtfully, and began to nibble on snacks again. Seeing this, Yayu smiled helplessly, and Esther's refusal was self-evident. Claudia seemed to understand her attitude, and didn't take it to heart. What are you doing? Yes, that's right. You go back soon. Eurus frowned slightly, and Saya said in a helpful manner, and waved her small hand at the same time. Really, why do you all seem to have great opinions on me? Obviously, I really want to be friendly partners with you. I don't welcome big monsters here. Eurus glanced directly to one side, and Yumian retorted without expression. The girl told her directly that Yayu absolutely had something with her yesterday. Don't be so unfeeling. After all, we are good sisters after all. Who is a good sister to you? Do you want to fight? Steal a fishy cat? That, wait a minute. Senior Sister Shashigong. Senior Sister Resvit. Euless directly vented her dissatisfaction, and Sei also narrowed her eyes. Toto Kirin hurriedly stopped. Knowing that if they continued to tease, the two men would explode in an instant, but Claudia did not continue to play. With that, she came to the dining table and opened a huge space window. I have something to talk about when I came here this time. Just now, the list of Phoenix Star martial arts has been announced. Is it? Hearing Claudia said this, except for Esther, who didn't ask about the world, everyone put aside their playful mentality and looked at the space window in front of them. The names are densely packed throughout the space window, and the castle-like schedule stands above the names. Wow, there are so many people this time. More than 500 people actually participated. Euless said with emotion, Xingguoji really is the most lively event in the Six Flowers. Korin Toto kept searching, and soon found the names of the four of them. Let me see, some of us are, we found it. In Group L. Well, we are in Group C. It looks like we won't run into the two of you before the official schedule begins. Come on. Kirin Toto and Eurus looked at each other, then smiled at each other. After a week-long period of time, 32 groups will be selected from these 500 people to participate in the official schedule. Are there any candidates worth noting? Yayu asked softly. This time, there are no outstanding players. Unlike the last time Griffin Star Warrior Festival, there are strong players with absolute strength. At that time, the Silver Wing Knights of St. Cordovas and the lonely poisonous witch of Wofu Hei has made a big fuss. Claudia said with a smile. Actually, either of your teams should be able to win easily. It is slightly worth noting that only Ainista and Camilla from the Alicante Institute. The last Phoenix Star Martial Arts the champion has graduated, and the runner-up of Jialong heard that he has also moved to Griffin Xingguo Festival. That's it. Yayu raised his eyebrows. He thought there would be some interesting players this time. Didn't expect that the only ones to see are Ainista and Camilla? There is no challenge at all. Claudia glanced at Yayu and said helplessly. Yu Jun, we must win the championship this year. Please earn points for the Star Guide Hall as much as possible. The bottom of the rankings all the year round is really uncomfortable. I see. Yayu nodded lightly, but didn't say much. Although Yayu knew that Claudia did not invite him over for the purpose of victory, the relationship between the two of them has become like this, and he doesn't mind making Claudia happy. Question. At this moment, Sei, who had been sucking orange juice silently, suddenly raised her hand. What's the matter, classmate Sha Shagong? Apart from the two monsters of the Alkan Institute, are there other things worth noting? Sei's face like a questioning elementary school student also made Yayu and Yulis shake their heads helplessly. Claudia seemed to be interested in this situation and explained cooperatively. This time there is also a tricky guy involved in Lei Wolf Black. Re-Wolf Black? Yulis frowned slightly, began to flip through the information, and then suddenly stopped. Found it. It's true, it's really a troublesome figure. The user of the Pure Star Brilliant Weapon Blood Scythe of Tyrant, Irene Ulsis. Yayu looked at the screen with extremely sharp eyes, and the red-haired girl with a fearless smile couldn't help frowning. I didn't get the Black Furnace Demon Sword, why would I meet the guy Yarna? What happened to me that I didn't know? Asterisk. 52 The opening of Lunchbox, 3/4. The main stage located in the middle of the Liuhua is collectively called the Sirius Dome. Now in this Sirius Dome, the opening ceremony of Phoenix Star Martial Arts is being held. Yayu and Esther had also been here before under the leadership of Eurus, but it was the first time that they stepped here today. In the middle of the field, all the contestants gathered here. By the way, there are so many people here. Hehe, are you referring to the contestants? Or are you, were shocked after seeing these audiences? Probably after hearing Yayu's sigh, Eurus said with a mischievous smile, while also constantly looking around. As she said, the surrounding auditorium was full of seats, and it was so full that there was no place to stand. It's okay, I just think it's good to play in this kind of place occasionally. Maybe I can meet some interesting people. Yayu responded with a chuckle. Although I heard that this arena can accommodate more than 100,000 people, in fact, facing so many people, Yayu's mood is unusually calm. After all, no matter how large the number is, it is just ordinary people, and it will not make his emotions waver. While the two were chatting quietly, new changes appeared on the stage. Before, the mayor of the Liuhua was giving a speech, but now he has been replaced by a mature man. Good morning, everyone, I am very glad to see you still show your talents on stage this year. In addition, I have to greet the freshmen who have just arrived this year. I am the chairman of the Operation Committee of Matthias May. Essay. Chapter 37. The man greeted everyone with a clear and calm voice, and at the same time a kind expression appeared on his face. Yayu looked at the man quietly and his eyes kept flickering. He was about 35 or 6 years old, with a vigorous appearance and a cheerful tone, and the whole person exuded a kind of leisurely calmness. It seemed that Yayu was a little interested in the men on the high platform, Eurus explained in a low voice. Matthias Mesa is a graduate of our Star Guidance Hall. Although he does not know his exact age, he has dominated Phoenix Star Wuji during his student days. Yayu nodded slightly, but didn't look away from the man. Finally, he showed a playful smile. He will participate in Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival. In addition to wanting to see what will be interesting, the more important thing is to come and meet Matthias in person. As for Yayu's impression of him now, very bad. Before this man was constantly observing his affairs on the high platform, Yayu knew exactly what happened. At this moment, Matthias's eyes met Yayu's eyes, and he soon separated again. But talking too much will still affect everyone's interest, so I want you to announce a rule change. Of course, we have already notified the schools. Matthias said nonchalantly, while Yulis frowned slightly. She just saw. The moment Yayu confronted the man with sight. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the man's eyes looking at Yayu. Although it was only a short moment, Yulis clearly captured it. After that, Matthias announced the lifting of the restrictions on self-disciplined dolls, which was recognized by a large audience. With the end of his declaration, there was a wave of applause from the audience. On the other hand, most of the contestants watched indifferently. Except for the students of the Alicante Institute who were secretly ecstatic, everyone else seemed a lot colder. After another boring ceremony, it was close to noon, and all the contestants were finally relieved. The opening ceremony of the 24th Phoenix Xingyu Festival has come to an end. Participants from Group A to Group I, please go to the designated stage to compete within the specified time. Listening to the broadcast, Yayu looked at Euless and asked softly. I remember our arena seems to be here. Yes, today is the first match of the two of us. Saya and Todu are in the L group. There is no match between them today. There is still a lot of time before our game. Find a place to eat. That's it. Eurus nodded in confirmation, and then proposed. Having said that, Yayu couldn't help turning around and looking around. Saya and Kirin Todu, who were still behind them before, are now gone. Found you, you. At this moment, a petite figure suddenly hugged Yayu from behind. Have you not played enough of this naive game? It's obviously full of flaws. In this regard, Yayu has a headache. After so many years, Sei is still the same as before, completely a young child. Just now you got lost again? Then Chirin came to look for you. Wrong. No, sorry, we just went to the locker to get this. Yayu's teasing also made Saya frown in dissatisfaction. In the distance, Kirin Todu trot over with a huge burden with an apologetic expression. What is this? Listen well, don't be scared. This is a bento. Sei let go of Yayu and walked to him, proudly holding her head up. Yayu had a look that you were teasing me, and Yuri's looked at Sei in the same surprise. Others don't know, Yayu still don't know? Sei doesn't know how to cook at all, can she really eat what she can make? It's actually like this. I had a chat with Sei before, this was made for both of you at the same time. No, if you don't dislike it, please taste it. As he said, Dodo Kirin flushed her face and handed the bento box in her hand to Yayu. Yayu glanced at Korin Dodo, who was looking forward with her head down, and Sei confidently. After hesitating for a while, he still accepted it. After all, it is a blessing, not a curse, or a curse that cannot be avoided. Actually I don't have any cooking experience, so I asked Sei to teach me. This is a very simple cooking. Sei taught. Yayu sighed lightly, and sure enough, he still hadn't escaped the catastrophe. Then he opened the bento box, which was full of rice balls, all crooked and crooked. Eurus also pressed her temples with some headaches, the first and second floors, all rice balls. Even elementary school students can do this kind of thing, right? And seeing Sei's proud look, she felt a little powerless to complain. This is really fortunate for you guys, if you only eat this, it will get bored, but fortunately I have already done two-handed preparations. They should almost be here. Yayu said, raising his head and looking in the direction of the entrance, then his eyes lit up. The three young girls followed Yayu's eyes and saw Claudia and Limsy in a maid costume walking slowly towards this side. In Limsy's hands, he also carried a 4 or 5 story bento box. Asterisk. 53 The perfect maid Limsy, 4/4. I really made everyone wait for a long time. Claudia walked over gracefully, and Limsy followed closely behind her. Owner. Limsy came to Yayu and saluted him, and Yayu nodded with satisfaction. It's Claudia. He had a headache with Limsy's solution before, and then Claudia said that he could take care of it. When Ainestra gave Limsy to Yayu, Limsy didn't even mean to respond to Yayu. In the past few days, she has actually educated her into a qualified maid. I have to say that Claudia is really strong. In various senses. Well, another big monster. Sei looked at Limsy and curled her lips in dissatisfaction. Go, find a place to share with everyone. Euless was not very polite. After spending some time with these girls, she also understood who they were. A silver-white dagger flew out of Yayu's cuff, and Esther also appeared in front of everyone. Yayu didn't say anything but touched the little girl's head. After all, Esther is amazing. Then go to our lounge. Yayugong was about to turn around, but Shay pulled his sleeve. What's wrong? I also want. The blue-haired girl rarely showed a shy expression. It is actually a very strange thing to appear blush on the face of a girl like her with 3 NOS. In Yayu's memory, Say only showed this expression twice. Once her clothes got wet in the fountain, and once it was now. Yayu was still wondering what this meant, but when she saw Say's eyes staring at the hand he placed on top of Esther's head, she immediately understood. Why do you want to? Can't be unfair. Yayu kept spitting out in his heart, while touching Shay's head as if touching Esther. Say's height is not much different from that of Esther, and she feels comfortable to the touch. Well, it feels good. The blue-haired girl squinted her eyes like a cat and said contentedly. Her appearance is very reminiscent of a cat, and it makes people laugh secretly. That. I see, you have a share too. Looking at the envious Tofuji-rin, Yayu felt helpless, and then put his other free hand on Tofuji-kirin's small head. And Korin Daoto did not disappoint, and immediately Xiafei had both temples, her face flushed. Yeah, this is really, does it really feel so good? If that's the case, I want to get involved. Claudia chuckled with her index finger against her lips. Hey, pay attention to the image. Forget about them, you will be in trouble if you are photographed. It's okay, I don't care at all. Yayu rubbed the corners of his eyes helplessly. The ability of these guys to do things is really better than one. At this moment, Say glanced at Esther provocatively. Being able to defeat this enemy whom she considers the strongest, she feels very happy now. Esther tilted his head a little unclearly. In her world, nothing except Yayu has any meaning. Even if she felt uncomfortable seeing Yayu being with these girls, she wouldn't say much. The sword cannot interfere with the master's thoughts. Naturally, Say's provocation also ended in failure. Cough. At this time, Eurus gave a melancholy expression and gave a light cough. She feels how these guys are becoming more and more unreliable. Let's go to the lounge. When do you still want to be watched? After speaking, Jules turned and left alone. Yayu and Claudia looked at each other, urging the girls to keep up with Jules. At some point, many students gathered in the passage to watch the interaction between Yayu and the girls. Fuck. How can that guy, Hide, has so many girls? Chapter 38. There are all kinds of attributes. It's so enviable. Bah. It's not human. That little silver-haired girl is so cute. Like an angel. With all due respect, that silver-haired girl with an exploding figure is pretty good too. If I'm not mistaken, the blonde should be Claudia Enfield, the student council president of the Star Guild Hall. It's really not a human, how about forming a group to kill him? Seconded. Agree. Yayu and others are not aware of the hustle and bustle in the passage. But even if he knew it, he just smiled. Esther, my. Claudia, mine. Euless, mine. Shay, mine. Chi-Rin, it's still mine. I'm afraid you're not thinking of peach cha. Hey. I feel so full. Eurus patted her stomach contentedly. Today's meal is considered the most comfortable one in this time. Limsey's craftsmanship is actually much better than the craftsmanship of the top chefs in her royal palace. Complete defeat. The world is really full of unfairness. Say glanced at Limsey with a melancholy look. The rice ball she was proud of was not a match for top luxury cuisine at all. Please use tea, Yayu Sr. Korin Dodo saw Yayu put down his chopsticks, and took out the thermos bottle she had already prepared to help Yayu pour black tea. "Thanks, Chi-rin. This. Well, the rice are well done. Although they look a little bit worse, they still taste good." When he heard what he wanted to hear, Totokirin suddenly smiled. In contrast to Limxi's luxurious meal, she has been wondering what Yayu thinks of her onigiri. She also knows her own level. Yayu's evaluation is very pertinent. "Sure enough, you didn't choose the wrong one. It was a wise choice to take Limxi over as a maid," Yayu said with a smile. "It was just an idea generated by a flash of inspiration before, but I didn't expect that there would be such a big use in addition to fighting Limxi. Although I don't want to say, but I can only admit that your request is right." Euless also sighed. With this cooking skill, it is worth 500% to ask Limxi to come over. What's more, she is not only good at cooking. Even if weapons and equipment have been dismantled, most of their memories have even been deleted. But she was originally born to fight, which is also an indisputable fact. In terms of combat effectiveness, she is no worse than anyone present. Of course, except for Yayu. "Ah, I think it's almost time." Claudia seemed to have thought of something and turned on the TV in the room. A space screen was projected near the wall. After commenting on Rory's chattering for a while, two familiar names finally appeared on the screen. Anasta, Jonette, and Camilla. Parrot. Limxi stood quietly behind Yayu, staring at the two names in silence. Yayu looked at the screen with interest. Without Limxi, what kind of trump cards will Anasta play this time? P.S. Can't stay up late, let's stop here for the time being. Asterisk. 54 Victory in the first battle, encounter Priscilla by chance. Then next, today's second game is the first round of Group C. The sound of the live broadcast resounded throughout the stage. For an instant, there was a shocking cheers in the field. With countless lights crisscrossing, Yayu and Eurus slowly walked onto the stage from the entrance. Dear viewers, the first players to appear are Yayu, the new student of the Star Guild Academy this year, and the 5th-ranked Ulyss Alexia von Risfeet. Can act as a partner for Ulyss player, it shows what strength he has. That's right. After all, it is the Huayan witch, so I definitely won't pick someone who is holding her back to be a partner. When the live commentary on the scene explained you and me, Eurus gently pulled Yayu's sleeve. Will you hold me back, contestant Yayu? Eurus laughed mockingly. I've only moved my hands a few times. I don't know if my intelligence is taken for granted. What's more, I don't think it makes any sense to show this kind of limelight. To be honest, I'm so nervous now. Yayu said calmly, but Ulyss's smile remained undiminished. Don't lie, don't I know? Your expression is as leisurely as usual. Is it possible to show a panic? I really convinced you. But, I finally came here. Ulyss said with a smile, compared with her usual, her mood today seems not so good. Well, it's almost time to prepare. Eurus glanced at the two people slowly coming from the opposite entrance, and restored her previous expressions. It was a young duo, who had already activated the Xinghuang-style armament. The two were tall and short, and they also used sword-shaped weapons. Are you going to shoot? Whatever. Then leave it to you. The light flashed, and the silver-white holy sword also appeared in Yayu's hand. Phoenix Xingguo Festival. The first group of the first round of Zone C, the game officially starts now. With the announcement of the mechanical sound of the school badge, the two of St. Karl Tovas charged forward with swords. They plan to get close in one go and decide directly the winner. Very simple tactics, then leave it to you. It will end soon. While Yayu spoke, he raised the sword of Killing Demon King in his hand. What does he want to do? The two who rushed over looked at Yayu's movements very puzzled. In the next second, Yayu swung down the holy sword in his hand. A blue and white sword aura rose from the blade, and instantly passed the two of them. Click! The two school badges made a crisp sound and broke apart. The game is over. The winner, Yaya Ulis? Alexia? Vaughn? Less feet. The mechanical sound pierced the silent venue. After a period of silence, the venue was immediately enveloped in endless cheers. This is really incredible. Sword spirit? Is this the plot in which comic? How did it, special effects show? Too strong. Judging from his appearance, he seems to be just a casual blow. That's right. It's just that why only the badge was hurt, and the two people of St. Galdois were all right. Don't worry about so much. Just wonderful. Oh. That's right. Amidst the excitement and enthusiasm of the audience, the two people of St. Karl-Tovas still stood in place, their eyes filled with unconcealable fear. Almost, they were really dead. The feeling that the of death was whispering in their ear just now is not fake. Esther turned into a dagger form again, and Yayu returned to Yulitha's side. The girl raised her right hand and smiled. Hee, you really deserve it. Of course. Yayu understood instantly, smiled and high-fived with Ulis, and walked directly off the stage. The actual time of the game is even less than 10 seconds, it can be described as a veritable instant kill. We're back. Really, those reporters are really entangled. Back in the lounge, Jules sat on the sofa with a tired face. Hi, welcome back. Congratulations to both of you for winning the first battle. Why are you so tired? Isn't this battle a spike? Todo Kiran said happily, but Saya tilted her head inexplicably. The media outside is really annoying. The paparazzi in our school is nothing compared to these guys. Yulis spit out tiredly, and drank the drink that Kiran Tototo had handed over in one breath. The interview with the winner after the game is the real trouble. Not only Yayu's swordsmanship, but those people gossiping about the relationship between Yayu and Yulis, and even asked personal questions about what they like to eat and what hobbies they have that have nothing to do with the game. Ah, that's really fortunate for you. How did you run away? Claudia asked with a smile. She knew the extent of the harassment of those reporters very well. Even if she would have to be entangled by those guys for half an hour to get out. And it took less than 10 minutes for Yuris and Yayu to leave the stage and return to the lounge. Won't those guys teach them a lesson? Buzzing like a fly. Yayuman said casually, no matter which world reporter he was so annoying. He just made a bit of murderous aura, and those guys were so scared that they didn't dare to move. That's really... Claudia shook her head helplessly. According to Yayu's temper, those reporters must have suffered. By the way, Anasta and the others will start their game too. Claudia seemed to have thought of something and opened the space screen. Two robot figures appeared inside. One of them is a black Gundam with a height of more than 3 meters, and the other is almost the same as Limsy in appearance, but a mechanically constructed doll can still be seen on the body's joints. Chapter 39. Oh? That's... Yayu looked at the newly appearing female doll in surprise, and then turned his attention to Limxi. Limxi bowed to Yayu, and then said coldly. This doll is a product of my previous creation. In terms of performance, she cannot carry high-strength weapons. Understood. Yayu nodded thoughtfully. After losing Limxi, although there are alternatives, it is too late to create one again. The situation of the game was beyond the expectations of the audience, and it only took a minute to tell the winner. Really, isn't that guy who is similar to Limsy quite strong? Jules turned off the TV and sighed deeply and sat on the sofa. Except for Yayu, who is still calm, Todo Kiran and Sei showed incredible expressions. It's incredible, there will be such a smart doll. I feel that the newcomer seems to be similar to you. Todo Kiran sighed with Aldi's arrogance. But Sei cast her gaze on Limxi, who was standing behind Yayu. The performance gap, I have already said, she can't carry stronger weapons. Is that so? After thinking about it for a few seconds, Sei finally put this problem behind. But a faint smile appeared on Yayu's face. When fighting with him before, Aldi is now stronger. It can even be said to be more than twice as strong. Maybe you can let him have a good time. After the first round of qualifiers, the headlines of news reports were almost centered on the theme of Phoenix star Wu Ji. In this Six Flowers city on the water, both ordinary residents and students open the space window every day to either watch favorite games or browse various game news. The lively atmosphere can be clearly experienced even when walking on the street. And Yayu was well known this time. Because they used murderous intimidation to intimidate the reporters, they commented on Yayu's arrogance on the internet. Really, I told you not to do that. Eurus glanced at the report in the distance and complained to Yayu. Yayu gently scooped a scoop of ice cream and fed it to Esther, who was squinting, and said without raising his head. Let them go, reporters are such a thing, you don't know. Really are. Eurus sighed helplessly. Why did she find such a wayward partner? Okay, let's go out to play together. Don't think about these headaches. Those reporters, I will warn you through the relationship later. Claudia said with a smile. Sei glanced at her and vomited blankly. Are you really good here? Abandon all your work. It's rare for everyone to come out together, I can't be absent. Just let the members of the student union take care of things like work. Even the student council president should have a break, right? You are really casual. Eurus spit out black lines. Obviously, it was agreed that she and Yayu would go out to play today, but they turned into so many people unconsciously. Esther, she still barely tolerated it. What about these guys? Well, Yayu didn't pay much attention to the girl's communication, and he was looking at the silver-haired girl next to him with interest. Although Esther was still expressionless as before, her eyes were much more agile than before. At this moment, she was tilting her head and looking at Yayu suspiciously with those deep dark blue eyes. The cream on the ice cream on the corner of her mouth made her even more lovely. What's wrong, you? Nothing, Esther is so cute. Yayu shook his head, chuckled and put his hand on Esther's head and touched it. Well, I'm so cute. The girl also narrowed her eyes in cooperation. Look there is a of low ICN over there. It is recommended that the security team catch him and educate him. Yu Jun, Loli can't control anything. That's a crime. Well, that's not bad. Good job. Then, if this is the case, I should also be a Loli? It must be correct. The other girls stopped communicating at some point, and looked straight at Yayu and Esther. Except for Jules's disgusting look, Claudia looked good at the show. Sei narrowed her eyes very happily, and Kiran Todu also blushed and glanced here from time to time. Lori is nothing. Yayu touched Esther's little head and slowly explained. Esther is just a little more petite. She is 100 times older than you. Real or fake? Esther is an elf, although 1,000 years old is still very young among the elf. So you should understand. Yayu's words made the others present completely sluggish. The young girls looked at each other, completely speechless. This kid is actually an elf? Still 1,000 years old? Don't understand, you only need to know that Esther is already an adult. I won't be surprised any more bizarre things happen to you. Eurus spoke with interest, while Claudia took a deep look at Yayu. Already grown up, if you say so? But Sei didn't care much. She had previously identified Esther as the strongest opponent in her life, which seemed completely correct. This is a very difficult and powerful enemy. She had already seen it completely, Yayu treated this guy much better than all of them. At this moment, there was a bustling voice in front of him. Please, don't. Let go. Everyone frowned and looked in the direction of the voice. At the entrance of a small alley ahead, a girl was surrounded by several boys. That girl is, a student of Re-Wolf Black. Ah, it's the sister of the vampire girl. How to do it? Claudia said thoughtfully, and handed over the decision to Yayu. Yayu nodded towards Euless, and the two of them stood up and walked over there. Say and Kiran Todd looked over there and didn't think about it anymore. It was enough for them to take action, so there was no need to worry. Hey, don't cry and yell. I don't want to have more branches. Yes, hate your sister if you want to hate it. There were a total of 5 people on the other side, and they were completely at a loss for blocking the girl in the corner. That's it. A few big men bullied a little girl, it's a shame you did it. An awe-inspiring voice came, and the figures of Yayu and Euless also caught the eyes of a few people. Because they were out to play today, everyone was wearing casual clothes, but the 5 boys didn't recognize them. Cut, who are you? Dare to take care of our business? Those who know you quickly roll aside. Ignoring the clamor of those people, Eurus asked in a low voice. Are you going or me? You go, I'm not interested in this kind of scum. Yayu shrugged and walked in the direction of the girl. Seeing his movements, all 5 of them took out Xingguang-style weapons and rushed towards Yayu. Don't underestimate us. Bastard. Yayu didn't stop because of their clamor. At the moment when those Xingguang-style weapons approached Yayu, several flame wheels instantly blocked Yayu's front. What? Boom! Flames soared into the sky, and there was a strong explosion. Yayu shook his head lightly, and walked to the side of the red-haired girl. Are you okay? With that, he stretched out his hand to the girl sitting on the ground. After looking at him carefully, the girl smiled and grabbed Yayu's hand and stood up. No problem. Thank you very much for saving me in this crisis. My name is Priscilla Ulysses. I am Yayu. Priscilla bowed to Yayu and thanked Yayu, and at the same time took out her mobile phone. Can I contact my sister? Well, whatever. Yayu said, looking at Eurus who was making a lot of noise. At this moment, Eurus waved the Kerala rotating sword to turn it into a motive body again, and walked slowly towards this side. Really? I couldn't help but detonate just now. Just wait, you can't escape Claudia's complaint. I got it. Yayu's rejoicing in misfortune made Ulyss's little face suddenly black. At this time, Priscilla came over after the call. Thank you very much for your help. Did you reach out to your sister? Yes, she said she will come and pick me up soon. Chapter 40. Priscilla responded with a smile to Eurus' question. Immediately, Eurus asked again. Who are those guys? They should be the people in the casino on Happy Street. The casino on Happy Street? Yes. When she heard this, Jules couldn't help but frown. That's not a good place. How can this girl who seems innocent have something to do with that kind of place? Then why are the people in the casino looking for trouble with you? Well, actually, my sister had a big fight over there before, and almost completely smashed other people's casinos. Priscilla lowered her head shyly, but her voice became smaller and smaller when she said that she could hardly hear what she was saying. Yayu said clearly. In other words, in order to retaliate against your sister, so I transferred the target to you. Probably that's right. Yes, just please don't misunderstand. My sister Irene is indeed a bit rough and impatient, but she is actually a very gentle person. Priscilla waved her hand, defending desperately. Yayu and Ulyss looked at each other and nodded. Actually, I should be able to deal with people of that level, but I'm not as good as my sister. With that, Priscilla's expression became a little sad. It seems that you can't fight at all, so why do you want to participate in Phoenix Star martial arts? This. Just as Priscilla looked confused and was about to answer Ulyss's question, a fierce murderous aura struck from the heads of several people. P.S. The last chapter before the launch uses a 5,000-word chapter, so please support me. Asterisk. 55. The ability to wear swords easily suppresses Yirna, first shift. People looked up, and saw the girl holding a huge knife jumping righteously towards this side. The woman has long red hair like Priscilla, but she is not like Priscilla. Like braids, but messy and let the hair fall in the wind. It's obviously already in early summer, and she still wears a black scarf around her neck. The towel was flying in the air like dancing. Only one button was buttoned on the uniform, half hung on the body. The holder of the pure star brilliant weapon blood scythe of tyrant, Irene Ulysses. Elder sister. Like you two, shouldn't you ask Priscilla to make a move? Falling to the three of them, she looked at Yayu and Ulysses vigilantly, her eyes full of strong enemy. Didn't you tell me? Yayu and Ulysses' feet rescued me? You shut up, Priscilla. Why do they save you? This is totally unreasonable. The guys have no obligation to save you, and they are the enemy at all. Normally, they are not saved. That's right. Priscilla hurriedly explained to Irene, but Irene was completely deaf. She looked at Yayu's eyes, filled with hostility as profound as dusk. I don't know what you are trying to do, but I will definitely make you regret the action. Irene said with a disdain, and at the same time slowly raised the tyrant blood sickle in her hand. Ding! The god-level choice begins. Option 1, explain to Irene and wait for Priscilla's help. Reward, type Moon World. 9-character combination. Option 2, leave with Jules, completely ignoring Irene. Reward, 1010 odd. Wonderful adventure world, stand in for the world. Option 3, fight with Irene. Reward, sword art online world, the ability to wear swords in time. Stains, the dog system is starting to mess up again. Yayu withdrew his mouth dissatisfiedly and squinted his eyes. Although the first choice is good for me, the reward is really touching. Say 9 words and set. Most people don't know, but its Master 2 ceremonies are famous. However, to Yayu, it was just a tasteless one. With Esther, he don't want to use anything else. Arms. 20. The second item is pretty good, Dio's stand-in is well known. But compared to this, he is still more interested in the third item. Although it is not clear how the system intends to master this ability, but for him, not at all. This is the weapon of Integrity Knight Commander Berkeley. After the release, things that can be done. The slash remains in the space, and it can be activated from the slash to the enemy at some point in the future. People cause harm. The more the number of slashes, the longer it lasts. The durability of the sword will consume more. This is nothing to Yayu, let alone give her some advice based on Rena's attitude. Why not do it? I choose 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to wear swords. In seconds, an inexplicable knowledge was instilled into Yayu's mind. At the same time, Irene also started. The tyrant blood sickle pierced directly into the ground, Yayu flashed away in an instant, and Ulysses was also holding Prixie. Pulled aside. Seeing a conflict here, Claudia also walked over with the girls and watched from a distance. Cut it fast enough. I won't be so lucky next time, kid. Irene curled her lips in dissatisfaction and raised the tyrant blood scythe in her hand again. Esther. I know, you. Esther ran to Yayu's side and took his hand. The silver holy sword was held tightly by Yayu. That's right. It can only dodge, what's the difference with a mouse? Irene, who carried the blood scythe on her shoulders, was faint while pedaling Yayu. I don't know how that girl became a sword, but it's all trivial things. The main thing is to teach this guy who bullied Priscilla. Then I will do my best. Immediately, her figure suddenly rushed towards Yayu. Yayu calmly resisted the blow with the silver-white holy sword, the blades clashed, sparks flew everywhere. Esther has the power to kill the Demon King, but most of them are reflected in cracking the curse. Ability. Although the blade is also very sharp, it is still a lot worse than her body. However, this fell within Yayu's expectation. Later, if there is a chance, he will go to the elf. The sword dance world of the ambassador retrieved Esther's body. Only she knows the place where the body sleeps, so there is no need to worry about being given. Discover. Of course, that's something to follow. Irene bounced the knife and slashed it directly at Yayu from top to bottom. It's just in vain. Although compared to other people's Yarna's knife, it is indeed fast, but for Yayu, still as slow as a snail. Using Li Ghost swordsmanship, Yayu easily played with Irene, making her attack completely close. His body. The tyrant blood scythe in Yarna's hand turned around, shook the silver-white holy sword, and then withdrew very much. Bah, you guys are bold enough. How dare you want me like this? There was a strong dissatisfaction in the woman's eyes. Naturally, it is easy to see that he is definitely not his opponent based on his melee ability alone. Since melee combat is not possible, let's do a long-range attack. 10 rings. Irene waved the tyrannical blood scythe in her hand, and dozens of black heavyweights appeared immediately beside her. Force ball. I want to see how you can crack it. Go. As she said, she waved her hand, and the gravity ball quickly flew towards Yayu. Is that so? Just try this. Yayu hooked the corner of his mouth, a crimson streamer appeared in his eyes. The red lines began to weave and merge in his pupils, the scarlet pentagram and the gods' secret symbols circulate in it. See it? Yayu smiled slightly, with a happy smile on his face. In the next second, something unbelievable happened to Irene. An equal amount of gravity ball also appeared beside him, suddenly flying out of his own gravity ball. Chapter 41. Offset. What is going on? Irina whispered blankly. This guy can actually use his own attacks? How is this possible? The other girls onlookers also looked at Yayu and his pair of scarlet five-ons in astonishment. Star. What is it? Not sure. Ah, what a headache. Is this Yu Jun's whole card? Good, so cool. Elder sister. Yu's hand really scared them, the attack just now was expected to be a tyrant. The power of blood. But Yayu did such an impossible thing. What is going on now? And Priscilla looked at Irene very worriedly. Things have developed to this point, even if it's impossible for her to stop, right? Hello. Is this my ability? Who knows? Yours may not necessarily be yours, maybe mine. Seeing Yayu's frivolous appearance, Irene couldn't help but burst into flames. She flashed fierce eyes, grinned and showed sharp tiger teeth. That's not bad. What should you do then? The tyrant's blood sickle was trembling constantly, and was immediately pierced into the ground by the Irina wolf. The ground emits a purple light, and Yayu is tightly enveloped in it. Euless yelled, and then wanted to rush over. However, Claudia took her arm directly. Why? Euless asked anxiously, but the blonde girl shook her head with a serious face. Trust Yu-kun. He won't be defeated by this attack. Eulith thought for a few seconds, then forcibly calmed down. She looked at Yayu who was enveloped by the purple enchantment and couldn't help but bit her lips tightly. You are so leisurely, how does it feel to be oppressed by the gravity barrier? It's okay, how about you also experience it? Yayu faint. In the next second, a purple enchantment also rose up beside Irene. The familiar feeling kept pressing on her body, and she supported her body with the tyrant blood sickle. Body, looking at Yayu viciously. She has completely understood it, this is definitely her ability. Gravity control is a unique ability of Blood Scythe Tyrant, but now it is displayed in the hands of others. Come on! And, that guy is not the Star Vessel generation yet. This is a joke with her. Doesn't it taste good? Yayu said calmly, and then lifted the silver-white holy sword and waved the purple that enveloped him. The enchantment also disappeared. Esther has the power to break the curse, and this kind of enchantment happens to be destroying her. Within range. Seeing Yarna, who was already half kneeling on the ground under the pressure of the purple enchantment, Yayu chuckled lightly. What should you do next? You shouldn't be able to move at all now, right? Irene's eyes have also become more fierce. Will be laughed to death. But this impossible thing has happened now. Tyrant Blood Scythe can't unlock the barrier that suppresses her. She has become. The fish on the chopping board is cut at any rate. I want to kill or kill you at will, but if you dare to hurt Priscilla, I will become a ghost. I will never let you go. Irene said calmly. You classmate. At this moment, Priscilla ran to Yayu's side and looked at him pleadingly. Can you please let my sister go this time? I promise to teach her well, don't you? Hurt her. If someone has to die, can you kill me and let go of my sister? The woman said, closing her eyes at the same time. What do you want to do? Yayu carried the silver-white holy sword and walked towards Priscilla, and Irina suddenly became anxious. You ignored her yelling, put her hand on Priscilla's head and touched it lightly. Yes, I don't know what you are trying to make up. When did I say that I would kill her? The expected pain did not come to her body. Priscilla heard Yayu Naaman. The smiling words couldn't help opening his eyes and looking at him in astonishment. The brain crashed for a few seconds, but it also reacted, and Jiahao's pretty face was full of red. This is really shameful. Yayu retracted his left hand and said helplessly, looking at Yi Lanai over there. Kill me or something. If you are a wicked person, I can. Enough to start without hesitation. It's just too dull for the opponent to shout and kill. As he said, he waved his hand at the same time to unlock the barrier that enveloped Irene, and his eyes were restored. Become the original dark. Irene stood up slowly, but did not continue to attack, but instead held the tyrant in his hand. The blood sickle reverted to the launching device. Okay, I get it. Really? With that, she came to Yayu's side and said dissatisfied. Hey boy! You! However, she hadn't finished speaking yet. Priscilla, who was beside her, directly attacked her. Sister, are you serious? Why don't you give me a chance to talk about gang? A cold sweat began to form on Irene's head, and at the same time, she stretched her hands forward and shook her head. Yes. I just want to learn from him, that's right. I heard about him before. It's very strong, so I can't help but want to try it out. Just kidding, don't be so angry. Is this really the case? I really won't be rough with Yayu anymore. 510? No. Facing Priscilla's doubts, Irene smiled, her head shook with the rattle. Sample. Absolutely not. Can you swear? Yes. I swear. That's it. Priscilla smiled slightly and nodded contentedly. On the other hand, although Irene appears to have a head down, but not too much. After a long time, she immediately raised her head and looked at Yayu. However, I have 2 questions for you. Elder sister. Just ask. I won't do it. Don't worry. Questioning Priscilla, Irene raised her hands and shook it with a smile. Yayu watched the interaction of the 2 sisters with interest, and slightly twitched the corners of her mouth. It was the first time he saw his sister who was eaten to death by Sister Yu. What do you want to know? The 5 people over there are your hands, right? As Irina said, he pointed to the 5 boys who were lying on the ground wailing. No, it was Eurus's hand. Irene glanced at the girls who were looking far away, and sighed deeply. Forget it, I get it. The second question, according to Priscilla, you are suddenly come to rescue her, right? Why did you run to this place specially? You suddenly thinks this guy is silly and cute. Is it a persecuted delusion? Isn't there a small shop outside the alley? Then I heard Priscilla's cry for help. Isn't it natural to come and see? Yes. Irene looked at Yayu with an unspeakable expression. Are you here? Sister. Priscilla puffed out her chest a little triumphantly. Irene, on the other hand, grabbed her hair in a bit embarrassed manner, and after taking a deep breath, she was unable to hang her shoulders. Said stiffly. I see. This time I owe you a favor. Really? What about this kind of thing? Chapter 42. Don't tell me earlier. Yayu looked at her speechlessly. This guy has a chance to talk to him. She is the one who needs to do something wrong. Okay, Priscilla, we should go too. After taking a look at Yayu, Irene motioned to the girl. Priscilla nodded, thinking of something and happily said to Yayu. Student Yayu, to thank you for saving me today, and to apologize for my sister's rudeness. Bright. Come to our house for dinner. Please let me express my gratitude. No problem. Yayu agreed directly, and there is really nothing going to happen to them tomorrow. Then Priscilla saluted Yayu and dragged Irene to the other end of the alley. 56 I1. Irene's warning, second more. After shopping with a few girls, Claudia went back to the Star Guide ahead of time because of something. And Kiran, Toto and Say went to the game in advance. After all, it was this afternoon. Their first battle is over. Yayu, Esther and Euless were the only ones who stayed here to drink tea. Really, we clearly said that we came out on our own, why are there so many people? Jules was tired and drinking tea. Yayu helped Esther pouring black tea without raising his head. There is no way. After all, they all live together, so you can easily be found if you sneak away. That's right. Eurus sighed deeply, ever since Kiran, Toto, Saya and Claudia moved together. After they came, their previous way of getting along changed. Every day there is a big noise, and it also makes Yuli. Silk feels tired. Everything has to be together, or it's sneaking away. She really can't understand the logic of Shashagong Share yet. And Yayu seems to be enjoying it, watching the quarrel every day in the theater. This guy is terrible. Did it die? At this moment, Yayu's phone heard a sound. The Deo space window opens, and Saya and Kiran Toto appear ready to go. In front of Yayu's eyes. What happened, why haven't you come? Here we go. The game is about to start. Seeing that Yayu was still at the place where they had lunch before, Say pouted dissatisfiedly. Don't think about it, Esther and Euless must be with him. Forget it, I didn't remind you. You can't keep up with the game an hour ahead of schedule. After the game is over, gather in the lounge, why do you have to say it together? After speaking, Shay closed the space window directly. Yayu sighed softly, and Yuri's beside him couldn't help sighing. It's actually an hour ahead of schedule. This is really... Let's go, now that this is the case, see if we can pass before the end of the game. Immediately, the three of them stood up and walked towards the Sirius Dome. By the time Yayu and the three arrived, the game had ended without any accident. Pressing the intercom in the lounge, Yayu asked. Sorry, there is a traffic jam on the road. Are you both here? What appeared in the space window were Yayu, Esther, and those standing beside him panting. Euless. Sorry. Can you wait for a while? We are now. Koran Toto said softly, after all, she and Say just finished showering, and only just a bath towel. It's impossible to let those three people in now, right? It's finally here. However, Say interrupted Kiran Toto and directly called the controller to unlock the door. Of course it opened, and Yayu and the three walked in. We watched the live broadcast before, but we also saw your battle. Really, traffic jams and other things are really annoying. It was a waste of so much of our time. The two said that they stepped into the door of the lounge, but the next situation left Eurus behind. All sluggish. Kirin Tofuji also stupidly stood in the shower over there. Yoshia walked up to the two of them on the ground without wearing clothes, showing pride. Expression. I won. Big idiot. Needless to say, was ruthlessly preached by Eurus. Kirin Tofuji looked at Yayu with tears in her eyes, as if she had suffered endless grievances. Esther looked at Toto Kirin thoughtfully, as if she understood something. It is still very lively today. Yayu thought unscrupulously, after all, what happened was not what he wanted to do. Because there was no competition the next day, Yayu was also trying to train Yuris for her. Chang or something, Tanizuzaki Marineko gave them a big hand and let them play, while the other students had no choice but to suffer. Forced to sit in the classroom. When school was over in the afternoon, Yayu did not continue training, because yesterday Priscilla's invited, he also brought Esther and Jules to the appointment. The residence Priscilla told was an apartment on the edge of the city center. Although it is not a high-end building, it is also a clean and tidy small building. New construction. Really? I thought they would entertain us to eat in the restaurant. How is it an apartment? But I don't know either. Yayu had no choice but to push his hand in response to Ulysses' complaint. Priscilla herself looks like a girl who sees and keeps a house, not to mention their finances. The situation doesn't allow you to go out and waste it at all. Yuli Ribbon was full of doubts, and went to the room where she was told with Yayu. Afterwards, Priscilla in an apron came out to greet with a smile on her face. Welcome. Come in, two of you, I'm preparing food. Yayu and Ulyss entered the room. There is only a set of tables and chairs in the bright and clean guest house, and Irene sits in it with a straight face. On the chair. This time she didn't wear that kind of imaginative uniform, but jeans and shirts. Light dress. Irene glanced at the two of them, then said hello briefly and turned her face away. What kind of attitude? Is this your way of hospitality? The third place in Leyworth Black/Vampire. I remember I didn't invite you. Huayan which? The two fought each other, and Yayu sighed helplessly. It seems that yesterday Eurus was very upset that she was not helping. Yesterday, I saved your sister and I have a copy. What's more, Yayu came here alone. Here, I am very worried. Irene glanced at Esther and showed a mocking smile. Go alone? You are really interesting. You are so worried about him, are you his mother? Who is his mother? Ulyss and Irene are quarreling like this, but surprisingly, the atmosphere is not becoming more and more sinister. Yayu thought that these two people must get along, and sat down beside Ulyss. Everyone has been waiting. At this time, Priscilla came out carrying the food. Several dishes served in small plates were placed on the table. Although it seems to be far from the restaurant food, you can easily. I can see how hard this girl is. This is egg potato tomato salad, Mediterranean potato, plus Segovia style. Flavored mushrooms. Hey? This is good. Nasty. Sister, how can you be so rude? Irene showed a completely different smile from before, and suddenly stretched out her hands to catch the food. The thing, but it was shot aside by Priscilla. Why is it like this? Mouth doesn't matter. Chapter 43. Tian was originally prepared to entertain Yayu and Resfit, sister. How can you be the first? I start. Irene ignored Priscilla's preaching at all, and caught a shrimp in his own way. Eat quickly. Seeing this scene, Jules turned her head and whispered to Yayu. So that's it, this vampire girl seems to care about the guests. Actually helping me. Yu was completely speechless and looked at Jules helplessly. Let's eat together. Priscilla's cooking is the best. Irene said, while constantly stuffing food in her mouth. Yayu and Ulyss looked at each other and looked at each other. Isn't this guy too informal? Speaking of which, how do you live outside? Euless looked at the room, then asked a question. Go out and live in the Star Guild Hall by yourself, but don't think about it, but in Re-Wolf Black, you can actually go out to live. This. Because it is closer to Happy Street, is it a little more convenient? That's it, it's for the party. So I want to go out to play at night. Euless nodded clearly, and her words made Irene's expression extremely ugly. Who went out to play? I only went out to make money because I needed money. Upon hearing this answer, Jura's face couldn't help but sink. You know that she originally came here for this purpose to study abroad, but she did not expect to meet someone with the same purpose as her. Priscilla said before that you seem to be at odds with the people in the underground casino. So what? Are there other ways to make money? Irene smiled like a self-deprecating one. Isn't the Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival you are participating in now a way to make money? I remember you. You came to this city just to make money? Way in which? Seeing Jules's astonished expression on her face, Irene couldn't help laughing. After a while, she whispered. My situation is different from yours, even if I win the Xingyu Festival victory, there is no way to get rid of it. Realize any wish? Yeah, you whispered in a low voice. Irene glanced at Priscilla next to him, who smiled. Rong stood up. Oops, let me see what the oven looks like first. Looking at Priscilla's disappearing back, Irene sighed deeply. To put it simply, I now owe Diluk, the president of the Re-Wolf Black College. Irfan's large sum of money can only be his pawn. So, I can only obey his orders a little bit. Paying all the debts. That evil king. Euless showed an unhappy expression, and then fell silent. Diluk is one of the best villains in the entire Six Flowers, and there are countless negative rumors. And never heard him have any positive comments. My previous contract with him required me to participate in the Xingyu Festival. But even if you get the final, the champion can't repay his debts. As he said, Irene shrugged. Therefore, in order to be able to repay the debt as soon as possible, I gritted my teeth every day to make money. Complete. I owe that guy a debt that he couldn't pay off after decades of ordinary work. So that's it. So, you have no other purpose for participating in the Phoenix Star Martial Festival. Elena grinned when Jules explained it. That's right. The order I received from Diluk before was to completely prevent you from turning over. Yeah, you. Condition. Jules couldn't help standing up, but she didn't feel the hostility of Irene. Yeah, you couldn't help smacking his lips, and said casually. He thought about all this, so I had nothing to say. This thing is really cheating. In the original book, Dil was because he was afraid of the fog in the sky. The Black Furnace Demon Sword has been looking for trouble with Tian Yulingdu. Why did he get to such a thing for no reason? That being the case, how about you betray the Re-Wolf Black Academy? I can give it to you. Provide blessing to ensure that the fat man will not trouble you. Yayuman said carelessly, and his words also made Irene sluggish for a long time. Finally, Irene shook his head slowly. Never mind. After all, it is all our troubles, there is no need to involve you. The sky gradually darkened and the street lights on the street began to play a role, Li Lazao. Now in this era where the night has long been conquered by humans, most cities have long been dispelled all darkness, and so is this Academy City on the sea. However, even so, in this metropolis there are still places that cannot be illuminated by the light. Why did you get here? Yeah, you took Esther's helpless vomit. After leaving Irene and their home, Jules had to move to the night market on a whim, but we were dispersed by the crowd. Under such circumstances, yeah, you finally found an inconspicuous alley, with Esther rushed over. However, this is also the beginning of the tragedy. Yeah, you is not hot at all in this place. Even Euless never brought him here before. Here. Just take a stroll. Yu squeezed her small hand and continued to wander in this abandoned alley. Diddy. The call to Eurus was also completely unreachable, which also made Yu sigh helplessly. This guy is pretty reliable at ordinary times, why is she just like Rin Tozaka, when it comes to critical moments? Meow, drop the chain? Esther, shall we walk straight from the roof? You decide. Yu suggested softly, but as he expected, the silver-haired girl couldn't give. What useful suggestions did he make? Okay. Then let's go directly to the roof. Yu said, planning to pick up Esther. However, at this moment, a pleasant voice sounded from behind the two of them. Actually, don't have to be so troublesome. This is not the deepest part of the development zone, I want to go out. The words are actually quite simple. Looking in the direction of the sound, Yu saw a body sitting on the broken roots. Film. 57. I don't remember this pot. Third more. Not far from Yu and Esther, there is a young girl sitting on the broken wall with great interest. Looking at them, at the same time a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. The female wears a large peaked cap. Although she can't see her appearance, she can see it only by looking at the outline. A little bit. Chestnut hair is randomly tied into a bunch, wearing jeans and a loose blouse. The overall impression is simple. If this girl doesn't make a sound, Yu will even just ignore her. This also made Yu frown. Mean. I'm not a suspicious guy. Although the girls who move around in the development zone don't care. It doesn't look like a serious person, but please believe me. That's what the girl said, but her words made Yu squint her eyes unconsciously. The fat girl who can't see her appearance will wander alone in such an abandoned place, and then, with this soft voice that makes people think about it again and again. Yu suddenly realized that he already knew who this girl was. And the girl glanced at Esther beside Yu and said casually. If you want to go back first, follow the main road of Happy Street, less than 20 minutes. Go out completely. Yu smiled faintly, and did not leave immediately. If you want to run now, it seems to be a little late, right? Really? The woman nodded in agreement, and then she looked at the surrounding abandoned buildings. Chapter 44. In the shadows hidden in the shadows gradually appeared in the eyes of the three of them. In the slight sound of footsteps at 530, the men with ferocious expressions began to waste their surroundings. Walked out of the abandoned building, slowly surrounding the three of Yu. Yu glanced at the girl and asked softly. Looking for you? Hey? How can you be sure that these people are here for me? The girl was stunned for a few seconds, and asked curiously. In this grey area, there are not only various societies, but also a lot of bad groups. Maybe this is true. Yu looked at the crowd around him and couldn't help but hook his mouth. But the answer is wrong. Such a small is not good. How could Liang have a murderous look on him? This kind of answer can't even be persuaded by a few years old. Unfortunately, your conclusion is also wrong. They didn't come to me. The woman took a deep look at Yu, then responded with a chuckle. As he said, all the people around do carry murderous aura. Of course. Yes, these people can't be the members of the club in charge of Happy Street, or they are not. Not to mention, there are still star powers in these people. However, in this city, there is a kind of people who specialize in hunting the lonely star vein generations, and then take them. Repay the money. In other words, the so-called bounty hunter. Oops. This becomes a little troublesome. The girl with long chestnut hair seems to be indifferent to the approach of these men, but rather interested. Zhidi joked to Yu. In that case, let's run away. What do you think? No need. The woman blinked curiously, then asked with a chuckle. Why? These people around are star veins for generations. If you conflict with them, you It will only suffer, right? Star vessel generations. Ye Yuhan smiled and touched Esther's little head. Come if they can. Haha, have to say, you are so funny. I haven't seen you so funny for a long time. People. The woman was stunned, then smiled happily. Her pleasant laugh also eased the tense atmosphere around a little bit. However, the appearance of the two people who were no one else also angered the men around. Catch them. Don't let them run away. Under the command of the last man, everyone around was so greedy as to look at the three Yayu. In the present society, Xingmei generation is still a scarce product after all. In order to be able to study, many scientists are willing to acquire the special physique of the Xingmei generation. After all, those scientists are greedy for the generations of the stars, and what about the generations of the stars? You won't die if you play. The men around have launched the launching body in their hands, the advantages of various star-shaped weapons. Followed by. In the next second, everyone rushed forward. For them, this kind of thing has been done countless times, and I believe they will be able to subdue it soon. The three people in front of you, and then take them for a good price. However, this is only in vain. Yayu and the girl didn't panic at all, both of them calmly dodged the attack. Yayu even returned. I dodged while holding Esther. Facing those fierce men, Yayu hooked, Kachi, the corners of his mouth. Afterwards, he put down Ace. Not advancing and retreating. The ghost swordsmanship is only a realm, but Yayu is now able to blend those sword intents at will. Into your every move. Bang, 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 bang. In the muffled sound, the men were kicked and hit by Yayu directly into the abandoned building. On the wall, his head tilted and he passed out. Will do this kind of obscure thing, you can imagine how wasteful these people are. At once. It seems to Yayu that if you want to threaten him, it is better to drive a few more tanks to be more useful. Close combat is not a foolish dream. Stains. Hateful. The man who gave the order just now is still standing there, and his eyes are full of cold when he looks at Yayu. Meaning. Go. Go on, this guy can't hold on for too long. However, the people next to him seemed indifferent to what he said, and the people besieging Yayu also increased. Less. What are you doing? Don't you listen to me? The man shouted angrily and turned his head and looked over. After he saw the surrounding situation clearly, the man's face became completely stiff. The men with Xingguang-style weapons are now all fallen to the ground one by one. Close his eyes tightly. And not far away, the girl with long chestnut hair in a peaked cap smiled back. He said. That's it. But, I think it's better for you to pay attention to your back. The man turned his head subconsciously, and what came into his eyes was Yayu's calm and unwavering face. In the next second, the man followed in the footsteps of his younger brothers and was kicked out by Yayu directly. Oh! Looking at Yayu's neat attack, the female couldn't help sighing. What a ruthless attack! Listening to the voice, this guy seems to have broken several ribs. It's not much better. Yayu put his mouth away and glanced at the men who fell on the ground. Some people even hugged the key below, which shows how wolfish this girl is. Even Yayu has a Cold War unconsciously now. Don't say that. If you show mercy to these scumbags, it will only be for the innocent. Well, the same is true for me. Esther, we should go now. For the girl, Yayu seemed non-committal. He looked at the silver-haired girl who seemed to be squatting on the ground watching something and shouted. The latter slowly stood up and walked towards Yayu. The hair girl smiled and asked Yayu curiously. At night with a cute little girl running around, it's no wonder those people can. You guys, /. So, blame me? Yu was stunned, then raised her brows. He doesn't memorize this pot. Those guys before yelled for the generation of star veins, why is this again? Involved in Esther? Sure. After all, some people are still very interested in such cute little girls. The female said with a smile, and Yayu's face instantly turned black. As she said, there are indeed many such people. For example, Copper Alchemy. 58 Kuan Weir's Student Council President, victory in the second battle, 4th more. In short, let's talk in another place, Yayu-jun. Female smiled and said. Remember, I didn't seem to introduce myself, right? Oops, you are wary of me and you get hit a little bit. In response to Yayu's rhetorical question, the girl shrugged. You haven't made any changes. As long as you have seen the Xingguo festival, you can still recognize it at a glance. Come on! You know you are a celebrity now. It's a pity that I'm not famous. Yayu said lackingly. It's been less than a month since I transferred school, and I don't even have a ranking. What kind of celebrity? You are wrong, you are very famous. The woman shook her head and said deeply. Able to talk to /Huayan Witch /Urus /Hydraulic Thunder /Swordvine Kiran /Thousand Eyes Lord /Clow. Chapter 45. How could the people tie a mix with them be weak? Actually quite famous. Yes, they don't need me to talk about the things before, right? You raised her eyebrows, her meaning was very straightforward, the three girls were all alone before. People never interact with people. Understand? In the /Liuhua the Shine page Shine has always attracted much attention. We're able. The first, second, and fifth person in the Star Guild Hall is not far behind, right? In fact, you absolutely have the power of /start page 12 people and it does not seem to be yours. Force. You really can see it thoroughly, Sylvia Luna, the president of the Student Council of Kuan Girls Academy. Heim. Yayu smiled suddenly, and laughed ridiculously. Now that this girl has broken his bottom, he naturally has to fight back. You know this information is taken for granted, I don't know that the world's #1 singer is here. What do I want to do when I plant a place? And his words also made the girl's eyes suddenly stunned, and then relaxed again. Oops! I was actually seen through. How did you find out? I think it's good to dress up. Sound and appearance. Even if you wear the peaked cap covers most of the face, just look. If you have a silhouette, you can still find it easily, right? And your voice recognition is still very high. Yayu smiled lightly. The Lifa girl sighed deeply and complained somewhat dissatisfied. You are really a weird guy, obviously nobody found out, but you found out. I was too careless. Forget it, weren't you looking for a way out before? I'll take you. The girl said, turned, and walked in one direction. For Yayu's previous question, it seems. No answer at all. Yayu grinned and slowly followed Esther's little hand. To the place. At the entrance of the alley on the side of the road, the girl stopped and pointed outside. Going out from here is the city center, follow the road on the left until you reach the monorail station. Thank you for leading the way, Your Highness the Singer. Really, don't use that title. Forget it, let's separate here. Let people. Yayu-jun who can't see through. The girl frowned at Yayu's teasing, and then sighed helplessly. To each other, then we go first. Nodded towards the girl, Yayu took Esther and walked quickly to the left. What a funny guy. I was able to discover who I am. Sylvia has been standing at the entrance of the alley watching Yayu's figure completely disappear without a trace. She sighed deeply and returned to the alley. After that, Yayu lived a noisy and happy life for a few days. Unconsciously, the time has reached the 5th day of Phoenix Star Wuji. Next, it's our turn, right? Euless moved her body on the stage, turning her head to Yayu faintly. The first round of the game completely let you perform, this time it's me. Okay, then I'll be an audience this time. Yayu nodded with a chuckle. Since she wants to show it, let her go. Anyway, there are some trash fish on the opposite side. Dear viewers, Phoenix Xingyu Festival will enter the second round of the competition from today. The first round of the game is about to be held in the Sirius Dome. First of all, it shows overwhelming strength here. Yayu from the Academy of the Star Guidance Hall, and Jules Erexia von Risfeet. The first round was entirely Yayu's exhibition match. I didn't know that in the second round, he had another. What kind of performance? It's really exciting. Ignoring the commentary, Eurus looked at her opponent in the game. The opposite person is the partner of Qianweir Girls Academy ranked 37th and 54th, Shuangma. The girls with tail and single ponytail, both have beautiful and well-proportioned faces. To ask which academy is the strongest among /Liuhua/, this answer may be very different, but if you want to ask which school is the weakest, most people will probably answer Qianweir Girls' School. After all, isn't there a lot of idols there? Thanks for your support. We will cheer. There were enthusiastic cheers around, and the two of Qianweir also waved with happy expressions. Hand responding to the audience. Really, so noisy? Euless complained, and at the same time started the Kerala spin. Look at it, Yayu. My progress since this time. /learn. After Euless finished speaking, she took a big step forward. At the same time, the school badge also announced the start of the competition. The first shot was a girl with a double ponytail. She clenched the sword in her hand and pierced it at Eurus. Come over. Euless smiled faintly, and easily pushed away the menacing attack with the rapier in her hand. It's too weak, compared to that guy's meteor and thorn, it's a baby. Zero seeking flowers. Stop talking big. And another girl with a single ponytail also joined the battle. Yuri's trained by you. Even if the close body technique is not in the range of Yuri's expertise, compared with Todo Kiran's progress. It's a long way to come, but it's easy to face ordinary opponents. She was beaten by Yayu so many times with swordsmanship before, even if she has poor aptitude. Growing up. Disgusting. Isn't it good to lose? That's impossible, Bloom, big red heart flame shield. The stab of a single ponytail girl, also. The flame shield that appeared flew. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the twin ponytail girl to check the status of her companions, Jules leaped back. Change me to attack next? Let's bloom, 9-wheel dance flame flower. The vigorous flames circled into a vortex, forming 9 fireballs beside Euless. With the whisper of Eurus, the fireball flying like a firefly attacked the two at the same time. The single ponytail girl screamed, and the school badge in front of it shattered. At the moment when the mechanical sound announced that it seemed to be accompanied by defeat, the girl with 2 ponytails was avoiding the fireball, while waving the sword in his hand. Really, it's so troublesome. Jadong. Let's bloom, let's fall into the red flower. Following the order of Euless, a magic circle appeared at the girl's feet and enveloped her. Completely cut off her chance to escape. /Hey. The ability of setting type? The woman raised her head blankly, but what greeted her was the blooming of huge flame petals. The moment the flame petals fell, the game also announced the end. /The game is over. The winner, Yayu, Euless, Alexia von Risfetter. The mechanical sound announced the outcome. After a while, the wind and flame vortex gradually disappeared. The pair who passed out completely. Tail girl fell to the ground. Again, let's be upside down again. And this time it's for the Risfight player to perform alone. Ah, this is really amazing. The two have not shot together so far, really not. Know what to say. But it is true, the strength of the two of them is too strong. Only one person can be light. It is also a good strategy to solve it loosely. The commentary seems to be very clear, and even some small details of Euless have been said. However, the girl didn't care. She walked up to Yayu and raised her right hand at the same time. Well done, much better than before. When I first met you, your physique really. It's... Phew. That's about it. Also, don't talk about the previous things. This fool, /. Euless spoke dissatisfied, then smiled and gave Yayu a high five, sending out a crisp. Chapter 46. Sound. P.S. The update completion is what will be updated today. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 59. Don't be unfair. 5th more. Yes, those reporters are terrible. Don't they know how to measure? As always, the bombardment of those reporters was ended. After returning to the lounge, Jules sighed deeply. He sighed and collapsed on the sofa. Things that can't be helped, those guys are totally unbehaved. Yayu drank black tea without raising her head. Even if he was threatened with murderous intent last time, Claudia had warned, but those guys still is not good at learning. After a while, he was still enthusiastic, but he couldn't understand the reporter's psychology anyway. That's it. Oh, that's right. What do you do after that? Go to Shasha Palace and Deodu? Euless asked Yayu with her teacup. Yu raised her brows and opened the space window to look at the schedule above. Forget it, I guess it's too late. When we arrive at the venue, their game is estimated to have. It's over. Yes. Today, Sha 530 and Kiran Toto are not here. After all, they also have competitions. The first round will take 4 days, the second round will take 2 days, and the time will get more and more afterwards. Unless it is in the same venue, or if the time of the match is very different, it will pass. After that, the game has long since ended, and it doesn't make sense to pass. That. Speaking of which, we should have lunch. Oh, can't you just go out and find a place? Yayu helped Esther to pour black tea, and the latter is now gnawing on the small points prepared in the room. Because of the time of the game, their game is at noon. Even if very. The game is almost over, it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Hey! But Euless suddenly coughed slightly. Hey? What's wrong? Actually, this. How should I put it? Today I prepared these things. As the woman said, she took out a large basket from the locker in the lounge. Hey? When are you ready? In other words, isn't it a bento here, right? Have been poisoned by say once, please let me go. Don't worry about how you are prepared. Let's talk about your opinion. Eurus turned away from her gaze a little shyly, completely ignored Yayu's complaints, and at the same time, the basket was handed to him. Even when it was a rest day before, everyone went out to eat together. And in normal. During class time, Yuri's basically solves it in the student dining room, although she knows that she can cook. But Yayu was still a little flustered. I said, could it be because of the relationship between Sei and Yuri prepared a bento? Yayu asked humorously. Eurus is famous for her unyielding personality, that's it. There is absolutely no reason to prepare lunch for him. But Eurus denied it with a blushing face. It's not like that. That's right. This is just a whim. Don't think about it. Crooked. What is your look? In short, eat it quickly. I advise you not to have anything. Expect. Eulith turned her head directly, staring at Yayu's expression from the corner of her eye. Yayu shook his head and opened the basket to see that the rows of rows in it look very nice. Sandwich. Miji? I didn't have any willful choice of difficult ingredients. I really underestimated you. Yayu glanced at it. Basically, it was ham, egg, bacon, lettuce, etc. See taste. Immediately, he picked it up directly. Miji sent it into his mouth. How? Eurus asked Yayu tremblingly, trusting anyone with the anxiety on her face. It can be easily found, but she doesn't know it. It's okay, it's much better than Saya's cooking. What the hell? And Eurus is very dissatisfied with Yayu's evaluation. Is it wrong to compare her with Say? What happened? Esther, what do you think? Yayu took a ham sandwich and handed it to the silver-haired girl, and Esther bit it lightly. And then narrowed his eyes. Good. Eurus finally breathed a sigh of relief. Esther's taste is very picky. A good evaluation is already the greatest affirmation of her. On the other hand, this nasty guy actually compares her cooking with Say's dark cooking. Too annoying. It's amazing that you can cook. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Yayu's meaning, Jules also understands, after all. The princess of the family cooks herself and changes it. Anyone who thinks about it, it's probably a dark dish. Then she tilted her head and held her chest high. This is also the cuteness of Beast. Don't you eat? So much, I can't solve it with Esther. The number of sandwiches in the basket is obviously too large, even if the three of Esther are added to eat together. May not be able to finish it. Maybe she has long been considered for 3 people, but she has been reluctant to do it. Let Yayu have. Confusing. 0. No, of course I want to eat it too. While speaking, Eurus looked at Yayu with a hesitant expression. Yayu tilted his head, thinking about what she meant, but after thinking about it for a while. No clue. Yayu really couldn't figure out what this arrogant fellow was thinking all day. Probably Eulith was a little impatient. She stared at Yayu with a displeased expression. It can't be unfair. Unfair? Isn't this Say's line? Yayu is getting more and more confused about what she means. That is, this, what you did to Say and the others, but you didn't do it to me, so there is. I can't explain it. Ah, actually I didn't force you to do that. Eulith whispered. Yayu nodded clearly, and then sighed softly. You actually want to touch your head, I didn't expect this at all. Eulith turned her head away blushing, but did not deny Yayu's statement. Yes, say it earlier if you want. Speaking of which, I can understand Say and the others. Yayu put his hand on Eulith's head and stroked it lightly. Even smelled softly. Floral fragrance. Eulith may feel a little embarrassed, her pretty face is flushed now. Yayu didn't know how long he touched it. Both sides didn't say a word, and didn't care about the passage of time at all, and didn't know. When should I stop? Esther was gnawing on the sandwich while watching Yayu's hand on Jules's head. His eyes flicker as if thinking about what. Yayu didn't notice it, after all, the current Eulith was too difficult to do. Yes, that's right. Let's take a look at the competitions of other groups. After a while, Eurus tried to divert her attention and turned on the TV. Yayu also retracted his hand and continued to eat the sandwich. Hey? So those 2 guys also played today? Eulith's voice was a bit solemn, and Yayu looked at the screen afterwards. Seeing a tall and burly boy in the uniform of the Star Guild Hall appeared on the screen. Star. Chapter 47. And standing opposite him, holding a huge sickle, the wolf black girl. 60 leisurely holidays, unexpected text messages, 1/5. It really is. Eurus sighed deeply. Playing in the palm of the hand, there is no room to fight back. It's normal. In any case, Irene is the 3rd place in Leyworth Black Academy. She can. Isn't it natural to easily crush NVC? Yayu drank black tea and responded casually. Not to mention anything else, just relying on the tyrannical blood scythe in the hands of Irina is not something NVC can handle. According to the old man, only magic can defeat magic. I want to defeat a user of pure Xinghuang-style weapons with ordinary Xinghuang-style weapons. No matter how you think, it's too whimsical, and he is not a player like himself. Alas, anyway, when she meets us, you can easily defeat her, but I am not at all worried. Leaf. Yulis shook her head lightly, and compared to Yayu, Yarna was still too weak. Before using swordsmanship, she could turn around what she wanted. If Yayu used the real reality power, wanting to beat Elena by 20 is simply a breeze. I really don't know what kind of trump cards you guys are hiding. Who knows? The whole cards? He can come up with a lot of this stuff, but the skill of the Juggernaut still has a lot of kills. The super injury skills were not used. Don't say anything else, the extremely ghost swordsmanship that claims to be all-encompassing. He hasn't used the iron-cutting style. Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival on the 7th day, in the Sirius Dome. The game is over. The winner, Yayu, Yulis, Alexia von Risfetter. Yulis put away the Kerala spinning sword, and endless cheers immediately enveloped the whole stage. These two players are really strong. Yayu, who won the first and second rounds by crushing the players, and the Risfight players are now advancing to the official competition. That's right, but I didn't expect that even the third round would be crushed. I really look forward to the two of them. How will it behave? The opponents in the third round were Zhaolong's partners. Yayu also didn't make a shot this time, Yulis. People have solved them all. This game is indeed a little troublesome compared to before. Still considered a complete victory. It can't be said to be an instant kill. At last it's a not, so let's watch the official game afterwards. This boring game is finally over. It's boring to fight with these weak chickens. Yayu said boredly, making Yuris glared at him dissatisfiedly. The two people they met just now are not weak. Speaking of physical skills, even above Yulis. However, during this period, Yayu taught her a lot of sword skills. What is difficult? I hope you don't meet Sei and others in the first game of the race. They are looking forward to being with you. Encounter during the game. Whatever. Anyway, it's the same when you meet. As she walked towards the passage, Yuris said to Yayu earnestly. However, Yayu didn't care much about it. With his strength, this kind of game is just like a small fight, just playing. I really want to fight a good fight, so I can only find Ophelia Landolphin the Lonely Witch. Wang Yutian Luo Fanzinglu is a figure of that level. I hope I won't meet the vampiric girl and the others at the beginning. Yulitha's voice is full of seriousness, and Irina's strength is beyond doubt. To fight, she couldn't help Yayu and could only harass. In order not to be said to be lying and won by others, Jules has tried her best to show her strength. After all, Yayu is here, they have secured the position of champion, if he doesn't mess around. Oh, right. Do you have any reservations tomorrow? Due to the schedule, the contestants will be given a day off tomorrow. I don't know. I'll talk about it when I wake up tomorrow. It depends on the situation. So what? What are you going to do? Well, there have been some trivial things in my home country recently. I'm going to go through some formalities and contact me a little bit. Yulis. Speaking annoyingly, then suddenly stopped and looked back at Yayu. Reminded again and again. Tomorrow you go play by yourself. I remind you again, don't get into any trouble again. NS. After all, our current situation is already very troublesome, and a bunch of people are haunting us. Talk later. Yayu raised his eyebrows, and did not respond directly to Yulis' reminder. When you encounter trouble, just start the fight and finish it. Is it so difficult? Dare to find trouble? Call back directly. Just go, need to worry? Seeing Yayu's attitude, Yuris sighed deeply. Sure enough, this guy doesn't listen to this kind of advice at all. The next day, as Yulis said, Yayu really can only spend it alone today. After shaking Esther in the morning, he came out to see that the living room was empty. Eurus has gone to deal with her home country's affairs, and Kiran, Toto and Saya seem to be trying to improve. Tacitly go out and play together. What should I do, Esther? It seems that today can only be spent by the two of us. You just decide. Esther rubbed his sleepy eyes and said in a daze. For this answer, you didn't need to guess, and then he shook his head helplessly. Some trouble. After the girls left, there was nothing to do for a while. This made you feel bored. Forget it, watch it later. Let's go out and find a place to have breakfast, and then see if we can. What interesting things can you encounter? Light. The Star Guidance Hall uniform covers Esther's 530. Yayu shook his head and suddenly thought of something, squatting in front of the girl and said seriously. This kind of clothes is not suitable for you. I think the clothes you used to look good was with the white uniform worn by Alicia. Is it the school uniform created by Alicia? So you likes that? Esther nodded clearly. The light flashed across again, and a set appeared on her body. A gorgeous white uniform with gold trim. As before, this uniform is also a high-necked design. It seems that Esther's clothing has a unique hobby. Phew. That's more comfortable. You nodded lightly. Honestly speaking, Esther is really not wearing the uniform of the Star Guidance Hall. Although it looks good, there is still no uniform that suits her. By contrast, this outfit even increased her cuteness by several percentage points. Is that so? Esther tilted his head and blinked. Since you likes it, she will wear this suit later. Without knowing the girl's inner thoughts at all, you took out his mobile phone and looked at the text messages on it. That was an unfamiliar number, and the content on it made you raise his brows. Something needs your help, come to the same place. By someone who helped you lead the way before. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 61. You should almost enter the topic, 2/5. You understood it after a few seconds of thinking. If you can say that, you have encountered it before. Sylvia Lunaheim. It was she who would ask for help from herself, which you had never expected. What's more, how did one's own number leak out? This is not too big or too small. The problem. Esther, what do you think she would let me help her? You thought for a long time but didn't have a clue, and finally could only ask the silver-haired girl next to him. Chapter 48. It's useless to think about it now, and you'll know it when you see her. Makes sense. It is rare that Esther gave a pertinent opinion, and then the two left the dormitory directly. In a small alley next to Happy Street, surrounded by abandoned buildings, and in the open space of the ruins, you took. Esther slowly got out of the corner. Really, this place is really hard to find. You whispered in a low voice. I had forgotten the way he walked that night, and the ghost knew what he was doing. Ran here. Immediately, you looked around and stopped at the left. At this time, at the top of a broken wall, wearing a blouse and jeans, with a duck tongue on his head. The figure of the hat also caught Yayu's eyes. The chestnut-colored head and waist-length hair flutters softly with the wind, compared with the previous image. There is no change at all. Long time no see, Yayu-jun. With her extremely simple temperament, Yayu can't help but wonder if the girl in front of him is really the singer herself. However, her very recognizable voice completely dispelled Yayu's suspicion. Sure enough, as long as girls with a little bit of strength, the cards are very weird. Yayu curled his lips, looked at Sylvia and asked. What's the matter if you call me over today? I didn't expect that the famous war witch would be promising a day for people asking for help. Really, Yayu-jun really thought I was too strong. What's more, I will become an idol. It's just to make the wish more convenient. If necessary, I can always abandon your current identity. Sylvia said frankly, Her eyes were extremely serious, without a hint of joking. Yu was silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly. That said, your fans will be very sad. No way, I am grateful for someone to support me, but that does not mean I have an obligation to complete the wishes of everyone. For me, I just want to find a place where no one bothers to sing and Sylvia said with a smile. There is no fascination between the status and the fans. Yeah, you didn't say much about this. The girl's idea is very correct, even if it's my fan, I'm not obligated to satisfy everyone. This kind of petty thought is really cute. That's a good idea, so what is your purpose for looking for me today? Hee, this one. Sylvia jumped directly off the broken wall and gestured to her. Come with me, you are fine today anyway, right? Including the miss weapon next to you. Today's weather is much more comfortable than yesterday, giving people a lazy feeling. Often suitable for outings. After coming out of the development zone, Sierbaya has been humming a touching song softly, while walking sideways and looking left and right, as if you are like a primary school student on a spring outing, full of interest in everything around you. Yayu's mood has become very delicate now. He was now holding one hand by Sylvia, and Esther looked at him blankly. Yayu could feel that Sylvia seemed to be very close to him, but keep a distance that is easy to leave. Shield? I said, it's better for you to let me go. Isn't that great? It's better to relax before going on a serious topic. Sylvia said it for granted, but the hostility in Esther's eyes grew stronger. Slowly, the three people walked to the commercial street. Why are you in a hurry? Can you say there is something urgent? Sylvia tilted her head and chuckled at Yayu. I know that after you enter the Star Guidance Hall, you will only talk to the Huayan which the Lord of the Thousand Eyes. How many people contacted? What's more, they seem to have their own private affairs today. I really don't know if you should be bold or unscrupulous. Yayu shook his head and touched Esther's little head. Should this kind of thing be said clearly? I know what you mean. In fact, as Quianweir's student council president, some things just I don't want to know, but the information will still be sent to my desk. Sylvia talked with lack of interest, without a trace of concealment. So what is the purpose of opening the skylight to speak brightly and looking for me? My child is very impatient. Yayu said helplessly, and at the same time pointed at Este. At this time, the silver-haired girl was positively dissatisfied. Looking at Sylvia, her eyes were filled with undisguised hostility. I'll talk about it after the business, I think it's better to have fun now. Yayu nodded lightly, he wanted to see what Sylvia was planning to do. Take a look first, Esther. I see. After that, Yayu, Esther and Sylvia seemed to have completely forgotten that the business was in business. Wandering around in the street. Clothing store, cold drink store, toy store, coffee shop. As if enjoying the leisure of the holiday, the three of them visited one of the shops and finally came at dusk. When I was sitting side by side on a park bench watching the sunset. Really, it's been a long time since I played this fun. Sylvia held a bottle of cold drink in her hand, looked at the sunset and smiled with emotion. No waste, Li Hao, asked the agent for a day off. It's good if you are happy, although we had a good time. Now, Esther, do you eat this? Yayu said, took out a bag of small snacks from the bag and handed it to the silver-haired girl. Then he turned his head, looked at Sylvia and asked softly. It's almost time to get to the topic. Yes, your kids are seeing me numbskull now. Sylvia glanced at Esther who was expressionless, said with a wry smile, and then she said. There was also a trace of serious wheat in his breath. I want to ask you, do you know any good way to break the curse? Curse? Yayu raised his head and glanced at Sylvia in surprise. If you really want to talk about it, he didn't curse such a thing. Esther's strongest ability is to break the curse. She asked, what does this mean? 62 Sylvia's wish, first round of the official match, 3/5. So don't misunderstand. Have other intentions. I don't know if I noticed the thoughts in Yayu's heart. Sylvia's expression changed again. Be cheerful. I just asked with the attitude of giving it a try. Yayu raised his eyebrows and asked him because of such a trivial matter. No, maybe to Sylvia. It's not a trivial matter. Curse. After taking a deep look at Sylvia, Yayu didn't say much. He didn't say anything about Esther's power, although it's not something worth concealing. But it is not necessary. I remember what I told you before. What? I will choose my current position, just because I want to find a place to sing so that the whole world can be more. Many people hear my singing. No matter what the format, if there is no way for others to hear, there is no point at all. Sylvia said lightly. Of course I also have other reasons. First of all, I also become stronger. Stronger? This statement is very interesting. That's right, this strength does not only refer to combat effectiveness, but has a broader meaning. Like heart, spirit, stand or something, I hope to be strong in all aspects. And in order to achieve this goal, I can only continue to learn from each other. Chapter 49. Yayu listened to the girl's remarks and shook his head. 530. To be honest, these remarks are really pure-hearted. In order to pursue a stronger spiritual level. Where is she from the old man? All in all, the more capable people are, the more things they can do, right? I can increase my options and help others. Because I used to be, basically, nothing can be done. Speaking of the back, Sylvia's words are getting lighter and lighter, even more like she said to herself. The same. However, to her surprise, Yayu listened to the whole word exactly. Before Yayu spoke, Sylvia's eyes suddenly became extremely serious. Yayu-jun, is there a chance, can I ask you some questions, /. Ask, I have no opinion. I heard that you were looking for your sister who was missing in / erosion martial arts / right? Yayu looked at her with interest. Nodded lightly. The student council president of every school has great powers, and she can know what she wrote. Desire is not surprising. Then what? Sylvia sighed deeply. She leaned on her chair and watched Taiyang for a while before she suddenly opened. In fact, I am also looking for someone. I know, otherwise, as the world's #1 singer, how could he run into that kind of waste, Kachi? Abandoned alley. Yu nodded slightly, and his words made Sylvia a troubled smile. I said don't mention that shameful title anymore. There is a place in Liuhua / but there is no way to find the exact location. And the development zone has become the most likely. The place, after all, the person I was looking for had also participated in the Eclipse Martial Arts Festival. I see. Seeing Yayu showing a clear look, Sylvia explained. After meeting you before, I checked your information a little bit. Later found that you were looking for sister. I feel a little empathetic. The female rarely showed a shy expression. The person you are looking for is very important to you, or? That's right. The person I'm looking for is my teacher. Teach me to sing, and teach me all over the world. Teacher. With that, Sylvia gently placed her hand in front of her. From her remarks, one can hear how much she values the existence of that person. Later, Sylvia looked at Yayu and said again. Under my observation, my teacher Asla seems to be eroded by the curse. Hearing this, Yayu smiled. So you are in a hurry to go to the doctor, are you going to ask me this person who doesn't know what to do? Yes, that's right. Sylvia hesitated for a while, then slowly said. Before I said, you are the only person I look down on, even the old opponent of the year affili. Yado can't compare to you. Come like this, you are so cute. Yayu shrugged and said with a chuckle. I do have the ability to solve the curse. Hearing this, Sylvia was a little surprised. It took a while before she regained her senses and gave a wry smile. Sure enough, Yayu-jun, who is incomprehensible, really has this ability. It's early, I should go back too. Contact later, /. With that, Sylvia stood up. Sure enough, it was correct to find Yayu today. Although she had the idea of confirming the information, she did not expect to have this kind of surprise in any case. Taking a look at the girls gradually disappearing back, Yayu turned around and kept watching with Esther. Sylvia Lunaheim is indeed a very interesting girl. The next day, the official game will be held today. Yayu and Yulis ran into Irene in the first game. I have to say, this is really a sad thing. Dear viewers, the fourth round of the game will also be launched in the venue. First of all, the first group is preparation. The eye-catching combination of Yairu's feet will face off against the sisters of the Ulsets of Re-Wolf Black Academy. Cut, these guys still speak better than sing like that. Listening to the voice of the commentary, Eurus whispered. Irene isn't as weak as someone said, even if it's Korin Toto who wants to solve it. Irene is a very troublesome thing. Still this lazy look, Yayu. Urena carried the blood scythe of Tyrant's blood on his shoulders, and smiled full of fighting spirit while holding Yayu. She was alone in the front, and Priscilla was waiting in the back. Sorry, I don't plan to make concessions here today. Tyrant blood sickle exudes a purple light, and the vigorous star power is also dissipating from Yirna's body. Sent out. The atmosphere of the scene is on the verge. Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival. The first round of the fourth round, now officially begins. The mechanical sound announced the start of the game. You glanced at Irene and couldn't help but chuckle. In which way are you going to fail? Do you let me use swordsmanship? What about force manipulation to defeat? Bastard, don't underestimate me. Wan Zhonghuan. Irene yelled in dissatisfaction, and the blood scythe in her hand seemed to be angry, exuding purple light. Subsequently, a large number of gravity appeared in the void. And the gravity used by Irene. Ball compared to. However, the number is so large that it makes the scalp numb. Hey, are you kidding me? Eurus twitched her mouth, muttering. Seeing that the number of gravity has changed more and more, there are even a lot of thin spots on her forehead. Pay the price for your contempt. Bastard. Following Ina's wave, countless gravity immediately attacked Yayu too. The white light flashed, and the silver-white holy sword appeared in Yayu's hand. Li Chu smiled slightly. Slash. The gravity ball that struck suddenly was completely divided into two in an instant. Yayu's sword-drawing technique, which seems to exceed the speed of light, will follow from all directions without any omission. A large number of gravity are all erased. Not only the audience can't see Yayu's movements, but even a lot of star vein generations can't understand this. What is the situation? The audience is silent. In the afternoon, the code word was written and fell asleep. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration / button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 63 easily defeated Irene, the attitude of all parties, 4/5. The audience was silent, everyone looked at Yayu completely speechless. No, really? Does this guy still have such a strong swordsmanship? Looking at the gravity ball that was wiped out by one blow, Irene murmured dumbfoundedly. She knows that Yayu is very strong, but no matter what, she didn't expect to be so strong. His own attack was as weak as a child in his eyes, which also made Irene a little unacceptable. Immediately, Irene reacted and rushed towards Yayu with the / blood scythe of Tyrant in his hand. The sword of killing the devil / and / the blood of the Tyrant / clashed with each other, sparks splashed everywhere. To Yayu, who was able to swim with a knife, Yelena stared at Yayu bitterly. However, shortly afterwards, she was crushed by Yayu's sword and flew away, taking advantage of the situation. Jump back. Do you look down on me so much? Fight with me with all your strength. Since you have to say that, then I'll just be a little more serious. Game after all. Time really should end. After a few seconds of silence, Yayu exhaled and said lightly, and at the same time lifted the silver in his hand. Holy sword! Break through the air, draw a knife and cut. Change. Chapter 50. With a swipe, a sword aura that was imperceptible to the naked eye instantly invaded the entire venue. Priscilla. Patter, that's 3 broken noises. In addition to the school badges of Irene and Priscilla, the blood tyrant in Irene's hands has also been. Yayu divided. No way. Irene said blankly. The universal mine of the blood sickle is divided into 1. In other words, this pure Xing Huang style weapon is already completely abolished. At the same time, the mechanical sound also announced the outcome. The school badges of the 2 are shattered, and the winner is Yaira's feat. There were great cheers around. Yayu sighed softly and withdrew the holy sword. Is this really good? Yulis walked to Yayu's side and asked him. Yayu glanced at the 2 half-blood scythe of tyrant, and said lightly. This thing is not a good thing, it will be a scourge to keep it sooner or later. I don't understand, you think this is fine? Yuris shook her head. Yayu's thoughts are still not something she can understand. And Irene was still a bit at a loss, standing still. In the student union office of Rewolf Black College, Dilek looked at the image in front of him with dissatisfaction. Smacking. Yayu was playing the silver-white holy sword before it was playing Tyrant Blood Sickle. As expected, that shameless woman is really useless. He muttered to himself, then looked away. The original purpose was to let Yarna defeat Yayu, although it has failed now, but now. Said there is still some harvest. Tian Weiao really has a good brother. My sister is so troublesome, I didn't expect my brother to pay back. It's a lot trickier. Diluc put his feet on the desk, looked at the space screen and sighed deeply. After that, I saw that the 2 stinky brats of Zhaolong didn't work well, and the one from Alicante. Smelly girl, you have to bargain. With continuous muttering in his mouth, Diluc thought about the next plan again. Diluc is not alone in thinking about today's game. At Zhaolong 7th College, located in the southeast of Liuhua, the entire school is connected by a corridor. Countless buildings. It is not so much a school as it is closer to a huge palace. In one of the corners, there is a place called Huangchen Temple, which is similar to other buildings in the year. It makes no difference. However, all the students who belong to Zhaolong know how special this place is. To be correct, it is not the place that is special, but its owner. The owner is Fan Xingluo of Wanyu Tianluo, and she is also the one who rules the world dragon. Years ago, at the age of only 6 years old, ascended to the top of the world dragon throne. Master, it's time for regular reports. Zhao Huifeng held his fists in salute at the entrance of the hall, and paused for a while and said. He is ranked 5th among the world dragons. From the outside, he knows that he is a Lianjiazi. However, his size. It's not that big. Coupled with a soft and neutral face and long hair, he is often mistaken for female. This time has come. The girl standing in the middle of the hall turned her head after hearing the sound, showing an innocent and bright smile. Long black hair is knotted into a circle like a butterfly, which matches well with Zhaolong's classic uniform. Cute girl, and her height is only as high as Zhao Huifeng's chest. That's almost it for today. Everyone is fortunate enough, next time you have the opportunity to challenge again. With that, Fan Xingluo looked around. On the ground not far from her, there are dozens of breathless people. These people are all people who want to become Fan Xingluo's apprentices. Fan Xingluo has about 5 many direct disciples. In terms of Zhao Long's overall strength, this is nothing. However, all of the more than 50 apprentices are in the ranking. And in the first page 10 Niren, there are 1 is her apprentice. 0 seeking flowers. It can be imagined how much power she has in the world dragon. Master, is there still no qualified person this time? Ah, it's a pity. Fan Xingluo said casually, and at the same time walked out of the hall. Having said that, did you watch today's game? Hu Feng. What the master said is Phoenix Star Wu Ji. Of course I did. Zhao Long's partners have advanced to the official competition in 9 groups, and after today's competition, there are 5. The group advanced to the top 16. A very interesting guy appeared. That kind of strength is not a joke. I really want to talk to him. Let's play against it. Fan Xingluo said excitedly. But she didn't realize how much impact her remarks had on Zhao Hufeng at this time. It is the first time that Zhao Hufeng has heard this kind of evaluation from his master, even if he is a lonely poisonous demon. The female Ophelia Landolufen also got only 1 appraisal. Forgive me for my blindness, sir, I don't see where he is strong. Zhao Hufeng naturally watched Ye Yu's game. Although he was surprised by things like Jian Qi, in terms of strength, he didn't think. How strong is Ye Yu? Fan Xingluo turned her head back and shook her head regretfully. You still don't understand. Hu Feng. His power has reached a kind of introverted point, you don't. Do you think his every move is very problematic? Has a problem? Zhao Hufeng kept thinking in his mind, and finally asked some tentatively. What does the master mean, the sword intent contained in his every move? That's right. Fan Xingluo laughed loudly. Anyway, my old lady likes this guy very much. With his strength, he should be able to accompany. My old lady has a lot of fun. Zhao Hufeng nodded slightly, his eyes filled with thought. Able to fight against Fan Xingluo's level, that is to say. Is this Ye Yu also in their state? Although Zhao Hufeng wanted to persuade him very much, he saw Fan Xingluo who was laughing, and finally returned. I dismissed the idea. She wouldn't listen anyway. At the same time, there are still many people who are thinking about Ye Yu's strength today. Powerful people can naturally understand the corners. Among them, only Sylvia looked at the screen with a smile, smiling without saying a word. P.S. 1 chapter is missing during the day, I'm sleepy. 64 The bear child must have a good meal, 5/5. The 11th day of Huang Xing Vucha. I can't stand it, these audiences are too annoying. Entering the already familiar Serious Dome Lounge, Eurus complained directly. Ye Yu shrugged slightly, and sat down beside Euless. So, I remember that the 2 opponents today are from Zheolong, right? A direct disciple of Wang Yu Tianluo. Todo Kiran frowned, and a dignified look rose in Say's eyes. Eurus sighed deeply and opened the space window. Li Chenayun and Li Shenhua, very bad twins. They are good at star magic, as long as they send. If you are facing a weak point, you will attack the weak point with all your strength. It's like a terrible home. I heard the same. Kiran Toto also echoed the same way, and the nausea of those 2 people was in the whole Liuhua. The famous 530. Yu shook his head slightly, and said indifferently. Those 2 nasty bear kids. I have a bold idea. You, don't mess around. Give me your ideas and forget them quickly. Yu Sue Shang. Chapter 51. Ye Yu naturally understands the worries of the girls, but this is not what he should consider. Question. The 2 guys were already disgusting when I was watching Fan, and I didn't give them a meal. The lesson is the same as going to /school days / not to kill Brother Cheng to sacrifice to the sky. Law, stop thinking about these headaches. Anyway, Dodo-san, how are you thinking about it? At this moment, Claudia broke the previous atmosphere with a loud voice. Yu then asked with some doubts. What's the situation? Well, it's about pure Xinhuang-style weapons. Claudia glanced at Todo Kirin, saw the latter nod and continued. In the past, Mr. Todo Koichiro seemed to have instructed Todo not to use pure star-style martial arts. Pack. But now she is free, if she wants, you can let her try. Yu nodded clearly, and according to memory in the original work, Kirin Todeng did use. It is pure Xinhuang style armed, remember that it seems to be a Taishao shaped / Fu fallen /. I'm very happy with Miss Claudia's proposal. But I don't know how to use it except Tachi. I like to cut with Chiba very much, and even crane is also a special skill of Tato. Wait until one day when you have to use pure Xinhuang style weapons, think again. Yu touched the girl's little head, Korin Toto nodded happily. Claudia looked at the two with a smile, suddenly remembered something, looked at Yu and said. Oh, I almost forgot. Yu-kun, my mother's agreement with you before, she said. Phoenix Star martial arts will be done afterwards. Yu nodded slightly, and didn't say much. Euless and others can hear it in the mist, but Yu and Claudia seem to have no solution at all. To explain the meaning, they had no choice but to put their doubts in their hearts. Yu glanced at the clock on the wall and stood up directly. Gone, Jules. It's indeed time. Everyone, let's go first. Eurus also stood up, nodded towards the girls, and left with Yu. Opened the lounge. Yu and Yuli, among the loud cheers, and the various speculations and analyses of the commentary. Si slowly walked to the stage. Really, what's so noisy? Click to solve it, after all, Sei and the others have already been promoted. Yuxing said it lackingly, and his words also made Euless curl her lips in dissatisfaction. The queen girl suddenly frowned and looked forward. The twins of Zhaolong came over. Good too, I'm Li Chenayun. I am Li Shenhua, please advise. The two smiled faintly and greeted Euless. It's nothing, I just think we should apologize. Our peers were in the game a few days ago. Make a fool of yourself. In order to prevent the two disciples from mistakenly thinking that the disciples of Wan Yu Tian Luo have only that degree, we will. The two have a good understanding of the profundity of star celestial arts. The baby said a word to me, and smiled happily at the same time. Euless frowned. The voice didn't pay attention to them. And at this moment, Yu, who had been lacking in interest, spoke up. I said, has anyone told you that your contrived appearance really makes people feel disgusting? Can you roll aside? The words that Bo did not hide made the smiles on the faces of Li Chenayun and Li Chenhua's brothers and sisters suddenly stiff. Obviously they were two weak chickens, Yu didn't understand why they were so arrogant. Hearing this, Jules couldn't help but hooked her mouth. As for Li Chenayun and Li Chenhua brothers and sisters, their faces are completely black now. It seems that it won't work if I don't show you some colors today. You're still the first to let us. Such an angry guy. Yes. Yu smiled mockingly, raised his left hand and hooked. Anxious like a law, an edict. Li Chenayun made complicated marks with his hands, and the surrounding space shook with it. Smoke screen. A thick smoke screen enveloped the entire stage in a blink of an eye. Jules frowned, and then asked Yu. What should we do now? It's enough for you to watch, I'll go play with those bear kids. With that said, Yu's figure instantly disappeared without a trace in front of Euless. Disappeared. Yu keeps walking through this black and white world. Didn't expect it to be like this. Kind of interesting. Speaking of which, Yu himself had forgotten. When I first came here, I still smoked. Assassination magical skill, wind step / coming. He also suddenly remembered just now, so he used it with the mentality of giving it a try. It's an unexpected time, the world in sneaking, and the world that the naked eye. The world is 2.8 different worlds. You can even see the charms placed in the space. Oh? That's Eurus. Is the magic circle placed? Sure enough, this stage has become very dangerous now. Yeah, you watched with interest. And his disappearance caused everyone on the court to panic. Damn, where did that guy go? Not knowing any breath of him, as if he had evaporated out of thin air. Li Chenayun and Li Chenhua frowned deeply. What do they mean? Where did this guy go? There is silence in the field, everyone is trying to find Yayu's figure. However, in the next second, two breaking sounds sounded. Li Chenayun and Li Chenhua slammed into the wall of the venue. 65 What should I do if the bear child is skinned? Answer, directly interrupted by the leg, 1/5. Li Chenayun wiped the corners of his mouth, and after seeing the blood in his hands, his eyes were full of unconcealable anger. What exactly is going on? Look over there, Shen Yun. Following Li Chenhua's gesture, Li Chenayun looked at the fog that gradually dissipated forward. Yayu slowly retracted his right foot and said with a smile on his face. If this is your arrogant capital, I can only say that it is too weak. How did you see through /Phantom Yingchuangqi / How did you ignore the spell of Diaoan Zhang? Do you think I am the villain who takes the lunch? Yayu looked at the fool's expression, and after shook his head gently, there was a touch of joy on his face again. You look. The game won't end so soon, keep playing. After speaking, his figure disappeared into the fog again, making people completely unaware of him. Any trace? This family seems to have this ability. Euless looked at Yayu who had disappeared again, and she couldn't help but puff up her pretty face. It completely disappeared, making people completely unaware of any traces of him. If he is with a murderous heart, the twins had already received their lunch. I remember the first time I met him 20, it seemed that he suddenly disappeared like this. What is the bottom of the ability? Eurus thought hard, but Li Chenayun and Li Chenhua in the field were very uncomfortable. Yayu appeared from time to time to give them a kick, and then disappeared again. Ah, damn! Li Chenayun is almost vomiting blood now, this guy is looking for their brother and sister. Happy. Kick the two bear kids again, Yayu did not enter the sneaking state again. I'm tired of playing. It's not interesting, I'll end it long ago and go back. Slightly breaking his fingers, Killing Demon King also appeared in Yayu's hands. Ha 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 ha. You actually showed up by yourself. It's almost time to end. Chapter 52. Li Chenayun laughed loudly and took out a lot of charms from his sleeve. Li Chenhua also disappeared into the air without a word. Freely cross. While walking, waving the silver holy sword with one hand and slashing into the air. The spells that were chopped in half burned out, and the spells hidden in the space also. Divided into two by Yayu. Can you see it? Li Chenayun said in astonishment. Where? But the guy in front of him easily solved the spell placed in the space. What's happening here? Yayu moved lightly, avoiding the sneak attack launched by Li Chenhua from behind at will. At the same time, he kicked Li Chenhua, who was invisible to the naked eye, and let her hit the talisman she had set. Ah! The spell bow exploded relentlessly, Li Chenhua's body was directly blown up, and his head fainted. Passed. Li Chenhua, lost consciousness. The school badge announced Li Chenhua's defeat, and Li Chenayun's face finally showed anxiety. Look! He hurried away from Yayu, holding a bunch of spells in his hands. This kind of development is indeed unexpected, but don't think that this will defeat me. Go to hell, fuck. Egg. As he said, Li Chenayun opened his hands, and a large number of charms sprayed from his sleeves like an avalanche. Out of the corner. There are so many spells that the uniforms can't fit, and all the spells gushing out are like tornadoes. A huge sphere was formed directly on Li Chanyun's head. These are all thunder talisman. This amount can send you two to the sky. Ha ha ha. What? Li Chanyun laughed, and at the same time made complicated handprints. The thunderball shook fiercely, and it changed more and more like a split. A change. Change 4. 4 changes to 8. These are all phantoms, there is only one real, anyway, even if you see through, as long as you don't. I am afraid that the girl will die, I believe you will definitely not run. Li Chanyun said, and at the same time pointed at Euless. The huge explosive thunderball also began to fall slowly. Cut, it turned out to be an annoying bear kid. Yayu smacked his lips dissatisfiedly, thinking for a few seconds and then suddenly slashed. Time-wearing sword watch. Seeing that Yayu had no other movements after only slashing, Li Chanyun laughed loudly. Haha, are you stupid? That's right, that's right. Now forgive you for not getting away. Two people were blown up together. Yayu ignored Li Chanyun's laughter and whispered in a low voice. It should be almost there, I haven't set the time for too long. In the next second, red slashes staggered horizontally and vertically in the space. The slash easily erased the thunderball and other phantoms falling towards Euless, and the impact was about to. The resulting big explosion was also severed by Yayu's record and the storm. How is it possible? Yu glanced at Li Chanyun who was stunned, and walked slowly towards him. Really, the bear child should have a good meal. Without any hesitation, Yayu flew up and kicked Li Chanyun in the face. The latter seemed to be stuck. The car crashed into the wall. Li Chanyun, his consciousness disappeared. The game is over. Winner, Yarisfit. The cheers and cheers of the 533 heaven and earth sounded under the stage, and the commentary seemed to have said it. What? But it was completely covered up by the audience's voice. These two guys are really disgusting. Euless walked to Yayu's side and said dissatisfiedly. The subject matter is extremely dissatisfied. Yayu nodded, and after high-fiving Euless, the two of them walked to the lounge. Before leaving, Yayu glanced at the motionless Li Chanyun and smiled disdainfully. Dare to threaten his sister, this can be tolerated? Just abolishing this guy is the right way. Chiang finally came out. The chairman of the operating committee, Matthias Mesa, sitting in an office chair. He sighed deeply. Presented in front of him one by one spatial windows, which are the data of the top 4 players this time. The information of the two of San Karaduvis disappeared, the information of Sei and Chirin disappeared, Alkan. The special puppet information disappeared, and finally Eurus's information also disappeared. Only the window filled with Yayu's information is displayed in front of Matthias. He looked at the photo of Yayu and muttered intricately. Haruka's younger brother. It's really interesting. It's interesting because it can't predict the future. Isn't it wrong? 66 The last battle, a 4-person civil war, 2/5. After the semi-finals, Yayu and Euless. It's really Anasta's doll. Facing Yayu, Aldi didn't hold on for 5 minutes, and Jules easily defeated the other dolls. Kirin Toto and Saya easily defeated the two of the St. Karaduvazi Academy and successfully advanced. The level reached the quasi-winning. Okay. Let the audience wait a long time. This year's Phoenix Xingyu Festival finally only has one left. It's a game. It's amazing to say that the players Yayu, Rizfeet, and Shashat are playing now. I heard that contestant Gong and contestant Dodo are all friends. That's right, a duel between friends who know each other. It's really exciting. The 4 you stood on the stage, receiving everyone's attention. It's really incredible. I didn't expect that the only ones left in the end were us. Toto Kirin sighed in a low voice, and Saya nodded in agreement. Yes, the opponent is you, which is really exciting. Even if you say so, we will not be merciful. Eurus half closed one eye and laughed out loud. Hearing her words, Kiran Todu and Saya looked at each other. The same on our side. Yayu didn't say anything when he watched the girls' interaction. Anyway, he was holding and playing casually today. Attitude. In fact, Saya and Yuri's need to realize their wishes. How can they be more specific? Go to discuss it, and he will be a melon eater with Dodo Kiran. The final round of the Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival, the game officially begins. Hearing the declaration of the start of the game, the four had their own actions. Korin Kato drew out Qianyu in an instant and cut to Yayu, but she was suddenly turned into a silvery white. Holy sword blocked. On the other side, Saya waved the cannon in her hand and exploded Yulisa's flame. Ignoring the two people who came up next to them and bombarded them, Kiran Todu turned on the switch. In this way, the once cowardice disappeared without a trace, and the eyes exuded infinite confidence. Senior Yayu, please fight with me. I want to know how much I have with you. Gap. Cold and sharp, it can be called a sword-like pressure, from the serious face of Tofuji Kiran. Exudes from the body. Yayu was startled, then asked with a chuckle. Are you serious? Yes. Only by knowing how big the gap between us is can I have the motivation to catch up. Please show it to me. Kiran Todu smiled and nodded, without a hint of joking. Looked at the girl in silence for a long time, and finally nodded. Okay, I got it. I've already talked about it for this reason, since Todo Kiran wants to see her. The gap, Yayu thinks it might be a good thing for her. The magic power in the body is gradually being gathered, and the previously converged aura is no longer deliberately suppressed. Chapter 53. The majestic magic power soars into the sky, although it is different from the star power, it brings terror to everyone. The pressure is obvious. Good, so strong. Korin Deodo said blankly, Yayu feels cold and sharp now. She is even a little creepy. This level should be enough. Chi-Rin, let's make a move. Yayu tilted his head and raised the silver holy sword casually. Korin Dodo looked at Yayu, and couldn't help but breathe deeply in her heart. Actually there is a lingering rhyme. How strong is he? At the same time, the girl's movements did not stop, and the sharp blade immediately forced Yayu. So fast. The female's attack was easily blocked, and she was thinking about pushing away Yayu's weapon to launch a pursuit. However, Yayu's speed is extremely fast. The moment the love sword Chi-Yu cut touched Yayu, the trajectory of the sword changed. Hastily retracted her love knife, Chi-Lin avoided Yayu's sword swing and stepped back, pulling away. You really deserve to be Senior Yayu. He is really strong. You praise me now, and I won't release water. No water. The woman said meaningfully, and the love knife in her hand rushed up again. On the other hand, Eurus and Say are inextricably fought. Bloom, sharp spear white flame flower. Wielding the Kerala swirling sword in her hand, Jules continued to explode with her own star power. She wants to fight with Shashagongsha at night, but it's not a day or two, since there is such a good one. Opportunity, she naturally wouldn't just let it go. And in the same way, Say has also wanted to fight Yuri's for a long time. 5 type, bright type heavy machine gun Gulan Valeria. Emission. Say took out a launcher again, and after unfolding it was a log-like rugged machine gun. Yayu in the distance glanced at the weapon in Say's hand, and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This world may not be called by this name, but Yayu knows it clearly. Vulcan Gatling. 3,600 revolutions per second, to be merciful and compassionate to the world? What's wrong with you? Nothing. Yu shook his head, and didn't pay attention to Say and the others anymore. After all, no matter what, the strength of Todo Kiran is not to be underestimated, and then the two again. Comparing with swordsmanship. What the hell? Is this guy serious? Bloom, cut off the red umbrella flower. Yura's head was covered with cold sweat, and a pentagonal flame umbrella was unfolded in front of her. Say's outburst scared Eurus, and he took out this kind of cannon, and this guy treated her. What an enemy is there? Hey, Shashagong! What do you want to do? Saya launches the spinning Gatling gun and tilts her head. What to do? Steal. Fishy cats should be killed. After Yayu flashed Kato Kirin's attack, the corner of Say's mouth was constantly twitching. This guy is still thinking about this. Does she want to stage a blackened hatchet? No. Is it only the noodles cut black? How come the same is true of the three nothings? Seeing this, Kirin Daoto looked at Yayu's line of sight. The flames in the sky are mixed with countless light bullets, saying that the war between two countries is going on here. It's not an exaggeration. This. What are they doing? Kirin Tadado has a certain amount, does he need to hit this point? Looking at the posture of these two people, it is the same as the enemy of life and death, Li Hao. You ask me, I don't know either. Yayu was also speechless now, they were too crazy. The two people over there did not pay attention to the onlookers of Yayu and the two, Eurus now really recognized. Real. Disperse, Longian enchantment Hwa. Countless pillars of fire with a height of more than 10 meters are constantly erupting on the ground. Hands on 102% of the strength. And the Shay opposite her seems to be the same, all kinds of Xingguang-style weapons that have never been seen before. An endless stream of warnings appeared in her hands. The two you just watched the battle between the two girls quietly. They are really crazy enough. Wrong, it's like this. Kirin Daoto said at a loss, but Yayu sighed with interest. The two people over there fight to death, but the two people here are still thinking about watching the show. Fortunately, all of Ulysses' mind is now on Say's body. 67 The ending of the Phoenix Star Martial Festival, the astonishment of Todo Kirin, 3/5. Huang Xingwuji. The curtain came to a close with a very dramatic result, which made all the contestants surprise. Yuri's and Say fainted when they hit the force. It was really exciting. But in the end, Yayu told. Kirin Todo competes in swordsmanship like playing, Kirin Todo chooses to admit defeat, so they can't understand it at all. A few of them are really. Claudia looked at the big screen and smiled helplessly. This dramatic ending made everyone unexpectedly, but she also understood Todo Kirin's thoughts. It's too difficult to win in Yayu's hands. It's really a good choice to surrender actively. Yayu hugged Ulysses, and Todo Kirin hugged Say and left the stage like this. Until they left for a long time, the audience still didn't react. They watched the battle between Eurus and Say very well. There are audiences yearning for it. In contrast, the confrontation between Yayu and Kirin Todo appears to be dull. In terms of swordsmanship, there is only the student president of the St. Kerdavazi Academy's Holy Cavalry, Yanist Fairclaw, and Fan Xinglu of the Tianyutian Luo understand. The others are in a daze. Under the sunshine, the daily necessities in the room were placed in perfect order. Classic-style curtains blowing in the wind, plus blue and beige as the base tone of the carpet, with a crafted ebony desk. The young blonde man sat behind his desk and smiled happily. You seem to be very happy, Yanist. 533 said Letixia Blanchard, the vice president of the Student Union of St. Garadova's Academy. Opened an office big. Oh, Letizia, you are finally here. The president of the Student Council of San Caradovis Academy, Yanist Fairclaw, raised his head and revealed a hearty smile. At this time, the swordsmanship competition between Yayu and Kirin Todo was also played in the space window beside him. Letixia brushed her thick golden curly hair and looked at the space window. Do you care about this boy so much? I remember fighting with him, it seems to be the star guide. The first blast blade thunder, Kirin Kato Vine. That's right, don't underestimate him. Yanist nodded frankly. Really, whether it's her or you, why do you care about that boy? I can't understand it. Mention Miss Enfield, you will become so childish. Me? Nothing like this. Really, absolutely nothing like this. Facing Letixia, who was dissatisfied with her mouth pouting, Yanist smiled and took a deep breath. Let's go back to the topic. He is really strong. Sword intent has even been able to integrate into one action. Moving, pure and awe-inspiring. If you really want to fight head-to-head, I might not be his opponent. Maybe the one from Zheolong can overpower him. Yanist, you're talking nonsense again. Letixia said with dissatisfaction. The young man in front of him is the strongest swordsman in the ranks of Liuhua with the pinnacle of swordsmanship. What's more, there are 4 colors in his hand. One of the magic swords, the White Filter Demon Sword, he will lose to a famous name. Little known guy? It's absolutely impossible. Nonsense. If it's really nonsense, just fine. Yanist gave a wry smile. Chapter 54. He also understands the blindness of the girl, but Yayu still puts too much pressure on him. That person's understanding of swords and swordsmanship is completely above him. And Kirin Toto is also a sword. Shushan, that girl will definitely surpass him one day. These two made Yanist's long silent kendo heart burn again. Due to the mischief of Eurus and Sei, the stage of Sirius Dome was severely destroyed and could not be used. So the award ceremony and closing ceremony were placed in another venue. In fact, only the champion and runner-up were present at the award ceremony, which also made Yayu feel uncomfortable. After the finals, Eurus and Sei were sent to the hospital for recuperation. This time they stood at the awards ceremony. Yayu and Kirin Toto are the only ones on stage. On the other hand, the auditorium is crowded with people. Based on the above explanation, you can understand that this year's Phoenix star Wu Ji. Matthias Mesa stood in front of the stage, conducting a summary of the competition. At that time, the presidents of the 6 academies were also standing side by side on the stage. Instead of listening to the rhetoric, Yayu is constantly observing the student presidents. Claudia looked at Yayu with a smile, as if she was the one who was in the game, her face overflowing with unconcealed joy. Fan Xinglu and Yanist stared at Yayu and Korin Daotang with their eyes beaming. If it's not because of the occasion, maybe I will come up and get acquainted with the two. In contrast, Dilek Abelfan, the student president of Re-Wolf Black, didn't even bother to look at it. Take a look at Yayu. In addition, Yayu's eyes are mainly focused on Sylvia, who is closest to him. Body. Sylvia smiled and winked at him mischievously. Looking at the small movements between the two, the expressions of other, Kachi, people are also different. Claudia gave Yayu a look that went back and explained it to me. Somewhat frustratedly, he kept looking at Sylvia. At the same time, she was constantly thinking about how Yayu met the world's #1 singer. What? And it seems that the relationship between the two is pretty good. Okay, let's invite the champion and runner-up of the 24th Phoenix Star Martial Arts together. Come on, please come here. At the urging of Matthias, Yayu and Tudochirin walked to the podium. Audience. Then there was great applause. First of all, Kirin Toto and Sasha Gongsei, with outstanding ability and unyielding courage, won the appreciation of everyone. Congratulations on getting runner-up. With that, Matthias stretched out his hand to Kirin Toto. The woman shook her head timidly, then whispered. Can you not shake hands? She has social phobia, just forgive her a little. Matthias looked at the girl questioningly. At this time Yayu naturally had to stand up. After all, she is her own sister. That's it, then count. Matthias nodded clearly, and then handed the big trophy to Kirin Toto. You are very talented, but you can reach this level at the age of 13. I must be able to. Enough to write a more magnificent chapter. We want to keep improving all the time, so we are like you. Such a talented person is indispensable, keep on going. Thanks, thank you. The woman glanced at Yayu gratefully, then took the trophy and bowed to Matthias. Then, Matthias came to Yayu holding a golden trophy. Finally, Yayu, and Jules Erexia von Risfeet, with brilliant. His glory and unyielding fighting spirit won Guangke and won a glorious victory. Congratulations on winning the championship. Oh trouble you. Yayu's performance was very plain, and he took the golden trophy casually. Matthias shook Yayu's hand hard and said softly. Your ability to win the championship with complete crushing is unexpected to everyone. Yes, I hope that in the future Lian Ying Xing Wuji and Wang Long Xing Wuji you will have a better performance. I see. Yu raised her brows and spoke casually. But Matthias didn't care about his indifference, smiled and nodded. After that, reporters from various media rushed to surround the podium, and the audience rang out. Deaf cheers and applause. After the awards ceremony, Yayu, Claudia and Kiran Toto went to the hospital to visit you. Liz and the others. Speaking of it, it seems that you don't like the president of the operating committee very much. That's right. Yayu calmly affirmed Claudia's question. He himself doesn't seem to have any good feelings for that family, and the guy just now seems to want to cheat him. It's to have a good impression. However, speaking of it, how did the senior agree with the student council president of the Qianwei Children's Academy? Cognizant? That's right, I'm also very curious about this question. Yukun, what's your explanation? Todo Kiran asked with some doubts, and Claudia on the side also jokingly agreed. Yu was silent for a few seconds, then nodded. This question is very troublesome, let's talk about it later. But Chi-Rin, there is something you're sure of compared to. We'll be very happy. Your father, Sejiro Toto was released back. Said, Kiran Toto fell into a sluggish life directly. 68 That's just a thank you gift, don't think too much. 4/5. When I came to the hospital, Eurus was still pinching with say. It's all you guy. If it weren't for you, how could I have missed the award ceremony? What does it matter? Anyway, even if you don't go. What do you know? It's all yours wrong. Seeing the two young girls in a group, Yayu and the three felt helpless. Let's come back. Kiran Toto had to stand up on her own. Yuri's and Sei had to stop fighting. Cough. Gang, that is. Needless to say, we understand. What do you understand? Yayu didn't say anything yet, but Yayu looked clear. And this attitude directly detonated Eurus's card spirit. After all, today is also a day worth celebrating, everyone is still in harmony. Better. Claudia came out to make a round, Eurus snorted dissatisfiedly, but did not continue. The trouble continued. Yayu, can you talk to me alone? Eurus sank for a while, then suddenly proposed. Although the other girls were surprised, they didn't say much. After talking to a few girls, Eulith and Yayu left the ward and came to the following patio. There are vending machines and sofas here, so you can take a break. I invite you to drink and choose the one you like. Fat boy happy water. No Coke. Well, then I will have black tea. Eulith manipulated it, and threw a can of Coke to Yayu directly. What's the matter if you are looking for me alone? If there is anything that can't be said in front of everyone. Yuli's was silent with a confused look, just kept playing with the drink can in her hand. After a while, she slowly spoke. No, although I do have something to tell you. Just once you speak, but you don't know. What should I say? With that, Eurus fell silent again. Two people sat side by side on the sofa, and time passed in silence. Without you, I would never win the championship. In the end, it was Eurus who spoke first. Chapter 55. She didn't look at Yayu, but looked straight ahead. I promised you before, who knows that nothing interesting happened to me. I thought there would be a few accidents that would make me have fun. You drank the fat boy happy water and talked casually. I originally thought that the butterfly would flap its wings, but who knew that those powerful players would cling to it? Don't come out to play with him at all. Really? Forget it, this is just a relay point. We still have a long way to go. Yes, I am your partner after all. The two fell silent again, but this time they were soon broken. Eurus reveals. With a soft smile, he raised the black tea in his hand. Then celebrate first. Celebrate today's victory. Just be happy. With that said, Yayu bumped into his cafe. Ding! A small voice rang in the silent corridor. Yulith watched Yayu suddenly said something like this. That. In order to celebrate the victory of this time, I'll give it to you reluctantly. The small reward is good. Your eyes first. The girl's pretty face is full of blush, and her eyes are constantly drifting. Yayu was stunned slightly, his eyes flashed a little, and then he closed his eyes. It was a gentle touch, as sweet as honey. Just a brief contact can easily make people memorable. You opened her eyes, and Jules put her head aside. Very nice gift. Would you like more if you can? Goo, what are you talking? Too much. Do you want to be roasted into a roast chicken by me? Eurus's face was flushed and retorted, but Yayu directly stared in Eurus's sluggish eyes. Got together. I don't know how long time has passed, an unspeakable silence and silence permeates between the two. At this moment, Jules's face was full of unspeakable irritation, and she couldn't hide it. Shy. In the end, it was Jules who chose to step back. You guy, dare to treat me. What dare to do to you? Yayu said ridiculously, which made Eurus's little face reddened even more. However, this was angered by Yayu. You. Humph. I'm too lazy to care about you. Eurus looked at Yayu angrily and raised her hand, but thought that even if she did everything she could, there was no way to beat him. Maybe he had to be humiliated again and walked directly to the ward with a cold snort. Yayu looked at the girl's back and smiled. Thanks for the hospitality. His words also made Eurus stunned. Do you want to die? The wind in the late autumn was blowing on the earth, and it made the young girls sitting in the living room shiver. Half a year has passed since Phoenix Star Wuji, Yayu spent painful and happy days. I watch the interaction between Eurus and Sei every day, and accompany Kirin Toto to train swordsmanship, and sometimes look for Grams. Lasha talked about her heart, and sometimes took Esther out for a leisurely trip. In the past 6 months, the relationship between Yayu and the girls has improved a lot. Before Toto Kirin received her father's release and went home, and after restraining her feet at home, she lay down on Yayu. I cried for a long time in my arms. It is worth mentioning that Sylvia often asks Yayu to go out to play, which makes Eurus her. They are extremely upset. However, there is no good way to stop Yayu. The most important thing is the wishes of the two. Eurus received enough funds, and Yayu promised to liberate Claudia. And Claudia has also become the only student union that does not have to deal with official duties, but still has real power. Every night watching Claudia busy with official duties late at night, Yayu decided to make this decision. Certainly. In that case, she can only be more fortunate to suffer from her vice president. Cried. After knowing the news, Claudia asked Yayu to go out madly for 3 days and 3 nights before coming back. At that time, Esther was still angry with Yayu for several days. Having said that, have you decided on your winter vacation plan? In the living room, Jules asked in her pajamas. Season's vacation, It's still early, and there are no plans at the moment. Sei and Kiran, who sat side by side across from Yuli's, showed a puzzled expression and squinted. It's the next sentence in October. After this month, there will be a long vacation. Is the next school year. 0 seeking flowers. The 6 schools in Liuhua adopt a 2-semester system, and 1 year is divided into the first semester and the next semester. Semester. This time I hope I can play as much as possible. Sei lay weakly on the table. Haha, during the autumn vacation, Sei has been receiving counseling. Hey, Chi-rin. As a partner, don't sprinkle salt on my wound. Sei pouted dissatisfiedly when she heard Chi-rin's words. Don't worry, Mr. Tanizuzaki also has his own plan in winter, so there should be no time to come. I care about you. That would be better. Sei breathed a sigh of relief because of Yuri's words. She was really afraid that she would be caught by Tanai's. Saki Katsuko catches up for tuition. Yayu shook his head and said helplessly. To be honest, everyone's grades are good, why Sei is a scumbag? The world is full of injustice. Sei glanced at Yayu blankly, and said coldly. Among the members present, Yuri's has the best results, although Todo Kiran's results are not as good as Yuri. Silk, but it's still good, and Claudia naturally doesn't need to say. The only Yayu who is regarded as a partner by Sei, her final grades are also in the upper middle and upper reaches, making her. This scumbag who is hovering at the passing line is completely speechless. No more, don't talk about those that are missing. Euless brought back the topic of running away, and she looked around everyone. Exposed. Complex expression. In fact, because of the previous Phoenix Star Martial Festival, my brother said that he must recruit no matter what. Wait for you to go to your home country. Lee's Tanya. Yes, it seems to be to cooperate with me when I go home, so I invite you all to come together. Eurus nodded, and everyone looked at each other. This. Although very glorious, Eurus's brother, that is, the country of Ray's Tanya. Kiran Toto was talking a little hesitantly. Suddenly being invited by a king, no matter who it is, hesitated? Human? In my life, the number of times I can encounter this kind of opportunity is really too few. That's right. But you don't need to be cautious, I have already warned my brother, don't do anything. Grand ceremony. Looking at Ulysses' expression, in fact, I don't really want to go, right? No, not actually. Sei said it through. Yuri's was speechless for a while. In that case, let's go and take a look. The king's invitation should be interesting. Ace. Claudia, what do you say? Yayu broke the deadlock, but gave Eurus a step down. Although the female was a little arrogant, she still gave Yayu a grateful look. I'm fine, as long as I can follow Yu's side. Esther drank the black tea and spoke blankly, and Claudia, who was sitting on the other side of her, was also weak. Chapter 56. Nodded with a smile. It's totally okay. Lays Tanya, I haven't passed by for many years. And I. His father is also resident there. Really? That's the decision. You made a decision directly, and Kiran Todo and Saya looked at each other and nodded. They can't worry about Yayu going out with the two alone, even if Esther is watching. But it's still too dangerous. The small movements of Yayu and Claudia are well known to all the people present. 69 Sudden Visitor, the strongest witch, 5/5. At noon the next day, everyone was eating lunch in the restaurant. At the same time, we are also discussing the time to leave for Ray's Tanya. However, at this moment, there was a sudden turmoil in the restaurant. What's the situation? Eurus reacted first, and she couldn't help frowning slightly. Yeah, you thought about something thoughtfully. Oh, I almost forgot. Today, a guest came to see you. Claudia seemed to think of something and said with a smile. Two women came from the entrance of the restaurant, one of whom was a familiar figure. Yitsuzaki Kanako is also the class tutor of Yayu and others, and Sei's natural enemy. Although she usually exudes a murderous atmosphere, she doesn't know why her expression changes now. It was a little nervous, and even the nail stick that he carried with him disappeared without a trace. Another woman standing next to her is about the same age as Tanizuzaki Masako, and even some young. Awe-inspiring temperament, outstanding beauty, wearing a guard uniform, giving people a sense of the grinning feeling of 543. Yayu looked at the woman and squinted her eyes. This person gave him a sense of seeing where he had seen it, but now suddenly he can't remember. Come on, who is she? Chilgarindoval. The captain of the garrison of /Liuhua/. Euless looked at the woman and said in a low voice, and her explanation made Yayu suddenly realize. This name can be said to be unknown to everyone in the entire /Liuhua/, but the most important. She still doesn't have a fixed appearance. As far as the information Yayu has watched before, there are many differences. Photo. There are teenage girls who are like students, mature beauties, and even older. The appearance of the immature girl. The nickname of the school days is the Witch of Time Law /, who has the ability to manipulate the time around him. Called /Liuhua / the strongest witch in history. Yayu. The captain of the security team seems to have something to do with you, let's take a step to speak. Tanizuzaki Kanako spoke a little bit twistedly, not at all like her usual. At this moment, Helga gently stretched out his right hand. Hello, classmate Yayu. This is Helgarindoval. Yayu looked at the woman thinking for a few seconds, and finally stretched out his hand. Yayu is still very curious about what the strongest witch has to do with him. This person doesn't have any intersection with him. I want to talk to you about something, Tanizuzaki, can I borrow a lounge? No problem. Enfield, arrange a lounge. I know, then go to the 9th meeting room, Yayu knows the way. Claudia took out her phone and looked at it for a few seconds, then quickly replied. Then Tanizaki, you can stay here first. I was surprised to hear that you became a teacher. Surprised? But seeing you are quite competent now, I am relieved. As he said, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Helga's mouth, and she looked at everyone in amazement. Lieutenant General placed his hand on Yitsuzaki's head. Haha, thanks for the compliment. Then, let's go. Student Yayu. Helga then strode away, and Yayu raised his brows and followed. After Yayu and Helga left completely, Tanizaki Kanako took a deep breath and collapsed on the chair. But, I didn't expect that the desperate witch would be so embarrassed in front of the strongest woman. Wordy. Hearing Claudia's teasing, Tanizuzaki squinted his eyes and stared back. But what did the strongest witch look for Yayu? How do I know? I was just unlucky enough to be caught by her, where do I know what happened? Go ask Enfield. Regarding Yuri's questions, Tanizaki Kanako directly pushed all of Claudia's body. Claudia shook her head and said with some distress. I don't know what actually happened. I said there are a few important things to tell me. Explain? The women looked at each other, and finally pressed their doubts to the bottom of their hearts. You can only find out when Yayu comes back. And Saya wanted to die and ask something, but before she spoke, she was stopped by Todo Kirin. Look at the look of Yitsuzaki Kanako, if Saya is dead, she will feel better today. After watching Tanizuzaki Kanako's departure, Claudia looked at Eurus and said suddenly. By the way, Julie. What are you doing? The Kerala spinning sword seems to be completely scrapped. Alas, there is no other way. In the autumn, the four of them had a dual exercise. The device was overloaded and was destroyed directly. Although it has been sent to the Equipment Bureau for repair before, but looks like going back to the sky. So, Do you want to serve as a tester for the new type of Huang-style weapons? Why are you looking for me? That weapon requires a very strong ability to master space. As far as I know, the entire Star Guidance Hall is in. You are the best in this regard. And that weapon is the same type of rapier as the Kerala spiral sword. Claudia said and blinked at Eurus. Euless understood it instantly, gave Claudia a helpless look and nodded. I know, then I will accept it. After taking Helga to a quiet meeting, the two of them sat down. Helga looked at Yayuzlo. Xiao said. I have seen the previous Phoenix Star Martial Arts Festival. Although it was a bit playful in the decisive battle. Quality, but your strength is really interesting. Well, the captain of the security captain, who is a busy man, came to me. Wouldn't a student just say this, right? Yayu poured the black tea head down and said without lifting it. 0. Regarding Yayu's indifferent attitude, Helga frowned but didn't even think about it. In recent years, Liuhua's public security has been relatively stable, but the security team is still often lacking people. If young blood like you can join, it would be a big help to me. Oh? It's really interesting, it's actually this kind of invitation. Yu slightly startled, then shook his head. To be honest, I have no interest in this kind of service to others. And when I joined Star Guide, the museum is also because of the free and green school spirit here. Forget it, since you are not interested, then I won't say much. Helga picked up the teacup and took a sip, then looked at Yayu and said softly. Actually, I came to you because of your sister Tianhuiao. Oh? I didn't seem to tell anyone about my sister, did I? Yu glanced at Helga and said calmly, as if what he was facing was not the strongest, which is just an ordinary woman. First of all, I need to explain to you that we have accepted Star Guidance Academy's comments on Tianhuiao. Search assistance. Someone testified that Tianhuiao had participated in the Erosion Martial Festival and the investigator did not. It's not someone else, but I led the team. Eclipse Martial Arts you wiped it out, right? That's right. Yayu's eyes kept flickering when he heard Helga's words. And your sister Tianhuiao only has a student status, but she doesn't have any information after entering the Star Guide Hall. Join. The people of Eclipse Martial Arts can only be current students, so you should understand? Helga glanced at Yayu in surprise. He seemed a little too calm, right? And she still wears Black Furnace Demon Sword which is not an unattended student anyway. It can be done. And the organizer of Eclipse Martial Arts 2.8 has been killed long ago. His identity is Chapter 57. He is the chairman of the Star Wu Festival Operating Committee. Stains. Things have become interesting. Yayu raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and Helga kept watching him. Helga also appreciates this calm boy more and more. As for why the former president Danilo Bertoni did these evil deeds, we guess there is another possibility, which is related to the ability of the mental manipulation department. I see. Yayu nodded erratic eyes. She said so. How can Yayu be the person behind? Can you know who it is? There were some doubts before, but now I fully understand. Now, the business is over, now I want to ask you a little private matter. Helga put down the teacup, a small smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. I heard that that person is very interested in you. What are you going to do? Who? Zhaolong's Student Council President, Fan Xinglu, Wang Yutian Luo. 70 Sylvia's date invitation, 1/5. Looking at Yayu, who was silent, Helga chuckled lightly. That family seems to like you very much. Maybe in the near future, she will treat you personally. Do it. But, I hope you ignore her, she is totally different from us in essence. She comes as she wants, I don't care at all. Yayu said casually, and at the same time asked curiously. What is wrong with what you said is different from us. Alas! This is your advice, don't share with Wanyu Tianluo and Lonely Witch. People get involved. Although they usually get along very well, but in essence they are with us. Is a different dimension of existence. Helga said seriously. You didn't see a trace of joking in her eyes. Immediately, you nodded lightly, turning the topic away. No one can tell what happened after that. Maybe Helga is really thinking about him, but those two people don't talk about Fan Xinglu, the lonely poisonous demon. The woman's Ophelia Landolphin is Jules's best friend, and he can't get around it at all. Contact with that girl is inevitable. Okay, I'm almost done with everything that should be said. If there is any progress after 20, then I will visit again. After speaking, Helga got up and left the reception room alone. Yayu looked at her back, without a word for a long time. What Yayu doesn't understand now is why Helga treats him so kindly. Very worth thinking about. After that, the girls naturally came to ask Yayu what happened. However, after knowing that Helga's main purpose for looking for him was the fog, he did not continue to chase him. Keep asking. Claudia seemed to have discovered something, always looking at Yayu thoughtfully. On the second day after the holiday, Yayu and others boarded the flight to Les Tanya early in the morning. At this moment, Yayu's phone rang suddenly. Hey? I didn't expect she would look for me at this time. Who is it? What happened? The girls asked curiously. Yayu glanced at her. In the end, in front of them, the call button was pressed. The window opened, and Sylvia's cheerful laughter came from inside. But, Yayu-jun, are you free now? Everyone became a little nervous. You glanced at them and chuckled. There should be no way today, because at the invitation of Euless, we plan to go to her country. People are at the airport and lack skills. That's really a pity. Hearing that, Sylvia's voice was a little bit disappointed, but she quickly adjusted. Come over. Oops, isn't this the warlord witch? After the closing ceremony of Phoenix Star Wuji, I haven't seen it again. At this moment, Claudia came over and laughed. Yes. At that time, Jipping didn't have a chance to chat, it feels like a long time has passed. Lord of Thousand Eyes. If you can attend the Liuhua conference, we will have more time to chat. Haha. Let me spare me. Claudia and Sylvia chatted naturally, it seems that their relationship is very different. Wrong look. However, at this time, some people can't pass it. In other words, the president of the Student Council of Qianwei Children's Academy, Yayu from our Star Guide Hall is there. What's the matter? But, don't you show such a terrible expression. Classmate Reese Fetter. Sylvia didn't care about Eula's sharp eyes at all, but instead looked at Yayu. Laugh. It was not me as the president of the student council who came to Yayu-jun for something, but Sylvia Luna. Him personally. People. Euless pouted dissatisfiedly, and gave Yayu a sharp glance. This guy is really frivolous. Actually, I asked you today to ask if there will be a school festival next year. Know something, what's wrong? Yayu gently. Head, he knows what Sylvia said, but it didn't catch up this year. I can go and see next year. Can you date me then? Oh, it's okay to date. The world's #1 singer's date invitation, I think no matter who it is. I won't refuse it. Yayu smiled lightly, and Sylvia smiled happily when he heard his answer. Coco, I said don't use that name anymore. No. Wait a minute. What does this mean? This kind of thing cannot be pretended to be unheard. Yes. When it comes to dating, I'm also a little bit interested. Eurus and Sei stepped in forcibly. And Kiran Dodo, who was standing next to them, kept peeking at Yayu with a blushing face. Yeah. It's actually such a development. Claudia took a step back and joked with a look of good looks. For the specific situation, we will meet again after you come back. After speaking, Sylvia waved her hand and closed the space window directly. Afterwards, the atmosphere suddenly dropped. There are many prickly sights behind you. War LV Witches date invitation for the world's #1 singer. Yeah, are you right now? Is it cool? Let's go. There is still plenty, I will listen to you slowly for the details. Yulis sneered. Saya and Kiran Toto nodded similarly. That's right. I am also very interested in listening to the senior's explanation. Yeah. Claudia looked at Yayu, who was glaring at each other by the three girls, and smiled gleefully. And Esther on the side tilted his head for unknown reasons. For the girl just now. In fact, she has a good impression. Claudia gloated and watched Yayu reluctantly pacify several girls, then slowly opened. Road. Taking this opportunity, I have something to discuss with you. Her tone was still as calm as before, but she took a bit of seriousness. Realizing this, all the girls looked at her suspiciously, but if Yayu did, nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 58. 547 / I think everyone may also be able to guess what I mean. Next year's Lion Ying Xing Wu Ji, I hope everyone present can become my team member and join me in the Griffin Star Wu Festival. Having said this, Claudia paused and turned his gaze to Yayu's body. I asked Yukun for his opinion before, and he joined. It's up to you now. Eurus gave Yayu a bit dissatisfied and whispered. I don't know about this kind of thing. Discuss with me. So Eurus, what do you mean? Claudia smiled, looked at Jules and asked. Before that, I want to ask you, why are you so obsessed with Lion Ying Xing Wu Ji? Strength, whether it is Phoenix Star Wu Ji or Wang Long Xing Wu Ji, can easily stand out, right? But except for the last Lion Ying Xingguo Festival, the two later Xingguo festivals are completely indifferent. Upon hearing this question, the blonde girl was stunned and chuckled. Yes. I did have a different idea about Griffin Star Wu Ji, but the idea was ruined by someone who is willful. Now only the Griffin Star Wu Festival is left to win the championship. The idea of the army. With that said, she gave Yayu a dissatisfied glance. The three of Eurus nodded thoughtfully, but did not continue to question. The story between these two people may be more complicated than they thought. P.S. Today is a desperate update, and there are 8 more updates in this chapter. 71 says home, the proposition that Yayu faces, 2/5. Compared to the extreme east, Europe is much less affected by falling stars. Most cities have survived, but they still cannot escape the trend of individual population concentration. The situation has also led to very sparse population in some remote places. Everyone got off the plane and took the train. It took more than an hour to reach the Yarn home of the night. Before heading to Cai Zaitanya, Yet asked to go home first, and everyone saw that he was on his way. Agreed. The time is now on the verge of dusk, and the sun is gradually sinking to the west, so everyone is planning to. Yi's home stayed overnight temporarily. Shay's home is located on the outskirts of a rural town. A single-family 2-story building. Although it looks very old, if you look closely, you can still find the courtyard and the big. Various sensors and monitoring devices are installed in the door, and the guard is quite tight. The temperature in Germany in early winter is very low. Of snow. I also freeze the girl like Chirin, who hasn't experienced the cold enough. To be honest, even Yayu frowned unconsciously in the face of this temperature, and Yuli, Silk and Claudia seemed to be used to this temperature. I am back. Oh. I'm finally back, silly girl. After Sei touched the sensor and the door lock, the one who came to greet Sei's mother, Shat. Gong Zionjai. She is holding a cigar-shaped electronic cigarette with her hair casually wrapped around her head. Auntie, long time no see. For Sei's parents, Yayu naturally has an impression in his memory, so he can also naturally say hello. Well, indeed, I haven't seen each other for many years. Yayu. You are now handsome and handsome. With that, Shashagong Zionjai showed an innocent and brilliant smile. The slender body and face are very similar to Sei, but her height is not different from Yayu. The young appearance does not look like Sei's mother at all, but like her sister. Then several young girls also followed Xiang Shei's mother to greet each other. Just as Kiran Dodo was about to introduce herself to Yuri's, Saya's mother suddenly appeared next to. The translucent male also made Kiran Toto shoot a cute tip. Call. Yuris also looked at the man in astonishment. You are still the same. Uncle Chuang Yi. You said helplessly, and at the same time made several girls understand. This man who looks about 50 years old, wears glasses and a beard is Shat Gong Shei's father. Except for the fact that there is no entity, the others are completely consistent with Yayu's memory. Holographic projection. Yuris sighed in a low voice, no one can apply that kind of technology to this kind of place. Pretty shocked. You. Although I did lose my body, I don't think there is anything wrong. It's more suitable for making brilliant weapons like this. Hearing Shashagong Chuanji's comfort, Yayu shook his head helplessly. He won't be comforted yet, right? Then, under the leadership of Sei's mother, everyone came to the guest. The decoration of the room is also based on technology, but there are not many things, and it is on the dining table in the middle. Already filled with various dishes. When I was going here before, Saya had contacted them, so I should prepare in advance. Okay. Oh. It's been a long time since I showed my skills. I'm so happy, come on, sit down. At the urging of Shashagong Zionjai, everyone sat down step by step. Oh, I never thought that princesses from neighboring countries would come to our house. Although our house is very. But just relax. Don't be so polite, everyone, Sei already told us on the phone before your business. Pass. At that time, the princess's fight with Sei was really miserable. Shashagong Chuanji's words made Yuris can't help but draw the corners of her mouth. She has already done so much. I forgot about it, why do I still remind her now? Oh, yes. Yayu, when do you plan to marry Sei? Chuang Yi sang. It's okay, it's all going to happen sooner or later anyway. The words of the two also made other girls look at Yayu and Sei in astonishment, and Yayu smiled helplessly. Sei waved her hand expressionly during the interview. He is like this, don't worry about him. Yuri sighed deeply, what Sei's parents said was really unexpected. Oh, yes. Sei, wait a minute to give me all your brilliant weapons, a rare opportunity. I help you debug all. I'll talk about those things later, let's eat now. Sei's mother stopped the energetic Shashagong Chuanji, and everyone met and laughed. A lively meal. Even Toto Kiran, who was very nervous on the side, relaxed quickly and began to talk to Saya. The parents chatted about an interesting story between the two of them. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yayu recalled the experience of often running to Shei's house to eat rice in his memory. Then he smiled faintly. After dinner, Shashagong Zionjai asked hesitantly. There are 2 rooms on the 2nd floor that are vacant. You can sleep there. There should be no room for 2 people to share one. Yes, we have no opinion. Claudia answered on behalf of everyone, but Sei's mother frowned. But how should the rooms be allocated? Sei can still sleep in her own room. Room allocation? Yulis muttered suspiciously, and then she understood. There are 6 people in his party, except for Sei who sleeps in his room, Claudia, Deo, Fuji Rin, Yayu, Esther, plus myself. If you distribute this way, there will be 1 more person. Even if Esther changes back to the short sword form, it also indicates that you will definitely be the same as someone. House. Such distribution, the answer is self-evident. So that's it, then you, Esther and I will be in the same room. Hey? Wait. Claudia, what are you talking about? What's the problem? Toto Kiran looked dazed, Jules hurriedly stopped, but Claudia looked suspicious. Tilted his head in confusion. Chapter 59. No, very problematic. How can young men and women live in the same room? Isn't there still Esther? You don't have to worry about it. Eurus stared at Claudia dissatisfiedly, even Kiran Toto on the side was a little dissatisfied. They all started talking. Claudia is too cunning. After Esther returned to the sword form, she and Yayu were still the same. Live in one room, nothing has changed at all. So, is it possible that Eurus wants to be with him? Cai, don't, Li Ma Zhao. Although I believe in Yayu, this kind of problem. Eurus was so shocked that she couldn't say anything. At this moment, the brave Todo Kiran appeared on the stage. She looked at Yayu with a flushed face, and took a deep breath. I also believe in Senior Yayu. Oh yeah? Then let Kiran and Yukun live in the same room? Oh, this, I. Kiran Tofuji lowered her head and her body was slightly swayed, and at the same time she did not. Glancing at Yayu. For example, if Yayu Senior is okay, it's not bad for me. No way. Eurus was stunned. She originally thought Kiran Toto would be her companion, but she never expected her to live. Of course it is this kind of person. Ah, things have changed a little bit more complicated. In that case, let Yukun choose. This is also the fairest. Claudia said with a chuckle, and at the same time kicked the proposition to Yayu. Say's parents' names are not Kaurhu, as mentioned in the original work. 72 children will make choices, and of course I want them all for adults. 3/5. Mom, stop teasing us. At this moment, Say seemed to be unable to pass, and looked at Shasha Gongxiang with reproaching eyes. Night. In that case, letting you go to sleep in my room will solve all problems. This sentence left everyone for a while. Say really makes sense. Let Yayu go to her room. Jules has solved all the problems by sleeping together. Come so. Let Yayu sleep by himself, it should be like this. In front of Euless. Smile and agree. However, Say's next words made the hearts of the few people put down again. I mean it's enough to let you sleep with me, Resfit, go with you. Saya said and waved her small hand, indicating that Jules and the others would stay cool. Return our touch back. Soul pale. Eurus thought the problem was solved, but she didn't expect this guy to be selfish. Even Kiran Tofuji looked at his partner dissatisfiedly, whispering unfairness. Say glanced at everyone and said blankly. Esther will definitely be in the same room with him, and I'm not wrong in doing this. This is true, as she said, expecting Esther to leave 547 away from Yayu is basically idiotic. People say dreams. Even if the girl is a little familiar with them now, but if she wants to sleep together, the difficulty is still too great. Things are back to square one again. Say's solution, if there is no Esther, everything is easy to say. But there is that girl. This method has become an impossible luxury. Senior. Yayu, what do you say? La, I believe you. Yu Jun. The four girls all cast their sights on Yayu. Trouble. Although Yayu knew that there would be such a day, he just didn't expect to come so soon. Trouble, very troublesome. This question may be a proposition. Ding, God level choose to open. Option 1, sleep with Say. Reward, is it a mistake to search for encounters in the dungeon? What the world, the blue ribbon of Hestia. Option 2, sleep with Jules. Reward, Shakugan's Shana world, trench coat Yakuza. Option 3, sleep with Kirin Todo. Reward, Dungeon and Warrior World, Meteor. Meteor Knife. Option 4, sleep with Claudia. Reward, wives in online games can't be women. The World of Life, the love letter of Yazuyuji. Kachi, what am I special? Dog system. Yayu cursed secretly in his heart, this system really likes to make trouble, at this critical moment. Play with him. First of all, the first and fourth items can be completely abandoned. These two rewards simply make Yayu away. Suspicious life. One is a love letter I don't know who I wrote to. It's a blue band for nothing. He has a hammer with these things. Secondly, it is the second item. The Windbreaker Yeka, the equipment of the heroine Shauna, comes with a clean body and space storage capacity. It's a good choice, the key is jewels. And the last choice is worthy of Todo Chirin, the reward is actually related to the knife. The falling stars of poisoned milk powder can be described as famous, and countless people dreamed of it. Put the artifact. When attacking, there is a chance that a meteorite will drop from the sky to assist the attack. And the shape of the weapon is also a slender otaki, which is very handsome. Calculated in terms of intensity, that is a weapon that is only worthy of possessing after an awakening. This world's the pure Xing Huang style weapon is weak in front of the falling stars. The most important point is that meteor is handsome. Whether it is strong or not is just a matter of version, and it's a lifetime thing to be handsome. But even if you get this weapon, Esther's pass is a big problem. Thinking of this, Yayu rubbed the corners of his eyes with a headache. This choice is a bit tangled. Meteor Fall and Yali want both, but the system does not. Maybe give him all the options I want. After a few seconds of silence, Yayu asked tentatively in his heart. System, can you make a discussion? Can you choose me all? Ding, congratulations to the host for choosing the hidden option, I want it all. All rewards have been distributed to the system. Please pay attention to check in time. Fucking. Yayu was shocked immediately. He just asked tentatively, wanting the system to completely eliminate his greed, who knows this? The guy actually has this option, he didn't expect it at all. Children will make choices, and adults must think I want them all. What's wrong, Yayu? Long. The girls looked at Yayu, who had always been calm, and they would show shocked expressions for a while. Asked hurriedly. Yayu quickly reacted, smiling, and shook his head. Nothing, I just thought of a solution. Method. When he said this, a few girls suddenly came in interest. This kind of thing is a very difficult proposition for anyone to choose. And Claudia saw exactly this point and threw this question to him with a little bit of wickedness. Want to see a joke? That's right. Yayu nodded, took a deep breath and slowly said. Children will make choices, and of course I want them all for adults. Instead of choosing one and letting the others. People are sad, it is better to be together is the most correct choice. I have to say that Yayu's answer made all the girls sluggish, even Say's mother. Zionjai is a little dumbfounded now. I really don't know what to say. I want it all. Really, really bad, you can tell. This. It's so bold. Yu Jun. Chapter 60. Well, this is a good idea. Yuri strongly condemned this, and Kirin Todo poked at a loss with a blushing face. Fingers sneaked at Yayu from time to time. Cat Idia smiled helplessly, but nothing happened. The only surprising reaction was that Seiya, she nodded happily and stretched out. The hand made a yes gesture to Yayubi. This is really. Shagong Zionjai looked at the scene before her and shook her head helplessly. With so many people hitting the floor together, she was not afraid that Yayu would do anything bad. Yayu has already expressed his attitude just now. Regarding the problem of his daughter's marriage cigarettes, he will look at it later. Their own. Resfit, you have a better way. This. Facing Say's rhetorical question, Yuri's hizzy. Yes, I finally reluctantly agreed. I wanted Yayu to sleep alone, but Esther was there. Although I have been together for so long. But who knows if he will attack Esther on a whim. In the best solution, this is indeed the only way. Now that everything has been decided, I will prepare the floor for you first. Shashugong Zionjai said with a smile, and walked to the second floor. Upon seeing this, Claudia and Kirin Todo also followed. Humph, it's really cheap for you. Yuli snorted dissatisfiedly. Yayu looked at the girl and couldn't help but hook her mouth. How do you look at you so happy? Yulith turned her face away, as if she didn't want to pay attention to Yayu at all. However, her reddish ears revealed all her thoughts. This chapter contains pictures. Click the illustration button at the bottom right corner of the screen to view the pictures. 73 The Night Talk with Say, The Girl's Mind, 4/5. The room on the floor at night is Shay's room, almost nothing. Except for the bed, desk, wardrobe, and the computer on the table, the entire room is very empty. Although some of them live in the dormitory, many of the reasons why they moved there are salutes, but she is in the dormitory. S room is not much different from here. There is a window at the head of Shay's bed. Leaning on this side, you can clearly see the night outside the window. It's late at night, Euless and others are already asleep. Claudia was still chatting with him quietly, but she seemed to be unable to bear the sleepiness. Ananran fell asleep. Once she was very resistant to sleep because of the green nightmare, but now she has become few hobbies. Looking at the night scene outside the window, you couldn't help thinking. Now that his affairs have gradually stabilized, maybe he can wake up in advance, wake up Tian Weiao. But at this moment, a figure staggered to the bed. You twitched the corners of your mouth, and you can be so distracted, only Say is the only one. At this time her pajamas completely collapsed. Seeing Shay who fell on the bed, you thought for a few seconds before suddenly. He stretched out his hand and gently pinched Say's Kyang nose, Say who was originally sleeping peacefully, and screamed. Suddenly his face changed and his brows wrinkled slightly. The woman shook her head to express her resistance, but Yayu didn't let go but just looked at her playfully. Not long after, Say, whose face was flushed red, suddenly sat up. In my memory, wanting to wake up Say is the most effective way, but now it seems that effective day. You finally woke up. Say looked at Yayu sleepily, and at the same time looked around. He tilted his head and thought for a while, then asked half asleep. Yo, why are you here? Ah, are you going to attack at night? Speaking of this, Say showed a happy expression. Think about it again? This is my room. Then what? To prevent sneaking away, everyone sleeps together. As if finally figured out the current situation, the blue-haired girl lightly patted her little hand. At the same time, she turned her head and glanced a few more times. Did not notice the conversation between the two. Then Say was slightly in thought. Tilting his head and thinking about what. Can you talk a little bit? Let's talk? Well, yes. Go to the living room. Yayu stood up first as he said, and at the same time stretched out his hand to the girl. Say held his hand and jumped to the ground gently, and the two of them walked out of the room gently. However, all this is in vain. The two of them shouldn't do anything bad. Behave. Should not. Don't worry about it, you two, go to bed early. You have to go early tomorrow. Where's the train in Listanya? Claudia didn't care about the doubts of Eurus and Kirin Todo. What did these two people want to do long ago, and still have to wait until now? The living room at night, the temperature is slightly lower. In the daytime, perhaps because of the green of the fireplace, it is quite warm, but at night it is quite warm. Like an ice cellar, people shiver unconsciously. The living room is dark, and I can see a little bit clearly because of the moonlight. The two sat on the sofa in the living room, and Shay looked at Yayu in silence for a while before hesitated. Openly. Actually, I have always wanted to apologize to you. Apologies? Why? Yayu was a little unclear, so he tilted his head. Because of his green personality, he used to replace. Some changes have taken place from the drama in Yayu's memory. For example, some situations when getting along with Sei are completely different from the original work. After all, he did not go to challenge Tian Weiao with Sei. Of course, he is a little confused about Sei's meaning now. With inherent impression. To think about a person, this is the slowest performance. Yayu also knows this, but that also depends on people. Do you remember? After moving, I have been in contact with you for a while. Remember? However, I remember that it seemed that because of the discussion of the game with you annoyed? Yayu frowned and kept recalling. In his memory, after Sei moved, he also kept in touch with Sei normally. At first it was quite frequent, but later because of the green time difference, the contact gradually changed. The last time Sei seemed to be angry because Yayu was discussing the game with her, and never. How did you contact me? It was because I felt uncomfortable that I took the initiative to disconnect. Seeking flowers. Yayu didn't make a sound, but just listened quietly. And Sei didn't seem to need his opinion, so she said to herself. Because. In the past, I played games together, but after moving, I can only enter by phone. Okay chat. I felt very happy at the beginning, but the more uncomfortable the later. So. I have been waiting for the day to play games with you. That's it. I'm so lucky to suffer you. Yayu smiled slightly and touched the girl's head. But Sei's mood didn't get any better. Not only that, if we keep in touch. When Sister Yao disappeared. I can stay with you too. The unexpected words made Yayu stunned. Even if I can't help you, I can still talk to you and support you. I regret it very much. So, please ask me if you need it. I must be your help. The blue-haired girl raised her head and said as she hugged Yayu's arm. Her eyes are very serious and sincere, there is no hesitation in her eyes.